We would like to start with um, the Philippine and Bangsamoro hymns.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم فقال ربكم ادعوني أستجب لكم آمين يا رب العالمين الحمد لله رب العالمين الرحمن الرحيم مالك يوم الدين إياك نعبد وإياك نستعين اهدنا الصراط المستقيم صراط الذين أنعمت عليهم غير المغضوب عليهم ولا الضالين آمين اللهم اجمع شامل المسلمين والكريستيان والأمم في مدينة دماو وسلم دائما مجتمعنا هذا السلم والأمن والتقدم في بلدنا هذا آمين يا رب العالمين ربنا لا تزغ قلوبنا بعد إذ هديتنا وهب لنا من لدنك رحمة إنك أنت الوهاب ربنا إنك أنت الوهاب ربنا آتنا في الدنيا حسنة وفي الآخرة حسنة وقنا عذاب النار وصلى الله على خير خلقه سيدنا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه وسلم سبحان ربك رب العزة عما يصفون وسلام على المرسلين والحمد لله رب العالمين آمين يا رب العالمين.
In the name of the Father, Son, and Holy Spirit. Amen. Our most gracious Heavenly Father, we come to you today to praise and worship you and give you thanks for all the things you continue to provide for ourselves and our families. Father, we humbly ask for forgiveness for all the times we have offended you, when we forget to acknowledge your presence in the image of our brothers and sisters, and for moments we fail to be good stewards of the blessings you have given us. Continue to guide and protect each one of us, Lord, that we may always walk in the light of your everlasting love and mercy. Grant us, Father, with your comfort in times of distress and with your strength in times of weakness. Bestow upon us your unending grace and healing, that we may in turn become instruments of gentleness and compassion to others. We ask all this in the name of your Son, our Lord Jesus Christ, with the prayer and the intercession of our Blessed Mother. Amen.
Okay. Okay. Um, okay, to give us the welcome remarks, I would like to call on Mr. Ishad Pabi.
Simula noon hanggang ngayon, isa ang naging layon. Magkaisa ang makulod, kalitingan ay marugdong. Lumayo tayo mula sa hamon ng nakaraan, niyapos ang panganib na umadlang. Pinangako sa puso at paniniwala, ang ginhawa para sa kabataan. Bangsamoro ay tagumpay, bunga ng pawis, dugo at buhay. Kapayapaan, katarungan ay atin ng nakamtan. Alhamdulillah, alhamdulillah, pagpalain Bangsamoro. Bangsamoro, Bangsamoro, lagi kang mamahalin. Walang pipigil sa damdamin, mga pangako'y tutuparin. Habang buhay kami sa'yo'y magbabantay, mananatili sa puso't isipan. Ang kahapong humimlay na nagbuwis ng buhay, nasa piling na ng may kapal. Bangsamoro ay tagumpay, bunga ng pawis, dugo at buhay. Kapayapaan, katarungan ay atin ang nakamtan. Alhamdulillah, alhamdulillah, pagpalain Bangsamoro.
Okay. To give us the welcome remarks, I would like to call on Mr. Ishad Pabilian, the president of the Bangsamoro Research Legal Network. Hello.
Hello. Thank you,
Hello.
Sir Aldin. Assalamualaikum, esteemed scholars, researchers, and guests. It is my great privilege to welcome you all to the Bangsamoro Online Research Conference 2023. We embark today on a two-day journey filled with academic inquiry and mutual understanding, focusing on the vital themes pertinent to the Bangsamoro region. As we gather to share research and insights, let us also celebrate the rich cultural heritage and history of the Bangsamoro people. Their resilience and perseverance inspire us all and underscore the importance of this conference in highlighting their narrative through scholarly exploration. Our agenda encompasses a range of critical themes, including peace formation, peacekeeping, and the socio-economic dynamics within the Bangsamoro context. These discussions are crucial for comprehending the intricacies of the region and for identifying pathways toward sustainable development and peace. The expertise and insights of each of you brings to this conference are invaluable. Your participation is key to fostering a comprehensive understanding of the Bangsamoro narrative and for identifying innovative solutions to the region's challenges. I am grateful to our esteemed speakers, panelists, and all attendees for your dedication to advancing research in this field. Your commitment to exploring the diverse aspects of the Bangsamoro experience is essential to our collective aim of achieving enduring peace and prosperity in the region. Thank you once again for joining us at the Bangsamoro Online Research Conference 2023. Let us engage in this conference with a commitment to learning, understanding, and contributing to the discourse on the Bangsamoro region. Together, we can make this event a fruitful and enriching experience for all. Wabillahi taufiq wal hidayah. Assalamualaikum.
Thank you, Mr. Pavilian. And to give us the opening remarks, I would like to call on Dr. Carl Balita.
Assalamualaikum, magandang umaga po. Isa pong pagbati ng kapayapaan mula sa aking tahanan patungo sa inyo. If I may be, I'd like to acknowledge, of course, this invitation, which humbles me. I have so many engagements in Mindanao. And today I'm inspired because I'll be surrounded by scholars and I'll be sharing something as a Christian, as a Catholic, to the growing science of understanding peace, especially in the area of Mindanao. Special shout out to my very good friend Nasif Adyong for having invited me to be here with us today. If I may share my screen, I'd like to share a little something. Thank you very much. I wish I could be with you physically. I commit that if in the future it will be conducted again, I would lovely support this engagement through whatever means that I could. Kapayapaan is our Filipino, is our Tagalog word for peace, which is actually the center peace conversation that we have today. And you would ask me probably, what led me to contribute this masjid as a Christian, as a Catholic, in Gigindulungan in Maguindanao. I was traveling with my friend, and let me start with this narrative because this is going to inspire you as you inspire others as well in our society. I was driving with my partner, Engineer Abs Gindia, to Davao from Cotabato. Then I saw small children walking. I saw women walking. I see a community of people who were moving in a beautiful environment of Mindanao. Then I asked my friend, how much does it cost to build one masjid? And he gave me a price, he gave me a cost. And then I said, find me a lot where I can build one. And within that 2-week time, he sent me a message that he found a donor of a lot. And within 3-month period, dear friends, dear Muslim brothers and sisters, we were able to build this masjid. But what gives me goosebumps in this story is these uniformed Filipinos in the picture are actually members of the JPST, the Joint Protection Security Team of the Bangsamoro. I am a son of a policeman, and this gave me goosebumps. I almost cried when I heard their story, that in the very same land, in the very same area where we built the masjid, where encounters where Filipinos kill each other for what they probably were fighting for at that moment. And this give me goosebumps because this masjid is just separated by a fence in where they live together, protecting the Bangsamoro. And to me, in peace, I would say I may have contributed to a more sustainable peace in that area in Mindanao. And what inspired me is actually that magic word, kapayapaan, peace. Because as a growing up man, I would have dreamt of seeing Mindanao in its most, in its best. And I know that it's probably the most fertile land that we have as a country, the best people, the most talented ones, the most intelligent ones. And then we had that story in the past that we have to learn from. And I am very proud that by January, we will also start the construction of a masjid right inside the Cotabato State University campus. And that's on the request of my very good friend, President Dilna, because we are a partner. My review center is a partner of this state university. And you can just imagine, how could a Christian be so committed? It's because of that inspiration of peace. And this is Carlito. Carlito is an adopted eagle. I adopted this eagle in the Philippine Eagle Foundation. This is meaningful to you because God gave us this endangered species right in your land. Carlito was shot in Agsur. He almost died, but he was saved by the Philippine Eagle Foundation, and he's now mating with a partner in the sanctuary in Mindanao. And alhamdulillah, hopefully soon, there will be more Philippine eagles because of Carlito, whom I have adopted for the year and beyond. I would like to talk about this, and I looked into the program, how I wish I could attend the entire program, because I really want to understand it in the context of science and scholarly presentation that our resource persons, our STEAM resource persons are intending to give us. And I created a little framework. You love to talk about forming and processing that peace, the formation and the process of peace. I just created a framework out of the program. And of course, we talk about building and sustaining it. The challenge of building it, the challenge of sustaining it is still there. And this can only be better if this will be taken in the historical standpoint, because the distance by which we can travel forward is only proportionate to the distance that we can look back. Ang sarap po sabihin sa Tagalog nun, sa Pilipino nun, ang layo ng ating matatanaw ay kasing layo rin lang ng ating malilingon. And that's why I saw a panel discussion about the historical part of it. And of course, the religio-cultural aspect of it, which I know you know better because you are my Islamic brothers and sisters. How I wish I could be in the office now, because I will show you that right in my office are memorabilia of the Islamic faith and the Islamic culture and Mindanao. And from this, we attained security. And such security will be taken in this conference in the context of political, social, economic aspects. I had the chance to meet Ms. Nasif Adjong when we were together in the circle of experts created by then National Security Advisor Clarita Carlos. And I listened to one of his presentations, and I was really, I was really amazed by how he wanted to understand and what the community really want to understand it in the context of science. And this is the framework that you have today. And just to summarize it all, I think let's look at this conversation in the language of prosperity. In my book, Prosperity, I published a book, I authored a book in the year 2000 about, the title is Prosperity. And the last sentence I had in that book is that prosperity is what others become because of you. Indeed, whatever role you assume in the area where you operate, I would suggest that let's look into prosperity beyond just success and career growth. But prosperity is really what others have become because of you. Ecology, the real problem of the world, is not only our the seas and the skies that we want to divide. It's not the geopolitics that we want to understand as humanity, but it's actually ecology. I wrote a column in my Manila Times, and I computed that the cost of the Marawi War, for example, could have fed all malnourished children in the Philippines. And I computed the cost of war happening right now as we speak. The cost of war could have been enough to feed the entire population of malnourished children in the world. More so, the cost of war could have reforested all our, all those that we need to recover for the purpose of Mother Earth. Administration is one word in your governance. This is something you want to talk about. Change is what we want to happen, because we don't want just to stay and live in the status quo. We are learning because we want change, and this is actually the result of education. And this is my reminder for peace. Let's see peace in the context of prosperity, in the context of ecology, of governance, of administration, of change, and of education. And I would like to put a little more adjective to these, and by saying that prosperity should be inclusive, where no one is left behind. Ecology should be sustainable, because it should be something that we can leave for the generations to come. Ang lagi ko pong sinasabi, hindi naman totoong pinapamana natin ang kinabukasan sa ating mga anak. Hinihiram lang natin ito sa kanila. We're just borrowing the future from them. So we better make sure that we can sustain it for our legacy, for the future. And in terms of administration, we want to lead it. We want leading or administration. Leading because leadership does not exist without the shared vision. Leadership does not exist without that influence which can be achieved from the shared vision. And I know that the Bangsamoro administration will be able to lead through the shared vision that they have. After all, this is what you fought for many years. And the change we want should be agile. Agility is a beautiful word that we heightened awareness about during the pandemic, because it's something where we pivot for change, yet we still look at the same vision. And as educators, many of us are educators here, we want meaningful education where our children will not learn development from the context of the outside world and the context of the world that they do not understand. But education leading to change should be that which is meaningful to them, which is meaningful to what you want as a culture, as a religion, and as the historical dynamism towards the great future. And this is, to me, I woke up inspired coming from Australia late last night, yet I am able to communicate this. And the formula, I think, of prosperity, ecology, administration, change, and education in that part of the world of God's creation, somewhere in Mindanao, should be anchored on Islam. Inclusive, sustainable, leading agility for meaningful change. And kapayapaan is how I say it. A Tagalog-speaking person like me from the province of Mindoro would have goosebumps whenever we talk about kapayapaan. And more so, I know this is very meaningful to you. And let this conference, two-day conference, be able to exchange what we have seen through the lens of science and evidence, and let it be inspired by the religion and the faith that we have. After all, I always say this, and in closing, I say this during my classes, but my favorite religion is Islam. It's based on science. It's very peace-loving. And it's something I would always respect. It is something that I will always contribute to defend and protect. And of course, this is something I would wish to understand more. Some of my closest friends are Muslim, and I find them great people like you and me, wanting to have meaningful lives in this borrowed life we live in the universe where we are all stewards and custodians. Congratulations for this event. I am challenging the organizers to create papers, because I'm the publisher of the Maestra Journal, which is now converting by 2024, will be an ASEAN journal. I want to propose to create a special edition of Maestra Journal to communicate and to immortalize the papers presented to them, so that it can reach not only the Islamic circles, so that it can reach us as well, Christian and others, so that we can have greater appreciation and challenge us to a greater contribution towards peace. Maraming salamat po.
Thank you so much, dear Carl. It was so inspiring and very meaningful to all of the Bangsamoro who have struggled and lived for the past centuries. So we're very honored and grateful to have you here as you grace our invitation to be the one who will be providing the opening remarks for the first Bangsamoro Research Conference. Maraming salamat. Shukran, Dr. Carl Balita. Mabuhay.
Shukran, the honor is mine. Thank you. Congratulations.
Thank you, Dr. Balita. Okay. To introduce the keynote speakers for this morning plenary session, of course, I would like to call a good friend of mine, Dr. Nasif, who's the founder of the BRLS, Bangsamoro Research and Legal Network, as well as the PESO, Philippine International Studies Organization, and GSRN, Decolonization Studies Research Network, and also a co-founder of, a founder of Co-IRIS International Relations and Islamic Studies Research Cohort. His researches policies issues related to historical, religio-cultural, socio-political, economic, environmental, and security aspects of Bangsamoro society, and explores decolonial knowledges, sources of global South, as well as interdisciplinary study between Islam and international relationships. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to call on Dr. Nasef to introduce our guest keynote speakers this morning.
Thank you, Professor Aldin Alonto. We're very honored to have everyone here this morning for giving us your time to witness many of the esteemed and distinguished researchers and presenters that we have today for this two-day conference, especially a lineup of a very esteemed and highly distinguished keynote speakers. I'd like to introduce to everyone our first keynote speaker, Abud Said Linga, a significant figure in Bangsamoro studies and peace advocacy, who has made considerable contributions to the pursuit of self-determination and peace in the Bangsamoro region and in the Philippines. Professor Linga was born in Buog, Zamboanga, Sibugay, and his educational journey led him to acquire master's degrees in education and Islamic studies and an honorary doctorate in humanities for peace and development. He held influential roles, including the chairman of the Bangsamoro Consultative Council and executive director of the Institute of the Bangsamoro Studies, and participated in the Moro Islamic Liberation Front Peace Panel. Professor Linga is renowned for his extensive research in Bangsamoro studies, authoring pivotal works that explore the complexities of the Bangsamoro struggles and the establishment of the Bangsamoro Autonomous Region in Muslim Mindanao. Professor Linga's life and work reflect a deep understanding of the Bangsamoro people's history, culture, and aspirations, significantly impacting peace efforts and regional development. We're very honored, and it's our pleasure to introduce to you the first keynote speaker who's going to talk about the challenges on building the Bangsamoro government, none other than Abud Said Linga.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi ta'ala wabarakatuh. I am deeply honored to have the opportunity to be here today, and I extend my heartfelt gratitude to the Bangsamoro Research and Legal Network for the kind invitation to serve as a keynote speaker at this remarkable research conference focused on Bangsamoro. This conference represents a vital platform for discussing significant issues pertaining to the Bangsamoro region. I am thrilled to be part of such an important event, one that fosters understanding and progress for the Bangsamoro. For my key address, I plan to delve into the challenges in building the Bangsamoro government. I believe that sharing insights from my research will contribute meaningful to our collective understanding and dialogue on this critical subject. The Bangsamoro government is a milestone in Philippine history. As an autonomous entity within the Philippines, it represents the interests and aspirations of the Bangsamoro people. This government was established after years of negotiation, marking a pivotal step towards addressing historical injustices and self-governance. Its role is crucial in creating an inclusive, peaceful, and prosperous future for the Bangsamoro and the broader region. The success of the Bangsamoro government hinges on the support and participation of its people. This includes various ethnic and religious groups, with the Moro National Liberation Front and other organizations playing a vital role in legitimizing and effectively running the government. Strategies for garnering and maintaining this support are key, involving community engagement, transparent governance, and inclusive policies. We're advocating for a significant shift from traditional clan-based politics to a system for focusing on political ideologies and principles. This change is essential for promoting stability, transparency, and policy focused governance rather than personal gains. The proposals include introducing proportional representation to encourage broader participation and fair representation. In a ministerial system, the foundation of stable governance lies in strong principle-based political parties. These parties must embrace democratic norms, engage in policy focused campaigning and present a wide range of interest. Transition, transitions to this system involves educating political actors about it, encouraging broad-based participation and establishing clear legal frameworks for party operations.
Go.
A robust election management system is fundamental to our democracy. Civil society organizations are crucial in this as they monitor elections, educate voters, and advocate for fair practice in enhancing the electoral process involves improving voter registration, ensuring ballot security, and establishing efficient dispute resolution mechanisms. An effective government needs empowered legislators and strong bureaucracy. This is achieved through training, merit-based recruitment, and fostering professionalism in government service. Investing in civil servant education and training is crucial for building a capable and responsive bureaucratic apparatus. It is paramount to ensure that ethno-linguistic groups in the Bangsamoro region have a voice in governance, addressing geographic challenges and developing infrastructure to connect communities are vital for fair representation. We are considering systems like multi-member districts and regional representation to ensure broad and equitable representation. Efficient revenue collection and effective budget management are essential for the financial sustainability of the Bangsamoro government. We aim to align government spending with development goals and effective monitoring. Exploring diverse funding sources is crucial for supporting our development initiative. Corruption undermines governance, erodes public trust, and hampers development. To combat it, we need these strict laws, robust monitoring system, and transparent procedures, strengthening the capacity of anti-corruption bodies and ensuring judicial independence are crucial for preventing and punishing corrupt practices. Good governance is characterized by accountability, transparency, responsiveness, and inclusiveness. Establishing a fair and impartial legal system is vital to uphold the rule of law and protect citizens' rights. Implementing mechanisms for public oversight and regular audits will ensure transparency and accountability. To conclude, the Bangsamoro government faces several challenges, but addressing them effectively is key to its success and legitimacy. Overcoming these challenges holds these promises of peace, stability, and prosperity in the Bangsamoro region through effective and inclusive governance. Thank you for your attention and participation in this discussion.
Thank you so much, Professor Abud Said Linga, for giving us the insights that you have in your presentation. It is actually a publication published by Professor Paul Hatchcraft in his book published by Anvil Publishing called Mindanao, The Long Journey to Peace and Prosperity. What we have presented right now. Now, like to open the floor to open forum. If you have any questions, just put your questions, state on the chat box. We will be entertaining 2 to 3 questions. Or if you would like to raise your hand, you can do so. Yes, yes, Moner. Professor Yasmira Moner from MSU IIT.
Thank you, Dr. Steve. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you so much for that very insightful presentation, Professor Abud Said Linga. I've been reading your books about the Bangsamoro for when I did a grad course back then in Diliman. That's one of the references that I actually read about. So my question, Professor Linga, would be one of the challenge that we have right now in the transition is actually the structural constraint of the that we have right now in as much as we still have the presidential unitary system. Given that there is now a pending PRO in the Supreme Court with regard to the Bangsamoro Electoral Code. What do you think are the insights? Um, what should be the complementary approach in order for this structural constraints to be somehow negotiated? Because we see that in terms of social acceptance, there is still that difficulty. I think that's one of the greatest challenges we have right now. As far as the national discourse on Bangsamoro peace process is concerned. So as a scholar of Bangsamoro peace process, Professor, what do you think are the practical policy implications that we could help, particularly in the academe, to be able to bridge this structural constraint? Thank you, Prof.
Thank you, Professor Yasmira Muner. Abud, Prof. Abud.
Thank you for the question. I think we have just to be practical here in our approach. As a student of peace, what I can suggest is that we will continue with the negotiation with the Philippine government. We will also continue to find ways so that the peace will be a continuing search for peace. I hope we can have an opportunity to discuss this issue. I know the issue is quite difficult to tackle. Frankly, I didn't have the opportunity to discuss it elaborately. Hope we will be able to meet, and then I can discuss with you some of the details in this. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor Abud. Is that okay, Prof. Moner? Okay, thank you. Do you have any other questions? Looking at the chat box, none so far. If anyone would like to speak, just raise your hand so that you can also express your inquiry to Professor Linga. Oh, we have. Hi, Harvey Neer from MSU Marawi. Please unmute yourself.
Yes, good morning. Am I clear?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yes, thank you for a very intellectual presentation, Professor Linga. I am Harvey Niere. I am teaching economics at MSU Marawi. A large chunk of the budget of Bangsamoro government is due to this block grant coming from the national government. And I have some apprehension that the peace in Mindanao, the current peace situation in Mindanao is still fragile, and I am afraid that if this block grant cannot be sustained, then and the Bangsamoro government is not cannot be financially independent from this block grant, there might be some trouble ahead. So being in the academy, Professor Linga, I just want to ask what should be the role of the academy in helping the Bangsamoro government become independent from the support of national government to this block grant. Thank you.
Yeah, has an important role here. I think one important role the academy can play is to assess the Bangsamoro government in finding ways that it can generate its own resources. The idea of a black grant is it is actually a temporary arrangement wherein the national government will just give this temporary grant so that at the length of time will be able to stand alone. And that is the purpose of the black grant. The purpose of black is not for a it's not a it is not an arrangement wherein it will last forever. No, it is arranged. It is being conceptualized in order that this will be a temporary arrangement, so that the Bangsamoro government can find ways to stand alone.
Thank you, Professor Abud. And thank you, Harvey Neer, for asking that question. And the last question we'll be asking is Professor Ayas Abubakar.
Yeah. Thank you. Assalamualaikum everyone.
Alaikum
Assalamualaikum
salam.
Kaabod. Good morning sa inyong lahat. I just have a question concerning the Bangsamoro people who are living outside of the Philippines, the diaspora and the overseas foreign workers who are all Bangsamoro. I remember that in the definition of the name Bangsamoro, in its historical signing of the peace agreement in 2012, it included all people who do want to be affiliated to the word Bangsamoro, including their families as well. So in that way, it was an expansive and a politically expansive definition of the Bangsamoro that is trying to be inclusive Bangsamoro diaspora. But as of today, with BARM, in power, for quite some time now, are there any movements towards the inclusiveness of Bangsamoro people in the BARM? Are there any intentions of giving representation to this diaspora and the overseas Bangsamoro workers?
Aisha, I think this is one issue that is not yet being resolved, because I think not much discussion has been given to this. I agree with you that some attention has to be given to this issue, because there's a lot of diaspora. There's a lot of people who want to who claim to be Bangsamoro, and they have all the right to be called Bangsamoro. So I think some legislation has to be passed in order to define who are these Bangsamoro, what will be the process, for them to be to become Bangsamoro and all of this. As of now, I think the, the as of now, the concern more are more on legislation for the economic stability, for political issues and so on. But I hope that some discussion can start for this issue. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Prof. Ayas Abubakar, and to our first keynote speaker, Professor Abud Said Linga. Thank you again for all of the responses that you've given to us, Professor Linga. Now we're going to proceed now, as we don't have much time, to the next keynote speaker. It is also an honor for the Bangsamoro Research Legal Network to have one of the most prominent figures in the Bangsamoro leadership as we have today, especially at the Bangsamoro Transition Authority, BTA. We have our floor leader and also the Bangsamoro Attorney Generals of the BARM, of the Bangsamoro Autonomous Region in Muslim Mindanao, none other than Attorney Shah Elijah B. Dumama Alba. She presently is the floor leader of the Bangsamoro Parliament, and she plays a vital role in shaping the region's legislative agenda and justice system. Attorney Dumama Alba holds key positions such as the chairperson of the Committee on Rules and the vice chairperson of the Statutory Committee on Bangsamoro Justice System. With a focus on strengthening the Sharia and promoting the tri-justice system in BARM, she also represents the Moro Islamic Liberation Front in the transition from ARMM to BARM. An Asia Foundation Development Fellow alumna, she placed third in the 2018 Special Sharia Bar examination and is recognized as a leader in various international platforms. Attorney Dumama Alba holds a bachelor's degree from University of the Philippines, Diliman, a law degree from San Beda, and a recent master holders in public management from the Development Academy of the Philippines. Attorney Shah Elijah de Mama Alba will present the Bangsamoro justice system. It's really an honor and a pleasure to have Attorney Shah Elijah B. de Mama Alba, the floor leader of the Bangsamoro Transition Authority.
Thank you, Doc Nasef. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. It is really an honor to be here and represent not just the Bangsamoro Attorney General's Office, but also the Bangsamoro Transition Authority Parliament. And I would have to make a disclaimer that I am not an academician. I'm not from the academe, but with the guidance of Doc Nasef and his team, when I was taking up my master's in the Development Academy of the Philippines, I have taken keen interest in many themes that surround the Bangsamoro transition, especially in governance. So thank you for this opportunity. As mentioned, I am going to be presenting on the Bangsamoro justice system, being the focal person of the Bangsamoro government on justice and reforms. So thank you, Doc Nasef. May I request the Secretariat to please flash on the screen the presentation? At ang hirap po nasundan ang isang Professor Abud Sayed Linga, who has also been a mentor when I was serving and helping in the peace process.
We're just waiting for the final presentation of Attorney Lai. I hope it will be flashed on the screen. Apologize for the technical difficulty, why it's not flashing. Oh, there you are.
Alhamdulillah. Thank you very much. So again, I'm Shah Elayha Birwar Dumama Alba from the Bangsamoro Attorney General's Office in the BTA Parliament. Next slide, please. Let's first talk about the legal basis for the creation of the justice system in the Bangsamoro and the court system in the Bangsamoro. Section 18, Article 10 of the 1987 Constitution provides for the enactment of an organic act for each autonomous region, which shall define the basic structure of government in the region. The organic acts shall likewise provide for special courts with family, personal, and property law jurisdiction consistent with the provisions of the Constitution and national laws. Section 1, Article 10 of RA 11054, or the Bangsamoro Organic Law, on the other hand, provides for the justice system in the Bangsamoro, which shall be administered in accordance with the unique cultural and historical heritage of the Bangsamoro. The dispensation of justice in the Bangsamoro Autonomous Region shall be in consonance with the Constitution, Sharia, traditional or tribal laws, and other relevant laws. So Sharia, based on the organic law, shall apply exclusively to Muslims, and where a case involves a non-Muslim, Sharia law may apply only if the non-Muslim voluntarily submits to the jurisdiction of the Sharia court. Now, talking about the traditional or tribal laws, the Bangsamoro Organic Law says that it shall be applicable to disputes of indigenous peoples within the Bangsamoro Autonomous Region. But the Bangsamoro justice system shall not prejudice the rights of non-Muslims and non-indigenous peoples. Under Section 2, Article 7 of the 1987 Constitution, Congress has the power to define, prescribe, and apportion the jurisdiction of the various courts in the country. And Section 5 of RA 9054, which was the organic law for the ARMM, provides that the Sharia courts shall have jurisdiction over criminal cases involving Muslims. Next slide, please. Post-colonial and present references have documented that inhabitants in the Bangsamoro region have used various forms of dispute resolution mechanisms to resolve their issues and pursue justice. The history of the region, the cultural diversity of the people, as well as the conflicts that the inhabitants have endured, lent to the different forms of legal and justice institutions that coexist, cooperate, or compete with each other. The variety of dispute resolution mechanisms in Mindanao pertains to formal, meaning formal courts such as the secular and Sharia courts, the informal or community-based settings, and the hybrid forms. A study conducted in 2018 identified over 20 forms of dispute resolution mechanisms in Mindanao. Article 10 of the Bangsamoro Organic Law clearly sets out the legal foundation, recognizing legal pluralism in the Bangsamoro and the establishment of a multi-layered justice system. The model of justice provided in the BOL is one of plural or hybrid system with the formal mechanism of Sharia as a key feature. So the BOL clearly adopts a secular one-court system where the Philippine Supreme Court sits at the apex and provides general administration and supervision over all courts. Throughout this presentation, I will be referencing this one-court system. The Bangsamoro justice system is to be administered taking into account the region's cultural and historical heritage, again in consonance with the 1987 Constitution, Sharia, traditional or tribal laws, and other relevant laws. The Bangsamoro justice system is comprised of existing secular courts. The Sharia courts recognizes the indigenous people, the rights of indigenous peoples to use their indigenous justice systems, and provides for adoption of ADR, alternative dispute resolution. Next slide, please. For those who have practiced in Mindanao, alternative dispute resolution is not an alternative, but the main form of dispute resolution. A study has confirmed that over 95% prefer, trust, and consider alternative dispute resolution as their first and perhaps only course for justice. ADR in the context of Bangsamoro has many shades and forms. It can refer to community-based dispute resolution mechanisms such as family and clans, katarungang pambarangay, and other hybrids such as the municipal or provincial peace and order councils. There's also court-assisted or mandated ADR that is recognized by the Supreme Court. ADR has been performed by local chief executives themselves, mayors, governors, some NGOs and military, as well as Sharia courts established by the MILF, the MNLF, with their front commanders and others. Some respondents of the studies pointed out that while ADR has been relatively successful in mediating disputes in Bangsamoro, there are also other negative attributes such as existence of power differentials, hierarchy, and unbridled use of blood money payment or diyat. The involvement of women in these processes is also minimal. RIDO is also considered as a valid way of settling disputes, which is confirmed in prior studies, even among professionals. ADR, is a valid way of settling disputes, even among professionals, and despite acknowledging the destructive consequences of settling RIDOs in ADR. There's a need to transform the violent aspects of ADR in Bangsamoro into a peaceful and empowering one. In a study between 2014 to 2017 on how hybrid justice mechanisms in the then ARMM respond to disputes, 27.2% out of 200 key informants from Marawi, Maguindanao, Basilan, Sulu, Tawi-Tawi, and Zamboanga City reported that they had been involved in disputes, and 26.2% were involved in dispute settlement. A percentage of these respondents, particularly 84.4% of women and 77% men, reported their disputes or issues, and they have identified that they were inclined to approach a family or clan member, the Katarungang Pambarangay, community or village elders and leaders, the police, the public prosecutor or fiscal's office, and the public attorney's office when they report their disputes. A chunk of the number have declared that RIDO is necessary before a dispute or problem can be resolved. In these resolutions, at any of the options aforementioned, 61.3% considered the resolution fair, 7% said not fair, and 11% said neither fair nor fair. Next slide, please. Studies have also shown that in choosing a justice provider, those who are involved in disputes consider safety and security of the individual and their family, trust and confidence on provider, and the cost of pursuing outcomes. It is also worthy to note that 80% of litigants in Sharia courts are women. With this observation, it has been said that Sharia courts have become women's courts because cases processed in the Sharia include divorce, support of children, and restitution of marriages. For those who have been to the courts, 58% reported that it was useful to them, while only 2% did not find going to the courts useful. Next slide, please. On the respondents' preferred justice outcomes, it has been shown that trust in the institutions is linked to the capacity for enforcement where the providers finds resources for diya or blood money and kanduri or feast. Among the outcomes that they expect out of dispute resolution are reconciliation of parties, speedy resolution, payment of blood money, and imprisonment of offenders. Next slide. So some of the issues and challenges on the application of Sharia as part of the Philippine legal system include, first, legitimacy. So Muslim scholars, also known as ulama, consider Sharia in the context of Presidential Decree 1083 or the Code of Muslim Personal Laws as non-Islamic, as Islamic law's core teachings are based on divine principles. As a result, some Muslim scholars do not entirely accept the provisions under the Bangsamoro justice system of the Bangsamoro Organic Law for lack or failure to reflect actual Islamic teachings. The institutional design of having Sharia courts within a one-court system of the Supreme Court makes some unconvinced that the state is after the welfare of Muslims in the Philippines because the courts remain unorganized, unfilled, or inexistent. As for qualifications and standards of personnel, the BOL requires judges to be both members of Sharia and regular Philippine bar. This has apparently become a divisive issue. There is consensus, however, on the need to professionalize and raise the quality of Sharia practice. Current Sharia practitioners and judges undergo 45-day trainings, and then they pass the special Sharia bar examination. The legitimacy of Sharia courts has been questioned on the basis of these inadequate or poor credentials within Mindanao and outside. Most respondents also acknowledge the lack of or the less demand for Sharia courts. This also affects the decision or hesitancy of the Supreme Court and its Office of the Court Administrator to fill in vacancies at both the circuit and district levels. On the other hand, there is argument for the creation of courts, especially in those areas that have no access to courts, thus a way to create demand. It was also argued that Sharia court's jurisdiction is very limited to persons and family matters, that it is impossible to increase numbers without divorcing most families in the community. The feeling of neglect on the part of the Sharia courts has been intimated in the lack of sense of urgency in filling vacancies in said courts by the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court, again, under the one-court system, still retains administrative supervision over the courts and as the court of last resort for the Sharia courts. The Office of the Court Administrator is responsible in establishing courts and appointment of court personnel, including those of Sharia court and district courts and the High Court. Notwithstanding this, the Sharia courts feel that they are not provided with adequate resources, such as capacity building, personnel, and infrastructure by the Supreme Court. There's also a lack of respect from peers who also sit in the bench because Sharia judges are only judges for Sharia. There's also a perceived lack of information campaigns on the implementation of Article 10 on the Bangsamoro justice system and the Sharia courts. Hence, community awareness is low. People remain unaware of the Bangsamoro justice system, its existence, and the functions of the Sharia courts. People in places with no courts have problems determining where to prosecute their grievances. Next slide, please. So here is a graph of 2008 to 2015 caseload of Sharia courts. You will see the total court load of Sharia courts in the ARMM for this period, and the areas are color coded: light blue for Basilan, orange for Sulu. Okay, can we go back? Yeah. So purple for Tawi-Tawi, yellow for Lanao del Sur, blue for Maguindanao. Okay, so as you can see, most of the cases are in Maguindanao, the green in the graph. And as for civil cases, mas madami po yung ordinary civil cases in Sharia circuit court, in Sharia circuit courts. So this is based from the Office of the Court Administrator. Okay, next slide, please. So we'll look at the main findings. Article 10, Section 2 of the Bangsamoro Organic Law says that the Sharia courts, as well as regular courts within the BARM, are subject to the supervision of the Supreme Court, with a reiteration that Sharia courts within BARM form part of the Philippine justice system or judicial system. And so we pose this question: should current practices on administrative supervision of lower courts be reshaped or at least clarified, given the Bangsamoro Organic Law's intention to allow for meaningful self-governance within the Bangsamoro territory? Still on the matter of hierarchy of courts, during the first Bangsamoro Tri-Justice system that the Bangsamoro Attorney General's Office spearheaded in February this year, participants from the MILF Supreme Sharia Court presented and discussed their context, operations, and issues by way of fleshing out the nature, effect, and execution of their decisions in the prevailing justice system in the BARM. The recommendation there was to enact a law that will adopt its structure, procedure, and decisions as an alternative dispute resolution mechanism in the BARM. In effect, this might necessitate defining and limiting the jurisdiction of the MILF Supreme Sharia Court to avoid conflict with the regular courts. This was a subject that was left for further discussion, as it contains sensitive ramifications that need further deliberation. On indigenous peoples and tribal justice system, there are two different opinions as to the appropriate way to recognize indigenous justice. One is to formalize, perhaps by documenting and codifying indigenous practices, so that decisions of indigenous or tribal courts can be recognized or fully enforced, as well as programmatically resourced. Another is to retain its informality, but to ensure that the processes are enhanced to ensure fairness, transparency, and accountability. The BOL provides for an office, but not courts, that the BTA Parliament can legislate on. This is because constitutionally, any establishment of new courts will rest on the Philippine Congress. Either way, as officer courts, it will subject indigenous practices to some form of state regulation and scrutiny. This is something that indigenous peoples, especially the elders, are resisting or adamant about. One of the issues raised is delimiting the jurisdiction of tribal courts to minor offenses. They argue that tribal courts have exercised jurisdiction on all cases, even serious ones, since time immemorial. However, they also point out that although they have found ways to enforce them, the system is subject to uncertainties and forum shopping when litigants are not happy with the decisions, because they tend to take the decisions, elevate the decisions to the regular courts. The difficulty in crafting rules for indigenous peoples or indigenous justice is also problematic given the diversity of indigenous groups in the Bangsamoro. As mentioned by Professor Linga earlier, there are at least 13 ethno-linguistic groups in the BARM. Membership in an ethnic group that is the basis for invoking indigenous justice is also complex, that there's no census of indigenous population in the Philippines. There's also a question of qualifications of the judges and the issue of empowering women. Next slide, please. So going back to the one court system of the Supreme Court, reference is made to Supreme Court Circular number 30-91 on the guidelines on the functions of the Office of the Court Administrator. Among the functions are judicial discipline of judges, justices, and personnel of both Sharia and regular courts in the BARM, administrative interventions in case management of Sharia and regular courts in the BARM, including the designation of executive judges and detail of judges to other courts, personnel management, and liaison with the executive and legislative departments. Next slide, please. On the other hand, under the Bangsamoro Administrative Code, the Supreme Court shall, upon recommendation of the presiding justice of the Sharia Court, appoint the court administrator and clerk of court of the High Court. Such other personnel as may be necessary for the Sharia Court shall be appointed by the presiding justice of said court. For example, the court administrator mentioned that the Office of the Court Administrator will put together a proposal on the office structure and personnel component of the Sharia High Court to know how much is needed to set it up. This proposal will be patterned after the Court of Appeals and the staffing pattern of CA judges. Also, at that time, the court administrator was Justice Marquez. He foresees that the possibility of the OCA delineating the duties of the Sharia Court's court administrator and clerk of court, which are both created under the Bangsamoro Administrative Code. So are all of these still part of the Supreme Court's power of administrative supervision, or do these tasks, meaning defining the functions of the court administrator and the clerk of court and putting together the High Court's staffing pattern, fall under the Bangsamoro government's domain? And so we note that danger of overlapping goes both ways. Therefore, drawing lines between administration of justice by the Bangsamoro government and administrative supervision of courts by the Supreme Court is essential. Next slide, please. Remember that the BARM has a parliamentary form of government. While the administration of justice is not per se a power granted for it to have wide latitude of jurisdiction to expand, there are statutorily granted powers and jurisdiction to it under the Bangsamoro Organic Law. Therefore, it is crucial to establish a coordination mechanism between the Parliament and the Supreme Court in relation to Article 10 of the BOL to clarify any confusion, actual or potential, that may arise from the Supreme Court's exercise of its supervision of courts in the BARM, and to ensure that the Bangsamoro government's authority over the administration of justice is exercised smoothly vis-a-vis the SC's administrative supervision of courts. Next slide, please. Section 5, Article 7 of the BOL suggests that the parliament is expected to allot funds for the Sharia courts, or at least for the Sharia High Court, in its annual appropriations. The parliament has the power under the BOL to enact a legislation allowing the High Court presiding justice to augment any general appropriations law item for its office from savings in other items where it received an appropriation. This is really the language of the law. This provision clearly shows the parliament's power to appropriate funds to the High Court. This power aligns with the fiscal autonomy section of the Bangsamoro Organic Law, stating that the annual block grant coming from the national government shall be sufficient for the exercise of the powers and functions of the Bangsamoro government. With the administration of justice as one of the powers, the Bangsamoro government can therefore justify its appropriation of funding for the Sharia courts. So should the Supreme Court bear the budgetary requirements? If yes, will Parliament's power to enact a law allowing the High Court presiding justice to augment any general appropriations law item be rendered meaningless? Should the BARM spend for it from the annual block grant? If yes, how will it affect the Supreme Court's exercise of its power of supervision over the courts? Should they share? How? So without funds available, High Court cannot be organized and 5 seats for justices cannot be filled. So there's an absurd situation where the salaries for lower courts come from the Supreme Court and those for the High Court and its personnel come from the Bangsamoro government. So building the Bangsamoro justice system can be done by operationalizing Article 10 of the Bangsamoro Organic Law. If we go by the importance of key issues and priority work identified, stakeholders are keen on incremental and progressive changes. The approach is bottom-up that would ensure buy-in from the people and communities at the grassroots. After all, they are the true beneficiaries of the Bangsamoro justice system. There's so far no appetite for a comprehensive legislation that would drastically alter the status quo and create uncertainties and instability. Most of the steps to operationalize Article 10 involves more of administrative work, cooperation and coordination, and resource mobilization among stakeholders. For example, filling in of court vacancies, establishment of High Court, integration of the Sharia bar, education reform, and capacity building can all be done within the current legislation. As far as the Sharia courts are concerned, jurisdiction and competencies are clearly spelled out and strictly then defined in the Bangsamoro Organic Law and existing Supreme Court jurisprudence. That is, the jurisdiction of the Sharia is limited to cases where both parties are Muslims or if the non-Muslim submits to the jurisdiction of the Sharia court. There is not much point of contention when it comes to persons and family relations. There may be instances where conflict of laws can happen involving multiple parties or when the litigants are both indigenous and Muslims. Also, there's a question whether the Muslim law applies when one is outside of the Bangsamoro territory. One view asserts that Sharia is applicable wherever the Muslim is. This is also one of the justifications for the creation of Sharia courts outside of the BARM. The other view is that one can choose which law or courts to apply to one situation. That's why it's hybrid. Forum shopping then becomes a consequence of this and can result to many uncertainties and clash of jurisdictions. It has also been pointed out that conversion for convenience, and it happens a lot, becomes the sole purpose of getting a divorce or having multiple wives, and this should be prevented or regulated. On qualification of judges, so the new provision gives current Sharia judges 2 years to comply with the new legal requirement. The Supreme Court, however, has not enforced this new qualification. In fact, during the last hiring cycle, the Supreme Court issued a notice that it will suspend the hiring process for the Sharia courts while reviewing the qualifications under the Bangsamoro Organic Law. However, it will enforce the new qualification of judges for future judges. There's currently no inventory who among the current judges have complied and who are unable to comply. There's also a need for an inventory or list of Sharia practitioners who obtained double qualifications and those who may be interested in applying for judgeship. As a member both of the Philippine Bar and the Special Sharia Bar, I have sensed that those who have the qualifications prefer to be in the regular law practice or other employment because it is more lucrative and there are no security issues involved. On establishment of Sharia High Court, there's an urgency in the creation of circuit and district courts under existing laws. This is something that can be done independent of the BOL. But to be candid, as Bangsamoro Attorney General, I am of the sentiment that the establishment of a Sharia High Court is not a priority just because there might not be qualified applicants to become justices in the High Court. And I would prefer a more bottom-up approach, which means we need to strengthen the profession and appoint judges in the lower level courts to provide enough a pool of qualified applicants to become justices. But others argue that the establishment of a high court, although it's costly, is important as it can raise the legitimacy of the court and start the development of Islamic jurisprudence developed by Muslim Filipino jurists. A lot of the academics and practitioners agree that the High Court is a priority. On the creation of Sharia courts outside the BARM, it has long been advocated by various Muslim civil society groups to create Sharia courts outside of Mindanao. This is now provided for in the BOL, but can only be done by Philippine Congress upon the recommendation of the Supreme Court. Again, the feasibility of this project needs to be supported by evidence so that the Supreme Court can likewise push it to Congress. But I believe that there should be a study to make an inventory of current Sharia practitioners in areas outside of Luzon, especially Metro Manila, and to gauge the demand. The Office of the Court Administrator also suggested to pilot a Sharia court in Manila, but as an extension of an unfailed or unorganized court in the Bangsamoro. On substantive laws, amendment of the Code of Muslim Personal Laws, PD 1083, apart from a draft amendment of PD 1083, which was filed by MP Bara during the first BTA, there's no existing initiative to legislate on commercial and criminal laws. This is also one aspect that is considered as a priority so that it creates demand for Sharia adjudication. The criminal aspect seems to be less relevant given that the offenses covered are only those involving ta'zir and penalties do not exceed as arresto mayor by law, which by law can now be dealt with by community legal service or community service. These minor offenses can also be resolved in community dispute resolutions or mechanisms, although many petty crimes or disagreements often result in RIDO and could escalate into violence or conflicts. As vice chairperson of the Bangsamoro Justice System, we're also now, we have assigned Deputy Speaker Ms. Wari to draft a law that could trigger many legislations on Sharia justice. On possible conflict of laws, enactment of the substantive laws should be carefully studied, especially Islamic criminal law, as there is a general penal law that applies to everyone regardless of location within the Philippines. Between commercial law and criminal law, enacting the former, which is commercial law, would invite less controversy or sensitivity and could also generate buy-in from diverse groups. Next slide, please. So on professionalizing and raising the standard of Sharia practice, we have Sharia education and Islamic curriculum that we are currently developing with the Legal Education Board. So it might interest you to know that the Legal Education Board is also keen in promoting Sharia in law schools in Metro Manila. And then there's also the integration with the Sharia Bar. Currently, this is at the level of the Supreme Court. We have submitted draft rules on the integration of the Sharia Bar, which is a product of many, many consultations with Sharia practitioners all over BARM. And of course, developing a law on alternative dispute resolution, as I mentioned before. Next slide, please. So as I'm almost at the end of my slides, I wish to emphasize that there is an existing model that is embodied in the Bangsamoro Organic Law. This is by no means perfect, but contains and prescribes the techniques and mechanisms for establishing the Bangsamoro justice system. So we have the first recommendation is creating a coordination mechanism between Supreme Court and the Bangsamoro government. There is currently an intergovernmental relations body mechanism, but this is at the level of the executive and the legislative. Currently, there's no IGR body for the justice system. So it would be nice to create this kind of coordination mechanism between the Supreme Court and the Bangsamoro government. And then we also have to survey the, as I mentioned, the interest in the Sharia. So accurate data will guide informed policy decisions in the creation of courts. So we have to also look at the study implications of having two categories of Sharia courts. The BOL, of course, because it only applies regionally. In terms of qualifications, it has different qualifications for Sharia court judges and justices versus those Sharia courts outside of the BARM. So how do we go about that? And I think we need to study how that could impact on the Bangsamoro justice system. Then there are areas of legislation which are BOL sanctioned, including the indigenous practices, the traditional and tribal justice system, and upgrading the Sharia rules of court, which is currently being done by the Supreme Court through Justice Dima Ampao. And then there's the integration of the Sharia bar, as I mentioned. And of course, it's really important to have a voice in the Judicial and Bar Council, the one that facilitates the hiring of judges in the Philippines. So it's important that we have a seat in the JBC. So I hope, and a special thanks to Dr. Imelda Dainla. Attorney Dainla helped us when we were conceptualizing the Bangsamoro Justice System framework. And now Attorney Mehol Sadain is also helping us develop the framework for the Bangsamoro Justice System, for allowing me to share some of the studies and research that I have done. So again, I'm not an academic, but I have the great honor of working with academics and learning from the process. So thank you very much, everyone.
Thank you so much, Attorney Lai, for a very insightful presentation, especially your great assistance in establishing and crafting the Bangsamoro justice system, and also how to incorporate a tripartite justice system between the regular courts, Sharia, and also as well as the traditional customary laws that we've had from different communities in the Bangsamoro. Now, we're now opening the floor to questions. I'd like to call on Professor Ayesa Abubakar, who also had raised questions on the chat box. So you have the floor, Professor Abubakar.
Yeah, thank you so much, moderator. Okay, sorry, I cannot share my camera. It was really a comprehensive presentation and work done by our AGC. So we're very proud of Attorney Lai for doing a good job. And she really pointed out, the limitations of the development of the court system in the BARM. Okay, and I think with her discussions, I think BARM is on the right track, in trying to decipher between the Philippine court system and the Sharia court system in the BARM. Okay, and I think the arguments are well founded, and that the process for continuing the research in the justice system. But my concern more is on the indigenous people. Although she has also mentioned about the limitations of the indigenous people's courts. Its development really rests on the Philippine Congress. At the same time, while we all know that there is an IPRA for indigenous peoples and how to promote their own court system, I think there is really I see this, in fact, as an opportunity for young scholars who are here in this online meeting, to be inspired and motivated to do a thesis, a research, how do we support the development of our brothers and sisters in the indigenous people? Because after all, the indigenous people in the BARM are very, very important to all of us. So we should never leave them behind. We should just not let it go that that is not the problem of BARM. We can only support them, as far as we can, but we should in fact give more effort to that. And maybe some young researchers would want to focus that and engage BARM, continue this research and policy making for the indigenous people's courts. Another point that I wish to make is that while there is now such a interest, on developing the Sharia court, I think we should also not lose focus on the very basic issue among the Bangsamoro people is the access to justice among Bangsamoro people, ordinary Bangsamoro people. I wanted to know from the AGC, Attorney Lai, is there, a development of like a mobile court system in the BARM area, especially in the rural areas? So I will end with that question. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ma'am Ayesa. It's good to connect with you, although online. So as to the availability or access to justice, especially in those coming from the rural areas, it's really the Supreme Court has approached us to partner on to collaborate on a project, the Justice on Wheels project of the Supreme Court, so that we could reach the areas where there's less access to justice, no? But then that was before COVID. And then after COVID, I'm not sure if they have lost interest in it, or if BARM has become less of a priority for them to initiate it. And so what we do in the Bangsamoro Attorney General's office is we conduct community legal services where we visit all of these areas of the BARM. We have gone to Sulu, Basilan, Tawi-Tawi, Marawi, Lanao del Sur, in fact, and Maguindanao, Upi, for the indigenous peoples, where we educate them and make them aware of their rights under the PD 1083 and the Bangsamoro Organic Law. But still, it also, makes me sad that we are still at the level of educating and not, awareness pa. But at the same time, we're also developing a tri-justice legal framework through the help of Attorney Sadain, so that we in the Parliament can legislate on matters that are within the jurisdiction of the Parliament under the Bangsamoro Organic Law that could improve access to justice in the Bangsamoro.
Thank you so much, Attorney Lai and Professor Abubakar. It's also great to mention Professor Attorney Sadain's help in the Bangsamoro justice system. I'd like to call on who raised the hand, Munaim Malawani from National Commission of Muslim Filipinos. You have the floor.
Yes, Assalamualaikum. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear. Alaikum salam.
Sorry, I cannot on my video. This is the one, ma'am. I am Munay Malawani from the CMF Europe External Relation. So we came up with the problem with the Bangsamoro coming from our office seeking assistance. So as we all know, Bangsamoro people resides not only in Mindanao, where in fact you can find it in different places in the Philippines, in Manila. So now the problem is we have no Sharia court here in Manila. So our mandate in the office is to actually give assistance to the Muslim Filipinos who are seeking to work abroad. Then, so
they came to our office to seek assistance, but the problem is very limited because actually we like for the kwan the we facilitate the what how do you call this marriage documents to the Sharia court, and sometimes there are Muslims who are crying in our office because we cannot provide uh, dynamic assistance to them because we have no Sharia court. The only part that came in our office is to facilitate by sending the documents to the Sharia court in Mindanao. So now, uh, my question is, what is your kwan? Kasi you mentioned already the creation of the Sharia court outside Barm. So now, what is your plan and the move or perspective plan for the creation? Is it region to region in here in example in Mindanao? Because in South Luzon, the Muslim Filipino, their survey is uh, 200 more or less 200,000 Muslim Filipino reside in Kuan, South Luzon. Imagine how big the Muslim Kuan seeking assistance to them in South Luzon. The South Luzon comprises of the Palawan region, the Sorsogon, the somewhere in uh, maybe in Sorsogon, yes, in Sorsogon, in Albay, in North Luzon, in Baguio also. So that's all, ma'am.
Thank you po, sir. Assalamualaikum. So as you mentioned, it's there's a pending bill on the creation of Sharia courts, and the Bangsamoro government has always been supportive of this move. However, as I also mentioned, when we were talking with the Supreme Court, specifically with the Office of the Court Administrator, the trajectory is that we need to also make an inventory of who are Sharia practitioners in the area so that we are ensured that by putting up a Sharia court outside of the bar, maybe in Metro Manila or elsewhere, there will be somebody who can sit in the Sharia courts. We have seen how many Sharia courts in the country, especially in parts of Mindanao, are still unorganized and unfilled. Wala pong judges. So even if there is a demand in Manila or in Luzon, are we ready for it? Are we do we have the absorptive capacity? Do we have the professionals for it? But still, if your question is about what the Bangsamoro government, what is the stand of the Bangsamoro government on this? Of course, we are supportive, and we would like Bangsamoro people living outside of the BARM to have access to justice, even in the level of Sharia courts.
Thank you, Attorney Lai, and thank you, Mr. Malawani.
Thank you po.
Maraming salamat. Now, the last questions that we'll be having for today's session is from the Christian sector, Sister Fe C. Felizarta. You may unmute yourself and ask questions to MP Floor Leader Attorney Lai. Sister Felizarta.
Good morning po. Mapita langon. I am Sister Felizardo from the Notre Dame University. I am a nun. I am a Christian. I am overwhelmed by the presentation of attorney. Hence, I am not a lawyer. I have a little only grasp of what is Bangsamoro law and justice system. Just a simple question, because I am at the same time handling peace classes and development at the Notre Dame University. Attorney, my inquiry, my question, my concern is from our side, since in the Bangsamoro, place, or here in Cotabato, we are living side by side, not only Muslims, but this is the tribe people, no, is present here. Now, in our part, no, what would be the expectation of the Bangsamoro legal system, no, from our side, what to contribute so as to enhance this very vivid and lofty desire of the Bangsamoro. So as for us, I think the main goal is to live in peace and harmony, side by side. So what contribution are or contributions can we, no, from our side, support, no, this system, no? And what are also the expectations coming from us, and how can we, no, how can we collaborate, no? So as this particular system be also transmitted, no, to everyone, no, especially outside the academy. Thank you po.
Thank you po, sister. And thank you for also taking interest in the Bangsamoro justice system. So what we are asking everyone, and I think really the organizers, I echo the sentiment of Ate Ayesha. Thank you to the organizers because of creating this platform for awareness, no, and education of everyone about the Bangsamoro issues. So as the NDU community has also been a good partner, one of the longest partner of Bangsamoro Attorney General's office in having all of our forums, no. Recently po nagka-forum din kami dyan. And we ask everybody to provide space for this kind of education and information campaign awareness on what the BARM does, what the Bangsamoro justice system is, and also participate po sa mga ganitong mga conferences. That's a big contribution because, as you have shared, ma'am, you teach, no, peace classes, and making everybody aware of the tri-justice system and the legal pluralism that we observe in the Bangsamoro region is already a contribution. The second thing I think would be to empower din po yung ating mga alternative dispute resolution mechanisms like the Katarungang Pambarangay, which is not just only for Muslims but also for everybody. No, that studies have shown that not very many are aware that the Katarungang Pambarangay is one of the functioning mechanisms for access to justice. So yung awareness nga po ng mga tao at well, generally, we are peace-loving citizens and individuals, but of course, dispute and conflict is part of life. At meron naman po tayong mga ganong mga mechanisms na pwede pong puntahan. So thank you very much, ma'am.
Thank you po.
Thank you so much, Sister Felizarta. And maraming salamat to floor leader, Attorney Sha Elijah de Mama Alba, isa sa mga pundasyon ng Bangsamoro leadership that we have had now, and is also greatly helping establishing the Bangsamoro justice system. We're now in the closure of our second keynote presentation. And after the third keynote presentation, we'll be presenting the certificate of recognitions and participation to all of our 3 keynote presentations this morning. Now, without any further ado, it is our, privilege and honor to no, dear. We're going to present later the certificate of recognitions. Our third keynote presentation is none other than one of the most prominent Muslim public intellectual, Professor Attorney Datu Michael O. Mastura is well acquainted with the attitudes of the Bangsamoro intelligentsia, in which Islam becomes a source of identity, if not an ideology. Attorney Mastura's major books are Muslim Filipino Experience, published in 1984, Bangsamoro Quest, published in 2012, and the latest the Rulers of Maguindanao in Modern History, published in this year, 2023, by Ateneo de Manila Press. Attorney Mastura edited the Cesar Mahul's collection of essays entitled Islam and Development in 1984. And as a lawmaker, Congressman Mastura crafted the Code of Muslim Laws in the Philippines in 1996, the Charter of the Islamic Investment Bank of the Philippines, the Philippine Passport Law, and the People's Television Act. He has been an amicus curiae to the Supreme Court. His seminal work on legal pluralism in the Philippines appeared in the Journal of Law and Society 1994. Also, as a professorial lecturer, he has contributed chapters to books such as Southeast Asians in the Era of Globalization in 2014, Islam and Civilizational Renewal, also published articles on Islam, Muslim law, and history, and other journals devoted to politics, peace negotiation, and contemporary issues. Very, very, very humbled, and privileged and honored to have today's keynote presentation, none other than one of the most prominent Muslim public intellectual, Professor Attorney Datu Michael O. Mastura.
Thank you very much. Hello there. Assalamu alaikum.
Alaikum assalam.
Well, I don't know how much time I have left. The previous speakers.
You have 30 minutes, maximum 30 minutes.
Yes.
Attorney Mastura.
Okay. You can give me 20 or less. I wrote the paper for this occasion. I would rather be a commentator actually, and I hope you do not present me as keynote speaker, because the idea of a keynote speaker is only one, key, and the note, and that is the theme. So my assigned topic would be different. So these are administrative way of presenting. So I would rather be a presenter this morning and a commentator to previous speakers, so that we can have a whole kind of mental set in approaching the discussion. So first, I send I think I texted from my assistant the topic that I should. Can it be plus on your side, Attorney or Professor Adjung, or on my side? Yes? Hello? Can it be done?
Yes, it's already flashed on the screen. The Can Bangsamoro Can Bangsamoro Growth Push take priority to the next level? It's already on the screen. Can we probably have a full? All right. Okay. It's already on the screen. That too, Mastura.
Thank you very much, Professor Adjong. I would like to begin by saying that I have been jotting down the presentation of Abud Saidlinga, then si Laila Dumama is along the way of my expertise, having written and authored with Dr. Mahul the PD 1083. So it comes also now under my first subtitle there, Islam in Public Life, Al-Siyasat Al-Islamiyah. No, because what follows, number 2, governance, moral traction, would be the Siyasat Madaniya. It will bring in civil society, public life and civil society. I will explain Al-Ghanima shortly. The third would be on the question of rehabilitation related to the peace negotiation and the peace process, And therefore, the subject would be about social welfare economy in Islam, which is al-maslaha wal-mursala. It will take a long time to explain that. And therefore, we can summarize in this very moment my own presentation. Who owns the peace process now? Who makes decision in transition? These are two lingering questions in my mind. First is because what we have now in BARM is not a parliamentary system. So it is off tangent from what we demanded at the negotiating table. That may sound critical of the administration now, namely the MILF leadership, but that is a reality. Now, that is why even if Islam in public life is involved in the day-to-day conception of the BARM, what we hear is a moral governance traction. Does it mean that it is also the jihad traction? Some time ago, nearly maybe a decade or 10 years, I asked the question about the future of political Islam in the Philippines in this 21st century. That has been published. It has not been answered. Now, one of the comments I would say this morning is that is because the so-called government of the day is actually pursued along the line of al-Ghanima mindset. Again, this might sound critical, but we have to talk about realities on the ground, not just as academics. And the reality on the ground is that some of the leadership and followers have this mentality of to the victors belong the spoils. This was enunciated in the time of Andrew Jackson in American history. But there is this Ganima, meaning to say the MILF have won the war against the government. That is not true. So there is no Ganima. The Ganima is the spoils of war. And that is why I am interested in jotting down notes. And one of the notes that I jotted down is the question of block grants. I borrowed this block grant concept in the first armed law with the late Senator Pimentel and others when we wrote the first law on devolution, and that is the law governing BARM, and rather ARM. Now, what brings up in this discussion is a matter of have we elevated the public agenda to improve our public lives in the Bangsamoro region. So far, what I find is, again, a little critical, most of them critical, because precisely I am assigning myself a role after having served 17 years at the negotiating table, not my disappointment, not my, what is this, cynical mind, but rather what I find is really the question, are we moving forward? Now, this morning, I have an answer. Yes, Attorney Laya there has moved the justice system a little bit forward. The issues that she has presented to you are not new issues to me because I will explain. The first code of Muslim law we presented was in a form of administrative code, which would embrace political as well as economic and judicial issues. But you know, knowing the Philippines as a over-centralized country, we were told, again, before the Supreme Court, Justice Fred Luis Castro and his court administrator, that we have a presidential system where there is a separation of powers. Now, so that is why in the course of time, what was approved was PD 1083, which is a code of personal laws. Now, this is very little understood. By way of answering some of the questions that have been raised by the previous presentation, one is that in Malaysia, they can accommodate this so-called tribe people, even not tribe, but more. We are forgetting the Chinese element in our midst. It's not just the indigenous people. There are Chinese, Filipino-Chinese communities in the Philippines, and they are also covered by family laws. In Malaysia and Indonesia and Singapore, they have their own personal law system. So the approach, even in old British India, was really personal law system. And personal law system precisely follows the law of the individual. That is why BRLN cannot approach the Sharia court system by way of confining it to BRLN. We already won. Why are we confining Bangsamoro family law to BRLN? It is not an inclusive solution. It is a parochial solution. I'm sorry to say that, but that is true. We do not want to confine our Sharia law system to the BRLN. PD 1083 is a national law, and therefore it answers also the question of Bangsamoro outside the BRLN. I will project the discussion to the next level, and that is we do not have to do a reform by legislation alone. Many more can be done through regulations, and the regulatory authority of BRLN again can be used rather than legislation, because we will lose the national impact of legislation done in the Congress of the Philippines. So I would rather do it there. In the process, therefore, I can say that the other part of my presentation would be, why would Muslims of the followers of Hashim Salamat and of Nur Miswari have a Ghanima mindset? This is the economic side of my presentation. But I thought that an economic presentation of our problem would be less understood. As for example, in the law that I sponsored in Congress, the Islamic Bank law, this is about commercial transactions that are already taking place in Malaysia and elsewhere. And you know, we were also the pioneers here. Earlier than Malaysia, we already presented this question of commercial transaction. But you know, they are majority Muslims. But I wonder why in Singapore, where the Muslims are a minority and they are moving faster in the sponsorship of legislation that covers commercial transaction. Now I am left with the rehab. Rehab is an old formula for reconstruction post-conflict. In the Civil War in the United States, again, because I am modeling it through the United States, because this apparently, even in the Supreme Court decisions, the cases are decided on the basis of what has been decided by the US Supreme Court. And I want to address this problem by way of saying that in terms of economic, al-maslaha wal-mursala is an economic approach to what is called social welfare, al-khairiyah. And therefore, in terms of serving the public, what the BARM has done so far in terms of social welfare is a dole out. This dole out is owing to the principle of a sense of entitlement by the Bangsamoro people, that everything is owed to us. I think we have to change this. I am sorry that we went through the COVID-19 because, you know, it encourages mendicancy. And so I want to challenge the Bangsamoro Transition Authority to veer away from this mendicancy attitude. Now, again, this is not a criticism of the leadership, but this is a challenge. And that is why I am the proponent of asymmetry, autonomy through asymmetry, because it is already recognized in Article 10 of the Constitution of the Philippines that the two regions, namely Muslim Mindanao and that of the Cordillera, can be treated as a different LGU. My last point to conclude, because I want more discussion, question and answer. The politics of MILF and UBJP has not elevated us to the next level. How I wish that they did not do what is called proxy politics. Now they have a problem because I think they borrowed the idea that waging war against the government of the Philippines must be done through front movements. And that is why NDF as a National Democratic Front movement, and then you have a National Democratic Front, and now we have a Moro Islamic Liberation Front. So transferring this mindset to a political establishment where everything becomes a front is carried out by what is called in Latin colorum, meaning color of authority. I think this must be ended. And finally, who makes decision in the transition authority? It is not a parliament that makes a decision. It is a carryover of the presidential system where the office of the governor, now office of the chief minister, has another compartment, which is the transition assembly or transition authority, but it is not a fused legislative executive system. Therefore, we must, in these last 2 years, realize that extension of the authority of the transition government is going to end in 2025 election, and I hope that that will take place. And indeed, if it takes place, then we will finally have a real parliament in the Bangsamoro area. I wish to end so that there will be a discussion that here and now, I want to see a situation also in BARM where the BARM should not interfere with local government, meaning the provincial and the municipal and the city levels. Here we have a controversy about Maguindanao del Norte, where BARM officials have gotten the idea that they could move over to the LGUs. I think it is not a very good development. We can elevate beyond what is now there, the Bangsamoro Authority, by focusing on the Bangsamoro Authority itself. I want to thank you, Dr. Professor Adjong. I know you want to insert your middle name Manabilang because as a historian, Manabilang was a Dato Manabilang was a signatory to our declaration in the Dansalan Declaration in 1924, where we first advocated the idea of a Bangsamoro, a nation of Bangsamoro. And I want to say to you, the third generation of that generation, is that this is what we have won at the negotiating table, the identity Bangsamoro. Thank you very much. Wassalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuhu. And I am ready to face
Yes.
questions.
Thank you so much, Dato Michael Mastura. We will uphold that generational lineage of legitimacy as you have declared the word Bangsamoro in 1900s in our generation and time. And also thank you for imparting to us some of those very provocative ideas and challenging the Bangsamoro people of your suggestions on how we can, obtain progress and development. Now, we are now opening the floor to questions. If you'd like to ask questions, just please raise your hand or you can just type your questions on the chat box. So you have the opportunity to ask Attorney Mastura. Anyone? Oh, we have Marvin Dudes de Castro from University of the Philippines, Mindanao. Please ask your question.
Good morning, Attorney Mastura. My question here is, since we brought up the topic of legal pluralism, my question is there are certain laws at the national level which may be in conflict with prevailing practices. For instance, Republic Act 11596, the law prohibiting child marriage, uh, categorically criminalize the said act. However, there may be practices within the region which allow marriages with minors. In this case of conflict between national law and local practices, what do you think should be the proper approach in addressing this dispute, this conflict?
I have answered these questions before, no? I want you to look at the conflict of laws provision of PD 1083. It is very clear, and I will not elaborate here because of time element. But certainly on child marriage, we also have pointed out a very specific provision there. I do not remember now that very specific provision. I am not ready to discuss legally and move over to the to the area of attorney Lai, because my preparation is more. I thought I would prepare for more econometric issues, but now you're pulling me again to the legal questions.
So as it stands, sir, your answer is we refer back to PD 1083. That remains the binding law, and in no way did the Bangsamoro Organic Law increase the powers of the region such as it would supersede the national law. Is that the categorical answer?
National law versus now regional law and then local law. It is clear there how to approach this. Even the question of mixed marriages. I do not want to use the word hybrid. No, once upon a time, being a mestizo, no, Creole was an insulting label. Hybrid has become very popular in the Philippines. Hybrid learning also, hybrid presentation. No, therefore, where national law prevails and where law of local application prevails is already defined in PD 1083. I don't know why many issues are raised. Again, on the question of why are there no Sharia courts outside the BAM, there were proposals to present this, and then the court administrator again cut it down. Again, this question is addressed in the jurisdiction of the court. Many of the issues raised are actually answered by PD 1083. It's not creating amendments to PD 83 that will solve all this problem. Rather, it will complicate. You see, the two major civilizations are Western civilization now, never mind whether it is Roman Catholic or Protestant Christianity or Orthodox Christianity, but we will label it Western law system. And then there is the Islamic law system. So these are two levels. And then we move over to the other level, which is the national law. And here we come into play with what is called customary law, adat, which is also covering those indigenous people, because what they have is a customary law. And then we have personal laws, because it is, again, personal law is family law. This is called in Philippine Civil Code family law, but this is actually personal law because there is a family law of Chinese. You know, they have concubines. It's not just the Moros who have or allowed 4 wives if they can afford. Chinese have what we call concubines, and though those issues about inheritance is very much alive. You ask the Chinese community in Ongpin, I should know because I went to Chinese school. I have a middle name which is Ong. Wang in Chinese means king, so it is also Dato, or Sultan. Now, again, you see, we are very confused at this point in time. And so it is about time we talk about codification. My question to the indigenous people is, can you ever codify customary law or adat law? The Dutch have this question many centuries back, and Indonesia has never been able to succeed in codifying it. Malaysia has some Malay digest. That is what we have adopted in the Philippines. The Luaran or Paluaran, the Code of Muslim law in the Philippines during the Sultanate, and also D1 in the case of the Sultanate of Sulu. Again, my topic is not about this area. My topic, I hope somebody will bring the topic to what I was asked by Professor Adjung to present before this audience. Thank you anyway, just the same for the questions that you have raised.
Thank
Thank you.
you. Thank you, Marvin, for raising that question and also for the response from Dr. Mastura. We have who raised her hand, Saudia Danny. You have the floor.
Yes, I just would like to expand no yung tanong kanina kasi I think it's very disturbing. I believe that personal is political and of course in a gender lens, no, yung child marriage kapag if we go to areas, no, sa barm and not even sa barm, no, it happens. So parang I think it is important also to raise whether or not we are going to draw a thin line on the issue of marrying our younger generation, di ba? Kasi parang may mga instances na 60 na yung lalaki, tapos 15 pa lang yung babae. I mean, it doesn't mean that na nag exist ang ganong practices sa ibang kultura or hindi ibig sabihin na ganon ang kultura natin, ay papayag na lang tayo. Parang kailangan din nating isipin kung ano yung magiging future ng mga batang ipinapakasal natin. Again, it's hard to process, no? But I believe we should talk about it. It's 2023 and oppression against women are still happening. So like I just wanted to like for us to discuss this matter, no? Even though it is not really part of the presentation, but I believe it should be put forward. And hindi lang yun yung issue. We also have other issues on LGBTQIA. And there are Bangsamoro people who are part of this community. I mean, before anything else, um can we look at the issue on how to be more humane and how to be more uh, empathetic towards this group of people. Parang yun lang yung akin, no? I do not mean to attack any specific belief or what, but maybe it's also time for BARM to reconsider these issues. Kasi
You are eating up my time.
And I'm sorry, Prof.
You are eating up my time. That question should have been posed to Leia. Provide a forum for me. I will answer that longer.
Yeah,
but anyway,
thank you so
for
much,
the time
Prof.
being, you know, I am a professor, so I will cut students who do not follow my timetable. The question of LGBT, the question of child marriage, this can be answered in a proper forum, but not in my forum now. No, I'm sorry, Mr. Moderator, that I want people to behave. You know, I am a veteran also of abject propaganda, and we cannot use this forum for abject propaganda. You see, we used that in the 1970s. Now it's time to look at these things in a better perspective. Activism will always be here. I'm sorry to lecture on
It's okay. That
but really, you know, gender issues, how can it be raised now when my topic, I want to stick to my topic, then next time I want this lady to provide a forum and then I will answer all the questions that she has raised. Let's
yes.
be proper. want to say point of order. No, I want to say you are out of topic, but that is
Yeah.
inappropriate. I'm sorry.
Yes. Thank you, Dr. Maestura, and also thank you, Saudia. There will be accommodating last three questions from first from Sister Fe, and then second we have Professor Abu Bakar, and last we have no, the second one is Jane Ruby Aspirin from MSU, and then the last one is Professor Ayas Abu Bakar. Please ask questions that are more relevant to the talk that was presented to us by Datu Michael Mastura. Thank you.
Good morning again, attorney. Good morning po. Just a question, because this is also my struggle when I was teaching, again, peace in relation to law. In term, speaking about moral governance, considering that you are living in a more than 5 people context, is there such word or thing as a common reference to this? Or what is the main reference when we speak or talk about moral governance? Thank you po.
Again, I do not agree with running a government by morality. That's why our constitution has what is called the establishment clause, ESTAB. In other words, the church as an establishment and the government, meaning public life. It's not a question of personal life. Again, what is private and what is public cannot be fused. Otherwise, you will encourage corruption, and including corruption of the mind, of which Plato died. What is the guideline? Moral guidelines are ethical in nature, and you answer in Islam to issues like that, not only in this world, but also in the hereafter. That is why when we talk about haram, halal, or what is forbidden and what is allowed, the permitted, the permissible is in between. So, but I also tend to correct that there is what is called validity, masroiya, the validity of an act. Sister, I have been through ethics, whether it is Islamic ethics. I graduated from the Notre Dame University in my AB, major in English, major in political science. I know what you have in mind. I went through priests who were theologians. I think you know the answer of your own question. So I question also the moral governance framework. If we apply public life, what I would agree to is the validity of the act, whether it is in accordance with moral laws, whether it is in accordance with secular laws, whether it is an indifferent thing. In other words, it is something that you have to deal with in privacy. There are many things now that violates the law of privacy because of social media. We do not know that we are disrespecting the privacy of another person. We are even intruding into the privacy of another person. These are violations of human rights. It does not have to be the Western human rights or humanitarian law. It can be a moral judgment by your own belief. There are now even people who do not believe in religion, but in scientific religion. And most of them are celebrities. So you see, when you bring in the discussion of morality and mix it up with the discussion of public offices, then you are in trouble because you cannot run after. Shall we run after them if they violate moral laws, file a case in the ombudsman? I think it will be dismissed by the ombudsman because it is not a public violation of a law, but it is a private violation of morality. I hope, sister,
Thank you so
am
much,
clear
Father.
about it.
Thank you, Datu Masura and Sister Fe. Now we have Miss Jane Ruby Aspirin from MSU, Marawi.
Good morning po, sir. I am from MSU, yes. So, in honor to your request to bring the question back to your topic, I would just like to appreciate you mentioning in your presentation the danger of mendicancy in the barm. And for us also, who really who wants barm to really succeed, we also worry how can things be sustainable and how can BARM be able to avoid this tendency of mendicancy. And you might have discussed it in your presentation, but I might not have caught it properly. So just this question, how can that be avoided so that we are able to have a more sustainable BARM?
I would know how to answer that as a lawyer, but I will answer also because I am addressing the Muslims in this case, that our law of zakat, of tithing, which Christians also have, tithing, no, zakat and sadaqah. Do you know that there is a law even in Sri Lanka about another component of this welfare? This is what I was referring to. You are not out of topic. I was referring to welfare economics, social welfare economics. I am not talking about hard economics. No, I'm talking because that's commercial. I'm talking about social welfare economics, which will distinguish between dole outs out of government funds and what properly is an alleviation of a poverty condition in BARM. The poverty condition in BARM is not defined in terms of whether you are Muslim, you are Catholic, you are Christian, or you are Chinese, or you are Tidurai, or you are Manubo, because that welfare is also pronounced in the Constitution of the Philippines, in the Declaration of Principles. So when I refer to the moral side of social welfare economics, I am referring to tithing. What is approved of the Catholic Church is that you can tithe your own, just like the Iglesia ni Cristo, applying tithing to themselves, and therefore they are able to build very beautiful, churches because it is not taken from government, it is not taken from the pocket of the general people, but from their own people who can afford to give. In other words, donation, philanthropic works should be segregated and should be done differently from public life because the law on appropriations of money is very, very strictly governed by COA rules. If we were to apply governance, many Muslims, because they are also arguing the personal law system is not complete. They want to bring in criminal law. The Muslims will have their hands cut if they are caught cheating or stealing. They don't have to go to ombudsman or to the court, or there will be also lashing in public for those people who are committing adultery. And then there will also be other cases where, you know, uh, uh, moral law comes into the picture. So
Yes.
that is why I am segregating this very properly.
Thank you, Dato Masura, and thank you, Jane Ruby Aspirin from MSU. Now, the last question that we can accommodate for this session, as we are now running out of time, we're now almost delayed in for the presentation of the first panel. We apologize that we cannot accommodate MH Mapolan from UP System, and also Ivan Ray Amadio from NDU. So Professor Ayas Abubakar from Al-Bukhari International University in Malaysia will have the last question, as she was able to raise her hand a while ago.
Okay.
Go ahead, Professor Abubakar from Malaysia.
Thank you so much, Dr. Adyong. Assalamualaikum, Datu Mike Mastura.
Alaikum salam. Please proceed.
Okay. Datu Mike, naalala ko na sa'yo talaga nang galing yung term na associative form of governance when it comes to the relationship between the envisioned Bangsamoro and the Philippine state. So how close are we, or the BARM today, how close are we to that ideals of an associative form of relationship in terms of governance? You know, when you first were crafting, you know, the peace agreement, you know, how are we doing so far?
Wait for 2025 when there will be new members of parliament, and we hope that parliament will be governed in a cabinet level system, as in Malaysia, as in Germany, as in England, where the parliamentary system works. No, here in BARM today, what we have is still a carryover of the regional government, where the chief minister now acts like a governor of BARM. And then we have the assembly, the transition authority, composed of appointed people. You see, they are appointed, and therefore the chief minister is not responsible to the members of the assembly or Bangsamoro transition. The ministers, they are not responsible. They are behaving like the department secretaries in the national government. They have their own budget system. They are not called to questions in parliament. And so we are a little away from what we envisioned, Aisha. And that's why maybe members of this so-called, you see, the government of the day is really only for one day, and to the next day, and to the next day. It is not a government of the day as you would know it from Malaysia, where the cabinet will be held responsible, and tomorrow you might have an election where the prime minister, or in this case, the chief minister in the state level in Malaysia, will be answerable for an issue, a public issue, and not a private issue. You see, you will see the dynamics happen when members of parliament are behaving like MPs, members of parliament, and the cabinet with the chief minister sits in parliament rather than sits away. He joins the assembly every now and then. He is not there even during some sessions. But in a parliamentary system set up, he will be there because there are what we call question of hour. Question hour is a time when members of the Parliament can ask the real government of the day about issues, real issues taking place, to which the cabinet or the government of the day, the real government of the day, answers and is called upon to explain and be responsible for it. Here, we do not have that kind of collective responsibility. I wonder if it will be a personal or an individual responsibility, Aisha. So pray hard that we will go to that point when we can say, here is the real Bangsamoro Parliament. It is working. It is running. So we were not wrong at the negotiating table. Thank you, Aisha, and thank you, Professor Dr. Ajung. You know, in Indonesia, they call you Doctor Professor. Here we only say, if you are not teaching, you cannot be a professor. But you can be a
Yeah.
doctor. You can be a PhD. I am
Yeah.
a Dr. Ajung, last word. I am not a PhD. I am a PhD. Da in Mranaw na da PhD niyan.
Maraming salamat. Thank you so much, Dato Michael Mastura, to our floor leader, attorney Shah Elijah Dumama Alba, and to our Professor Abu Said Linga. We're now presenting this certificate of recognitions. My apologies to those who have asked questions on the chat box, but we will send your questions personally to all of the speakers who have presented their talks. Now, as a presentation of our certificate of recognition, can we move to the next slide? The first certificate of appreciation is presented to Abud Said M. Linga for his invaluable and exemplary contribution as keynote speaker during the Bangsamoro Research Online Conference this year, conducted by BRLN on December 2, given this third day of December, and signed by our president and yours truly. And on the next certificate of recognition is as well to our floor leader, MP Attorney Shah Elijah de Mama Alba, again for her invaluable and exemplary contribution as keynote speaker during the Bangsamoro Research Online Conference conducted by BRLN on December 2, given the third day of December. And also to our third certificate of participation as well as recognition to Attorney Dato Michael O. Mastura for his invaluable and exemplary contribution as Professor Masura would say, as one of the plenary speakers, because if it's a keynote, then there should only be one keynote in a certain conference. Thank you for pointing that out. But we recognize you, Attorney Lai, Professor Abud, and Professor Masura as our beloved keynote speakers for today's, as you impart to us your very intrinsic ideas on how to assist and help the Bangsamoro community to elevate and develop into a more progress communities as we have now. Now, we are so thankful and it's our deepest gratitude and honor to have the three of you this morning as we impart your knowledge and expertise. Attorney Lai, even though you're not academic, we consider you as an academic because of your pursuit in education, and you recently got your master's in public management, which is a testament, my goodness, your level of work ethics, as Bangsamoro Attorney Generals, as floor leader and chairpersons of several committees, especially Committee on Rules, really is one of the most inspiring, public servant, and we hope that you continue your leadership beyond 2025 to all of the Bangsamoro community, and for the legacies that given to us, Professor Abud and Professor Attorney Datu Michael Mastura, who also contributed to the intellectual development of the Bangsamoro community. Our generations, we hold you in a high pedestal, and we praise you by our dear Allah to bless you and be our guiding inspiration as we continue our service and contribution to the intellectual development of the Bangsamoro community. We're very, very thankful and grateful to have you, Attorney Lai, Professor Abud, and Professor Attorney Dato Michael Mastura. Thank you so much for gracing our invitation and enlightening us of many of the issues, even challenging, but we try to, continue our uh, high ijtihad and jihad struggle in the Bangsamoro community. Thank you so much. So we'll have a 5-minute break before the presentation of the first academic panel. We have very exciting papers to be presented along this way and hope that these papers will be published. So let's have a 5-minute break. Thank you so much to our dearest and beloved Attorney Lai, Professor Abbott, and Dr. Michael Mastura. So let's have a 5-minute break. And don't leave yet the Zoom because we're going to continue and present the first academic panel for the Bangsamoro Research Conference. Thank you and shukran. Alaikum assalam.
So,
Hello po.
yes. Shall we start?
Yes, sir.
Ready na ba yung mga, just let me, can they hear us? Hindi. Hindi naman, no? Okay. So we start now? Okay na?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so let's go. Okay, so again, we would like to welcome, Assalamualaikum. Again, we would like to welcome everyone. We will start the first panel, and the discussion is going to be the Bangsamoro sorry, yes. So I'll be the panel for this session. So our first speaker is going to be Dr. Primitivo III Rigandang. He's going to talk about his topic is To the Ballads, Remembering the Past as Peace Formation. To give you a short introduction, he is currently serving as the director of the Office of Research Dissemination at NSU IIT. He holds a PhD in International Relations from the Australian National University and a doctorate in Sustainable Development Studies from MSU IIT. He writes on peace building, youth, and memory. His papers are published in Conflict Studies, Quarterly, Peace Building Journal, Journal of Peace Building and Development, Peace Review and Conflict, Security and Development Journal, and among others. Again, I would like to remind the presenters that they are given 50 minutes to present their paper. You may start, Dr. Riganda.
Thank you very much, Dean. Shall I share my PowerPoint? Is there someone
Yes,
helping me
please.
to?
Yes, please. Yes.
Okay. Sige, allow me to share my screen. Screen. Okay. Okay, once again, good morning, everyone. Let me start by acknowledging the original custodians of the lands wherever we are zooming today. And I'd like to acknowledge their elders in the past, present, and emerging. I would like to thank the BRLN, Professor Adyong, and the team for organizing this very exciting and amazing conference. So my presentation today is focused on what I refer to as hyper negative peace. So which I started like 3 years ago, and which I continue to reflect on. So here, I mainly argue that a peace project that fails to include the healing of the wounds in the past is nothing but a worse form of negative peace. Thus, I refer to as hyper negative peace. I am from a very Christian community in northern Mindanao, and I can remember that when I was like 5 years old, my mother would warn us to never go to the river alone because, as mother, Moros will kidnap us and will turn our bodies into canned sardines. But when I went to the university here in IIT, I met some Muslim friends, and they told me that their mother also told them to never go to the lake alone because the Christians might get them and turn their bodies into corned beef. Something that I learned about the cultural biases and prejudices that ignite me to really focus my work into peace building in specifically in Mindanao. Because of the stories of my mother as early as 7 years old, home and live with my grandmother. And so my grandmother is fond of telling stories. And one of his story is about the concept of agulo. So agulo is a Visayan term associated with the sobbing of a restless soul. Nag-agulo, nagkondinar ang kalag. So agulo is akin to a sad ballad, which according to my grandmother, can be heard when a person dies and leaves unhealed wounds on earth, also referred to as nagkondinar. So my grandmother said that the soul would never rest in peace and will continue to agulo if concerns on earth are left unaddressed. Um, my grandmother's reflection about agulo connects well to the debates in peace and conflicts. In 1964, Johann Galtung introduced to us the concept of positive and negative peace. And I think peace building, peace and conflict scholars, this is a very foundational concept. Positive peace, negative peace, looking into peace beyond the absence of violence that Johann Galtung introduced in 1960s. So this is one of the early concepts in peace and conflict studies. So for Galtung, positive peace occurs only when there is integration of human society and that structural violence is addressed. So positive peace means going beyond the idea of the absence of violence, a concept which has been widespread and well accommodated in peace research. So it means going beyond the absence of war. It is positive peace because the target of the root causes of violence is eliminated. However, in this paper, question is, what will happen when in the course of doing a peace work, we forget to include healing of the wounds from the past? So in this paper, I advanced the concept of what I refer to as hyper-negative peace. In my definition, hyper-negative peace is a strand of negative peace that occurs when a peace project fails to include the healing of generational wounds caused by past trauma and past violence, including those traumata caused by and during the colonial era. I argue that the recognition and reconciliation of hyper-negative peace is an essential prerequisite for a successful peace formation. I also argue that the current and future peace projects in larger and general terms will only be successful if peace-building actors recognize and reconcile the wounds that occurred in the past. I conceptualize hypernegative peace by introducing three characteristics. So for me, in this paper, I have three characteristics of hypernegative peace. And the one is that there are unhealed ones in the past, mga samad nga wala maulian. In one of her bedtime stories, my grandmother told us that the agulo of the restless soul signifies an unfinished business of a dead person. Such business may be like, if the person is killed and the convict is still at large, wala pa nadakpan. In my grandmother's words, regardless of how elegant the funeral is, there will never be a rest in peace and the agulo will continue if the injustice is left unaddressed. Congruent to my grandmother's words, I argued that no matter how elegant the peace project or peace formation is, there will never be peace if wounds from the past are left unhealed. For me, it is a hyper form of negative peace because peace project occurs concurrently while we forget that there are wounds in the past that are left open. The second characteristic in my characterization of hyper-negative peace is about the concept of that a healthy body cannot be determined by the body's skin alone. Dermatologist. It is also not a healthy practice when one simply puts a bandage to hide the sick part of the body. As for me, negative peace refers to the absence of violence without necessarily eliminating its root causes. And the third characterization of hyper-negative peace in this paper is that if negative peace aims to stop the violence temporarily, hyper-negative peace is deliberately or unintentionally disremembering the past in peace framework. So like forgetting the ones in the past. So when a peace project fails to do this, It is like putting a bandage to an unhealed wound without fully treating the root cause of the wound. This paper includes some content analysis and a few interviews from primary source and secondary data, including there's some data from secondary sources from published journals. As a form of a methodology, this is a more of a from a transformative worldview, wherein my goal is not just to advance theory or not just to advance concept, but my goal is to really integrate the healing of the past in our peace building efforts, especially in the Bangsamoro region, something that is already doing a very well example to the world. So to draw an example of this theoretical conceptualization of hyper-negative peace, I utilized the case of the Tausug tribe and how the memory brings past injustices in the narratives of the current peace project. As we know, the Tausug is one of the ethno-linguistic groups who are indigenous to Mindanao. And we also know that Mindanao is described by some scholars is one as a sophisticated political community with strong foreign ties across its neighboring countries. Talagang sophisticated siya. However, during the colonial era, we are also aware that there was a so-called Budaho massacre, which some scholars would argue that it was not a massacre, it was just a battle. It happened in 1906 when Tausugs, including women and children, were killed. And then, a century after the Budaho massacre, the Americans returned to Sulu for the Balikatan exercise, and we are aware of it in 2002. Yet, the Balikatan military exercise faced opposition from the local community. There were anti-American sentiments against the return of the Americans, especially when the Tausugs remember what happened in the Budaho massacre. But there was no healing and the apologies of what happened in Budaho in 1906. However, worse than that case is even considered part of the American colonial victories. And so one of the Tausug's way of expressing their protest against the Americans is through their ballads called Kissa. The journalist Di Guzman recalled that when the Tausugs learned about the Balikatan, they were surprised actually, and they went to the streets and went to the radio stations. And as Di Guzman wrote, the Hulu residents are reminded of the United States past atrocities almost daily. So the local radio stations play mesmerizing ballads known as Kissa, songs that recollect how the Hulus Tausugs warriors fought the Americans in Budaho at the turn of the previous century. Also, to express the resistance to the Balikatan, there were several rallies, public debates, and a few petitions took place alongside the singing of the Kisa. But as we may know, the Balikatan exercise were eventually, it still happened, even if there was no healing of the past of what happened in 1906. For me, drawing from this example, this is a case, this is a classic case, that the case is a hyper form of negative peace because it occurs when in the course of peace intervention, narratives of the past are not included in the peace framework. The Tausug ballads are akin to the agulo of a restless soul. So when the Americans supported the peace effort in the Tausug's land and generally in Mindanao, in the Bangsamoro, funding and all, training, it fails to include the healing of the past atrocities that the American soldiers in the colonial era have committed. Whether it is deliberate or not, the failure to heal the past and the exclusion of these memories in the current peace project damaging to the peace project success. So as a conclusion, I again remember my grandmother saying that the soul will continue to agulo if the concerns are left unaddressed, unsettled. Addressing them can be scary and difficult, but not addressing them is worse. It will continue to hunt the peace of both the living and the dead. Thus, for me, in this paper, I argue that recognizing and reconciling with the past is an essential prerequisite towards a successful peace project and is foundational in peace formation. In this case, memory and history are essential components in our peace study and peace building practice. With the foregoing, I conclude that the transformative approach to peace formation means building a strategic connection of the present to the past in order to build a better future. So to end, I invite everyone to also reflect at our personal level. What are our hyper forms of negative peace that we carry every day? What are our agulo and looking forward for questions and suggestions to make this paper better. Thank you very much, and back to you, Dean.
Thank you for your presentations. Certainly something that we are looking forward for discussions. Now, our next presenter um, is Miss Bae Marisa Sabdullah, and her topic is the interplay of subaltern influentials, situating ulama and datus role in hybrid peace formation. She's affiliated with Mindanao State University from General Santos. Okay, she graduated political science from Mindanao State University, the same institution as magna cum laude, and also a graduate of political management under Friedrich Ebert Stefan Fellowship Program in Manila, and also a former president of Palimbang Youth Parliament, and also former president of Human Rights Society, MSU Jensen, and a human rights officer at Amnesty International, presently pursuing Juris Doctor's degree at the Mindanao State University College of Law. Yes, again, I would like to present to you. Hello. Is Miss by Marisa Sabdullah ready? Is she around? So while we wait for her to prepare her presentations, I'd just like to go back to um, our first presenter, Dr. Ragandang, and he talked about um, hyper negative peace, and which is very interesting because it is a lot. Oftentimes, when we talk about recovering or part of healing, is what we call closure, and certainly a closure has to deal with the past, and the way to move forward is through reflections. But of course, we would like to elaborate this in the discussion later on. Okay, I think yes. Okay, so Miss Bai Marisa Sabdullah is about to present her paper. Is she around? Hello.
Not around po,
Ah,
Geraldine.
she's not around. And she's going to have a video presentation.
No, sir.
Ah, she's not around. Okay, so we will skip her. Okay, then we will. So okay, so while they're trying to fix the next presenters, it's interesting that yes, no matter how grand is the proposals, part of again, it's not just about healing, but also when you talk about transitional justice, you really have to address the trauma that happened in the past. And one of the challenges about this is if you don't have experts and you don't know how to close the wounds, oftentimes
Ay,
it
thank you
can
po.
prolong the agony. Yes, is she ready? Hello, Susie Miss. Okay, so then we'll move to the third presenter. Are they ready? Arshad, are they ready?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay, so again, we apologize that the second presenter is not ready yet. So we'll just proceed to the third presenter. And the topic is where are the non-Moro indigenous peoples after reversal analysis on the Bangsamoro peace process from the Aquino the third until the Duterte administrations. And the presenters are Miss Mary Jo Guiniente, Jacqueline Ann Lauriente, Teresa Ann Caballo, Cheryl Marie Irish Aguirre, and Princess Norhana Kalaka. Okay. And they're affiliated from Ateneo de Davao University. Um, Miss Mary or Joe has recently graduated in international studies with a major in Asian studies from Ateneo Davao University. Is a development worker focused on sustainable economic growth, social mobility, regional trade, as well as peace building in Mindanao and the Asia Pacific region. She has experience as an executive assistant at Al Manzoor Pinturado Business Consultancy for the Barm Ministry of Trade, Investments, and Tourism. Currently, she is part of the MTIT Bangsamoro Integrated Rehabilitations and Development Program team, working on capacity building for women's associations in the Barm Special Geographic Area. Miss Mary, please. And Lee, you're given 50 minutes to present your paper.
For the introduction, sir. May
You're
I just clarify if I will be the one presenting the video po, or will the...
Yes.
Okay. Sige, sir. For a while lang.
Okay, no problem.
Thank you.
So Mary, maybe while we're waiting for the video to start, maybe you can start to give us a short introduction about your group, rather your group presentation.
So this is our paper is actually our undergraduate degree thesis. This is the thesis that if I may just I don't know if I may just say, this is the thesis that was selected as best thesis from our international studies program po, sir. And
Okay,
ito na. Is it visible po? May I ask for a confirmation?
Yes, it's visible here. Yes.
Apologize. I think my internet is ayun.
We can hear the video, the sound.
Sir? No?
Walang audio, Jo. Should I try to present na lang, Jo?
There's a voice over ba itong video niyo?
Yes, sir. I believe hindi siya hindi siya naga-play. Sas, can you please try to take over?
Wait, I'll try that.
Thank you.
Can you hear that? If I play?
The sound is not clear.
Can I mute my phone?
Walang audio, Sas. Apologize for the technical difficulties po.
That's okay. Don't worry about it. So maybe while they're trying to fix the audio, can you just talk about momentarily about your presentations while they're fixing the.
Okay. To save time na lang din po.
And
For
yes,
everybody
'cause you're given 15 minutes.
15
Yes.
minutes. Okay. So in case that the video doesn't play at all, I'll just wing this presentation na lang.
Hello?
So yes po, sir.
Maybe I can share it. I just downloaded it. Kung okay lang.
Yes, yes po, sir. Thank you so much.
Baka mas okay yung internet connection
Yeah,
siguro.
can you see this?
Yes.
Yes po, sir. It's visible, sir.
Okay.
No audio po, sir.
Ah?
Wala pong audio, sir, na nag-play. Wala ng audio. Sige po. I will just continue with the ano na lang, sir, yung arrangement
Mm.
natin na I'll talk about the ano.
Oh,
Anyway, so our thesis group actually started this study because we were inspired by our thesis advisor, no, to use a decolonial
To our
perspective
fellow
in studying.
presenters,
Ayun, yun na.
esteemed guests, and the Bangsamoro Research and Legal Network, good afternoon. We are Hinete, Laurente, Aguirre, and Calaca, alumni of the International Studies Department of Ateneo de Davao University. We are here today to present our study, Where Are the Non-Moro Indigenous Peoples? A pluriversal analysis on the Bangsamoro peace process from the Aquino III until the Duterte administration. My thesis mates and I began this study with the goal of contributing to the narratives that would undo negative stereotypes and open fruitful conversations about Mindanao. And where better to start than the biggest milestone of the region, the Bangsamoro peace process. Our study began by looking at the peace-building approaches. We noticed a trend that most approaches to theorizing and practicing peace revolved around two paradigms, the Western liberal and the critical paradigms. The Western liberal paradigm focused and relied on modern institutions and the nation-state framework. The critical paradigm criticized the former's tendencies to overlook non-state actors' agency, especially subaltern actors. It proposed a hybrid peace-building framework, opting to shift the focus to non-state and local actors, a bottom-up instead of the mainstream top-down approach. Essentially, these paradigms aim to eliminate direct, structural, and cultural forms of violence. However, despite the noble efforts, the two paradigms may still be under the Eurocentric gaze by reproducing colonial logics that perpetuate ontological and epistemic violence, thus lacking in their emancipatory efforts. Peace-building has its origins in modernity, wherein some practices and ways of thinking about reality may marginalize other ways of being or reject non-modern forms of knowledge. This contributes to the marginalization and delegitimization of actors who do not subscribe, or at least not completely, to the idea of a modern world, wherein universality, objectivity, and quote-unquote science are the only ways of perceiving reality. Hence, there is a need for a decolonial perspective. The two paradigms' colonial underpinnings illustrate the limited scholarly attention on the Lumads, or the non-Moro indigenous peoples, and their involvement in the Bangsamoro peace process. Scholars either conclude that they are included or entirely excluded, thereby ambiguating their positionality, or social position, which risks perpetuating ontological and epistemic violence against them. For our research questions, flashed here on screen, we aim to investigate the domestic and international situations to characterize the circumstances of the non-Moro indigenous peoples, or NMIPs, positionality. And we look at the factors contributing to this ambiguous positionality. The decolonial theory that we use, pluriversality, posits that there are different but coexisting worlds. In the context of this study, illustrated here on screen as the modern, Bangsamoro, and indigenous worlds, housing the local, national, and international actors. The more legitimate the knowledge of actors are deemed, the more solid their world or relations are, manifest in the borders and connecting lines. As the modern world gains more hegemonic legitimacy, the other worlds either adopt or are subsumed under it. The closer actors are to other actors from other worlds, the more likely they are to be deemed legitimate and have more substantial involvement in the peace process, thus clarifying their positionality. This conceptual framework summarizes the following chapters that my colleagues and I will discuss.
Our second chapter characterizes the NMIP's positionalities in relation to the domestic actors of the Bangsamoro peace process, namely the Government of the Philippines or the GPH, the MILF, and other BARM actors. It first discusses the contradictions in the NMIP's recognition and representation in the Bangsamoro peace process. First and foremost, there were IP representatives on both the GPH and MILF panels. Ramon Piang for the GPH and Dato Antonio Quinoc and Timoy Melanio Ulama for the MILF. However, on the MILF side, because the IP panel representatives were handpicked by them, some NMIPs do not recognize them as legitimately representing their interests. Secondly, the NMIPs also participated in the peace process's backdoor negotiations and lobbied their position papers to senators and congressmen during the time of the negotiations. Yet the NMIP's agenda in the backdoor negotiations and their Congress lobbying efforts were not seen as legitimate by some actors in the peace process, as they were not discussed in the quote-unquote formal negotiations. The NMIP's efforts in lobbying their interests through the years have resulted in the BOL's IP provisions, which include their freedom of choice, inclusion in the Council of Leaders, reserved seats in Parliament, IP rights, tribal justice systems, share in revenues, and the creation of the MIPA. Despite these provisions, NMIPs share that these have not been implemented sufficiently on the ground, especially on the issues of justice, the rights, the proposed tribal university system, the IP code, and most importantly, ancestral domain. Moreover, some NMIPs share that they do not recognize the MIPA and IP parliament representatives as genuine representatives due to their affiliations with the MILF, the prioritization of the majority in parliament, and the overrepresentation of the Teduray. Lastly, some NMIPs have participated in socio-economic and cultural programs, such as the seminars conducted in their communities regarding the peace process, their rights within the Bangsamoro, consultations about the IP code, along with inter-tribe consultations, and other programs led by the MIPA. However, the implementation of these programs and the NMIP's participation have been limited by geographical proximity, the lack of roads, and the prioritization of the NMIP's livelihoods. Analysis of this data reveals that there are varying and nuanced NMIP positionalities within the peace process, as they constantly traverse to the indigenous, Bangsamoro, and modern worlds. In the negotiations phase, due to the lack of direct participation in the panel negotiations, they remain positioned within the indigenous world, while in the institution building phase, as a result of the efforts to accommodate their interest in the BOL and the BARM, they are positioned in the nexus of the three worlds, largely within the indigenous world, but situated closer to the Bangsamoro world. However, it is more influenced by the modern world. Moreover, data reveals that certain NMIP groups, namely the Teduray, are closer to the Bangsamoro and modern worlds compared to other groups. This illustrates the heterogeneity of the positionalities of the NMIPs, even within the indigenous world. In terms of connectors, different understandings of peace, freedom, development, and most importantly, ancestral domain, lead to a disconnect among the actors of the Bangsamoro peace process. Ultimately, the limited guarantee for the NMIP's rights and ancestral domain risks ontological and epistemic violence against their freedom, political representation, education, livelihood, and most importantly, the NMIP's ways of being and knowing in the world.
Moving on to the third chapter of our paper, which discusses and characterizes the NMIP's positionalities in relation to the international actors in the Bangsamoro peace process, along with the discussion on the insufficiencies and international actors and the NMIP's engagement manifested in the focus on GPH and the MILF and the self-interest of international actors, while also simultaneously discussing the international actors' engagement with the NMIPs. First, under the discussion of the focus on the GPH and the MILF, it presents the assistance of international actors such as IMT, which is headed by Malaysia, and Japan with JICA, through funding, infrastructure, and technical assistance provided mainly between the two parties, GPH and the MILF. However, the assistance and engagement of international actors in the peace process remains limited to no engagement with the NMIPs, as stated by JICA that they are mostly in coordination with the MILF through the GPH, and the Bangsamoro Development Agency and other institutions related to Bangsamoro, but there were no NMIPs mentioned. Nevertheless, during the negotiation phase, international actors had engaged or interacted with the NMIPs through the technical and financial support that they have provided to the NMIPs in the backdoor negotiations, Congress lobbying, and agenda formation through UNDP and CHT. These international actors have also assisted by implementing capacity building programs and establishing dialogue avenues among the government, MILF, and NMIPs, and cover the expenses during negotiations to lobby their position paper door to door to senators and congressmen. Next, under the insufficiency of engagement, we have the self-interest of international actors which influence the extent of their engagement with the NMIPs, such as Japan, whose interest is to establish trade ties and development projects with the Burma government, and Malaysia, whose role in the peace process is influenced by the issue of the Sabah claim. This implies that the extent of the engagement and duration of these international actors is mainly influenced by their carried self-interest. And lastly, the assistance of the international actors is not only limited to the negotiation phase, but it carried out into the institution building phase of the BARM, manifested in Subatra's support for the transitioning and capacity building of the Bangsamoro government. Another manifestation of international actors' engagement in the BARM's institution building phase are the socio-economic and cultural NMIP programs such as educational assistance from Australian aid and the UNDP's policy of engagement. Data presents that the international actors' engagement with the NMIPs are mostly indirect, as it is often directed with the NGOs who are acting as the middleman, as international actors recognize that the NGOs are the ones who work on the ground and more closely with the NMIPs. Also, the insufficiencies presented earlier, the GPH and MILF focus on the self-interest of the international actors, underline international actors' engagement with the NMIPs in the negotiation and institution building phases, such as their assistance in the activities such as the backdoor negotiations, Congress lobbying, setting up of the BARM government, and in socio-economic and cultural NMIP programs. Analysis of this data presents that the positionality of the NMIP showing that they are mostly positioned in the indigenous world. However, these positionalities also range from being closer to Bangsamoro or modern world in consideration of them still having indirect engagement with these actors. However, this positionality is affected by the insufficiencies which also hinder them to have a more concrete relationship, revealing that the Bangsamoro and the modern world's activity influences the NMIP and the indigenous world. Moreover, this also shows how international actors position themselves in a unique position in proximity to the modern and Bangsamoro world and the indigenous world, as their interest is, for example, the ancestral lands, thus making them a little bit closer to the indigenous world, but they are more closer to the Bangsamoro and modern world because their direct interactions remains in this world.
Chapter 4 investigates the factors to the NMIP's ambiguous, or as findings suggest, varying positionalities. As such, it aims to resurface the pluriverse. It is a deeper discussion on the Bangsamoro peace process's relational aspect. The discussion shows relationality by juxtaposing the NMIP's and other actors' positionalities and characterizing the nature of their dialogue. This juxtaposing is necessary because actors and their positionalities do not exist in isolation from each other, nor as fixed entities. For the modern and Bangsamoro worlds, findings suggest that the connector freedom opened a discursive ground for the MILF and the Philippine government, facilitated by international mediators, manifests in their agreements on autonomy. This means that the two worlds have substantial interactions and established a dialogue. Findings on MILF and BARM actors suggest that their understandings of connectors are a blend of modern and indigenous conceptions, depending on their backgrounds. However, some BARM officials either lean toward more modern or more indigenous understandings. On the other hand, the indigenous world shows how the ancestral domain is the connector to all other connectors, as NMIP understandings of connectors are always tied to the ancestral domain. Interestingly, NMIP respondents frequently mention the Mamalu and Tabunaway Pact as basis for their brotherhood with the Moros, thus connecting the Bangsamoro and indigenous worlds. This pact is also the BARM plebiscite's basis for incorporating the NMIPs. However, even before and after the BARM's establishment, the pact is more recognized by the NMIPs. This connection created an order, but with limitations to the NMIP plights on ancestral domain, as it is subjected to the BARM and compounded by the IPRA's exclusion from the provisions and the delayed IP code. Characterizing the worlds shows the pluriverse in the varying conceptions but interconnected realities of the actors through their interactions. Overall, the NMIP's ambiguous positionality stems from the disconnect in varying conceptions where the contention point is land. Land conflict is the main driver of violence and conflict that hinders efforts towards peace, development, and freedom. Ambiguity also stems from transformed identities, such as the blending of knowledge systems and fluency in other languages. Another is diverging worldviews, in the diverging political interests in NMIP recognition and representation. The last factor is diverging conceptions and interests on land. Although divergence is a pluriversal norm, tensions arise in the exercise of interests based on varying conceptions without establishing dialogue. This has consequences to the NMIP's holistic conceptions of land, the foundation of their identities and practices, thus necessitating a more pluriversal dialogue among all worlds.
Given all the information presented and the data gathered and analyzed, we conclude that the Bangsamoro peace process lacked pluriversality as there was not enough pluriversal dialogue manifested in the complex positionality of NMIPs. Hence, despite present engagement with actors in the Bangsamoro and modern world, it still lacks meaningful and productive interactions. Looking into these worlds, there is an overlapping of three worlds. However, the indigenous world is not as solidified as the other two worlds, as NMIPs remain relatively distant from MLF, BARM actors, and the GPH. These NMIP groups themselves have distinct positionalities where one may be closer to key actors while others remain distant. As for international actors, NMIPs are in closer proximity to them in terms of socio-economic and cultural initiatives during the institutional building phase. A common theme that is repeatedly mentioned by our respondents and academic resources is the NMIP's plight for their ancestral domain, rooted in the varying conceptions of land from each actor. The GPH, the MILF, and other BARM actors see land as a territory where they can exercise political and economic autonomy. International actors see land as a source of economic gain. NMIPs holistically see land as their ancestral domain, which at the root is connected to their lives. Because conflict still persists on the matters of ancestral domain, this shows that it still lacks grounds for pluriversal dialogue. Consequently, this can be a source of potential epistemological and ontological violence. Lastly, in comparing the two administrations, the Aquino III and Duterte administration, NMIPs had better participation on the latter. However, this improvement owes to the collective efforts of stakeholders during the negotiation to the institutional building phase. Hence, there is no distinctive divide between the two administrations. It is more helpful to think of the peace process without sectioning timelines, but rather as an ongoing and contiguous. It is worth noting that the negotiation held during the Aquino III administration continued onto the early years of the Duterte administration and produced the BOL, of which the ratification signified the start of the Bangsamoro peace process institutional building phase. As for our recommendations, for further prospect of the study, we recommend expanding the scope and limitation including other administration. Looking into the dynamics of actors may also add an in-depth understanding of the Bangsamoro peace process, such as the MNLF and MILF divide, the influence of traditional elites or political clans, the impact of Abu Sayyaf and BIFF, and other actors under the GPH. Looking into the dynamics of mainstream laws, indigenous customary laws, Sharia, Adat, and the BARM is also proposed. As for our policy recommendation, NMIP's complex positionalities and identities should be considered to be more sensitive and also to fully address their needs and plights. So this ends our presentation and thank you all for listening. Have a great day po.
Okay, thank you for your group presentation. We really appreciate it. It's very interesting. Of course, there's another topic that needs to be addressed, especially when we're trying to strengthen our social systems and move forward. Everybody, inclusivity is a must. Okay, for the bank also to succeed. And our last presenter um, is Mr. Dan Christian Rivera, and he's going to present. His topic is pacifying peace, Bangsamoro Autonomous Region in Muslim Mindanao, and its role in preventing violent extremism. To give you a short background on Mr. Rivera, he's a fourth-year political science student at St. Columbian College. He served as a counterterrorism research fellow at Rise to Peace and research fellow at the North Atlantic Organization Association of Canada. In 2022, he published a paper entitled Peace Talks, a directory of peace process in Mindanao in the Journal of Global Peace and Security Studies. Okay, I would like to, everyone, we would like, let's welcome Mr. Dan Christian Rivera. Is he ready? Okay.
Hello, am I audible po, sir?
Yes, you're audible. Clear.
All right, thank you. Thank you very much po. So, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Maayong buntag. Good morning, magandang umaga po sa lahat. I am Dan Christian and Rivera, a fourth-year political science student from St. Columban College. I am from Pagadian City, and I am the author of this analysis paper entitled Pacifying Peace, a brief on the Bangsamoro Autonomous Region in Muslim Mindanao and its role in preventing violent extremism. Now, before anything else, I would like to share a story. This photo was taken back in 2018. Um, the person in the right side is Didot Malawan. He is 46 during that time. He is the division commander of the BIFF 2nd Division. So this is the actual photo during the time that he surrendered. And at the time, he told the press that no more reasons to fight the government. These are big words coming from a rebel or a person who joined an extremist group, which is specifically the BIFF. So let's take a look at the reasons why Didot Malawan surrendered. So I did a cross-referencing on the news outlets that I did. And then there are two things. First is livelihood assistance, and then the second one is electrification. Didot Malawan is from Pendatun, Maguindanao. And then when he found out the Philippine Army and the LGU of Pendatun, Maguindanao did a project on electrification, he was very happy about it. He was happy for his family. He was happy for his children. He was happy for himself, for their community. These are just two basic things that the humanity needs nowadays. And so I have come to perceive that these are non-violent measures in terms of integrating counterterrorism. And then I believe that narratives like these are important. I would like to affirm on the previous presenters that these stories should not be forgotten and should always be part of the peace process. I also share this story because my paper is focusing on narrative authority approach, in which in my analysis paper I did few stories. I cited stories from Peace is for Everyone and Rad D. Silva's Two Hills of the Same Land. So for the background, Misconceptions about the BARM have arisen since its foundation in 2019. Basically, in short, my paper is I created this paper because I am a non-Moro, but I work for organizations that upholds and champions the rights of the Moro people, like Equal Access International Philippines and Ideals Inc. Me as a non-Moro, it's quite difficult and complex for me to understand the history or the concept of the Bangsamoro Autonomous Region in Muslim Mindanao because of course we have different um, concepts, we have different beliefs and such. And so I created this paper because there's a lot of people like me who wants to learn the history, who wants to learn the story of the Moro people or Mindanao in general in the Bangsamoro region. And so I created this paper with the goals of analyzing whether the creation of BARM has something to do with preventing violent extremism. So I have three goals. These are just basic, but I think these are goals that we should go back and draw back to the board and not just understand about the complexity of such issues but also the subjectivism of such issues. So first is to understand what is BARM. Second is to develop efficient security measures. And the third one is to remember the stories of the past. In this paper, I will be using secondary data analysis. So um, these are news sources, documentaries, interviews from the Moro people, as well as publications, peer-reviewed journals. And I also did contacted a few of my network in the region itself. And then, of course, the project design will be focusing on narrative authority, as I've mentioned earlier, in which in my paper I cited some stories that I believe are important to this narrative. Dreams and Deviance, the story of the Mindanao people's ongoing struggle for the right to self-determination is the fundamental causes of armed conflict. I have read the book by Raddy Silva, Two Hills of the Same Land, and upon finishing the book, um, as a Christian, of course, it was heartbreaking to know that there's a huge gap between the religion per se. And so one of the historical injustices that I meant here is a story from my favorite book, Peace is for Everyone, Bangsamoro Stories of Hope, Survival, Pain, and Resilience. In the book, one of the Moros shared that they stabbed my father, decapitated him, and burned our house. His body was retrieved, and looking at his corpse, I had only one thought on my mind. When I grow up, I will avenge him, and I will join the MILF. Now, on a deeper context, you would see that there are certain shifts or dynamics um, as to why one person resorts to violence. And to contextualize, this was the time of Ferdinand Marcos Jr. during the martial law. So there are a lot of historical injustices happening against the Moro people. So as I stated earlier, I created this paper because I intend to educate people that aren't really familiar about the concepts of the Bangsamoro, including myself, because even until today, um, I am still learning the history of the region itself. Now, there are two things that I emphasized in my paper. The first one is political identity. That is the RA 11054, the BTA, or let's say the upcoming elections of the region in 2025. And then the cultural identity. So those are the Maranao, Maguindanao, Tausug, among many others. So there are notable achievements during the foundation of BARM. Um, just to take heed that these are not the only achievements. There are many achievements of BARM during its foundation in 2019. So these are the examples. Access to social services, up until provided decent housing, and of course my focus, which is peace and security order. So basically, I've heard that BARM was able to train more than 100 youth in terms of early warning and response training. And of course, the agreement with NAPOLCOM, the National Police Commission, and some organizations also collaborated with BARM, in which they donated patrol cars through the MILG. So the question now is, where are we heading? since BARM is already created, although it is still on the process of transitioning. But amidst all of these achievements by the establishment of BARM and its people behind it, where are we heading in terms of, or in the context of counterterrorism or peace and security, specifically violent extremism? So the threat posed by the Islamic State and its close allies like the Maute Group, JI, and ASG, which all somehow resorts to violent extremism, should still not be disregarded. Just last week, in Basilan, there was an IED explosion. Two armed forces civilian groups were dead. They died on the spot, and it was said that it's an operation allegedly against the Abu Sayyaf group in Basilan. So, these examples, these narratives are evident still until today, regardless of the achievements of the creation of BARM or the BARM itself. Now, it's important to remember that extremist groups or terrorist loyalties who are willing to continue conducting a series of attacks regardless of their minor impacts on the community. Now, this is Sergeant Andrew Linao from the Western Mindanao Command. This was his statement last month that more than a dozen militant groups continue to operate across the Mindanao region, but they remain outside Sulu. So this is in relation with the news that Sulu is now Abu Sayyaf free, inshallah. And in contrary to the news, right? We can really say, from, because Linao is the chief of public affairs, so basically they have intel reports and special reports regarding the these threat that we are still facing today. So he affirmed that there are still a dozen militant groups, and a dozen should still not be disregarded because having an extreme view could still develop. It's difficult to deplete such views. So this is important. This is a figure inspired by Diego Muro, and I will explain to you how one person resorts to violent extremism. So in the green meter, we see ideological engagement. This is the first time when someone or a person is introduced to a particular concept and it picked interest to them. In the yellow meter, we have radicalization. And it's important to take note that radicalization is not bad. It's, in lack of a better terms, radicalization is like a political footing or a political standing of one person. But the only difference is that most of the projects by the government are opposed by them. But then again, it's politics. Politics is ubiquitous. And then the trigger here is the catalyst event. I would like to call catalyst event as a trigger because this is the part where someone, a person, experiences historical injustices per se. Whether it be they have experienced it with their family, they first-hand witness injustices to their friends, among their peers, and it triggers a person because of course when someone is experiencing these so-called injustices, you seek for the justice to itself, right? So that's why catalyst event is the trigger, and then eventually a person or a group resorts to violent extremism or extreme measures because they believe that it's the only way that the government would be able to hear them. And so I believe that this paper is really important because it's important to learn the past, to learn the history, and to not make all of these narratives turn into ashes. Um, the Bangsamoro Autonomous Region in Muslim Mindanao may contain the activities of the extremist groups, but their extreme views may still not be depleted because, again, it's difficult to deplete such views. And so I believe that it's important that there should be psychological interventions here, experts in the psychology community who knows human behavior. And then me as a researcher and as an undergrad, I'm still fourth year student. I would be very glad to hear from people in psychology or who studies human behavior in terms of extremism. So only the beginning. So this is my conclusion. Integrating civic education and awareness and social protection through free access to lawyering in the areas of Bangsamoro is important in order to address legal legal and technical needs. Um, I'm also an intern at a law firm here in Pagadian City, and we have many clients who are Moros. And it's sad that a lot of people here in Pagadian City aren't really still aware of their basic human rights. And so I believe that programs like Ideals Inc., who goes to the ground and conduct alternative lawyering, is really important instead of focusing on military operations or military pressures, because it only triggers then the mind of an extreme person. So I made a bullet here, which are my recommendations. The first one I believe is really important: to listen and to learn their stories. There should also be strong involvement, more involvement of CSO, LGU, and NGO. And then what I have learned in my 3 year stint as a counterterrorism fellow in Rise to Peace, well, in contrary, it's an organization in Washington. So as much as I would like to learn about the local, I am also introduced to some concepts in the West. I do not intend to disassociate myself, but I really try to learn the peace and security in Bangsamoro in a more local context, because I best believe that it is the best thing for you to be able to be aware of the experiences of our Muslim brothers and sisters. So there should be non-military projects like the one I've mentioned earlier, um, from Didok Malawan, his story. Social media to counter hateful narratives, because eventually one of the factors why a person resorts to violent extremism is because of hateful narratives and social media. And there should also be monitoring pseudo accounts in social media. I've talked to one of my contacts from National Intelligence Coordinating Agency, and they told me, um, when I presented my research, there are pseudo accounts on Facebook. Eventually, these are profiles from terrorist groups, and they still recruit online, and this is evident until today. Then last but not the least, there should be a conflict assessment, like situation analysis in terms of political shifts. Most importantly, that the Bangsamoro Autonomous Region in Muslim Mindanao will be having its election in the year 2025, because again, extremism should not only be associated in terrorism. It's anything. It could be anything. um so the political violence that we have seen nowadays, politicians who hire private armed groups, armed men to kill the opposition. Those are those are the political shifts that we are experiencing nowadays. And so I believe that there should be situation analysis, especially for the BARM region itself. Now, to end my presentation, I believe that the struggle of the Moros is not just a question of poverty, exploitation, or human rights violations. It is as simple as the question of identity. The researcher of this paper hope that we continue to accompany the Bangsamoro people and their stories of the past and the present, and continue journeying with them until peace is fully realized. Shukran, thank you very much for listening. Thank you so much for your time.
Great. Okay, so thank you for your presentations. So now we're open for um, any questions, Q&A from the audience. Anyone? Okay, just to give you a recap of what has been discussed. The first speaker was um sorry. The first speaker was Dr. Primitivo, and he talked about um hype hyper negative peace, okay, which is basically an influence from the from Galtong point of view of negative peace and positive peace. And then the second presenters, which they are group, talked about the uh pluriversal analysis of Bangsamoro inclusions during time of Aquino and Duterte administrations, and the challenges that they faced. Okay. And of course our last speaker recently just talked about the sorry, the Bangsamoro pacifying peace Bangsamoro Autonomous Region in Mindanao, and the role that it can play in preventing extremism. So any questions from the audience? Okay, so there's a questions from yes, um, from the audience and yes, yes, go ahead, Dr. Neri. Harvey, yes, my colleagues from
Hello,
yeah.
salamat Sir Aldin and hi Prime. I know Prime from many years before and it's very nice to see him again. I will try to make a comment that will synthesize the topic from the three presenters. So I will start with the last presenter, is Christian. I think I am from MSU Marawi and I also affiliated with the Institute of Peace and Development in Mindanao, an office under Mindanao State University. Um, yeah, Mr. Cristiano, there are already because you have mentioned about violent extremism. There are already efforts in studying the involvement of CSO, LGU, and NGO in the Bangsamoro region on how their involvement in PCBE, the preventing and countering violent extremism, and perhaps your study would be a good complement, no, to the current study, and just perhaps maybe you can just contact me if I can connect you with a network. And because you have also spoken about historical injustice, and I'm very happy that si Dr. Prime really beautifully encapsulated the word historical injustice into one Cebuano word, agulo. Agulo, parang kung sa Bisaya pa wala na himutang ang kalag. And Prime, perhaps it is, although very uncomfortable, but it is also very important to acknowledge that this agulo happens on both sides. No, the victim of violence are not only the Moros, but the Christian minorities as well. And yeah, you know, it can, if kung tatabunan lang, no, it just create a negative peace. It would be very fragile. Kaunting issue lang sisiklab agad ang gulo, no. I'm very happy nowadays that there is so much improvement in peace and order in Bangsamoro. But yeah, I really feel that most of this improvement is because of the huge grant from national government given to Bangsamoro. And this grant will not last for long. So yeah, it's I'm happy that you really uh, focus on the historical injustice encapsulating that word agulo. But again, no, it is not just on the moral side. No, there are also Christian victims, the IP victims on both sides, and this lead me to that third presenter, the group of Mamjo, because for me, in my opinion, I think your research is focused on the non-Moro IPs in Bangsamoro were left out in the peace process. They don't have voice. And for me, the peace process is just very pragmatic. I think the government just talk to more or give uh, listen to voices with people who has arm, no, yung grupo na may arm mas nag co-op, and they're trying to please those group, no, to the detriment of the non-Moro IP. And that is not just true in Bangsamoro, that is also true in Mindanao in general. Because the Moro has a group to cling on, the MNLF or MNLF, but the IP don't have. So they just cling on, nagiging niche siya ng CPP-NPA, no, yung claimor ng IP to hear their voice, wala silang armas, so nakikiatas sila sa CPP-NP. Uh, that's my comment. And maybe you can also uh, to perhaps enrich your study, you can also mention the experience of Myanmar. Okay, nowadays, the rebellion in Myanmar is gaining ground, and in Myanmar, baliktad, no, the Rohingya were the Muslim minority. They don't have arm, so they can just be brushed aside by the armed forces of Myanmar. But other IP group were able to procure arm and fight back the government, and now they are gaining ground. So perhaps a peace process will come to Myanmar. The result could be the other way around, no? Na baka mas mabibigyan ng boses yung mga IP sa Myanmar compare sa mga Rohingya Muslim. Okay, so thank you and have a nice day.
Okay, thank you for that. And again, I would just like to remind the audience that first introduce yourself by stating your name and organization. This sets the context for your questions and helps panelists understand your perspective. Of course, number two, clearly state the name of the presenters that you're directing your questions to. This ensures clarity and directs the questions appropriately. And of course, last one is keep your questions brief and focused. As you know that we have many participants who would like to raise questions. Make your question relevant to the presenter's topic or the presenter's expertise. Thank you. And I believe we have a next, there's a question, yes. Who's in line with this again? Yeah. I would like to call Mr. Lopez Ricardo from, yes. Mr. Lopez, yeah.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, from the Initiative for International Dialogue IIDs. Go ahead. Yes.
All right. Yeah, I'd like to thank the presenters. They were all the presentations were quite interesting. But I actually have two questions. The first one is addressed to Dr. Ragandang. You mentioned the transformative approach in your study. I was wondering how that, as far as you're concerned with regards to this study, how do you envision transformative approach in relation to other similar or related approaches like transitional justice and restorative justice? Are they all the same, or are they somewhat different, at least with regards to your study? So the second question is I would like to address it to the Ateneo de Davao University presenters. I thought it was very interesting, especially the use of decoloniality, because not a lot of people here in the Philippines uses that framework. My question is with regards to your analysis on the state-centric approach, because there are also narratives in other researches from other CSOs and other think tanks who deal with the Bangsamoro peace process, like for example the exclusion of horizontal actors. I'd like to say if that is more or less what you're saying. Like, are you saying that because it is state-centric, that a lot of the horizontal actors like the NMIPs are excluded? And I'm also because I'm actually interested to read your whole thesis, but for now I haven't read it yet, so I wouldn't know. But have you mentioned, for example, or discussed the torrent system with regards to the land disputes that the NMIPs are experiencing right now? Thank you very much.
So let's start with Dr. Ragandang. Yes, the questions is about transformative in your you mentioned in your paper, in your presentation.
Thank you so much, Abdeen. And for the first one about the question of Kuya RV about the not a question but a comment. Thank you so much, Kuya RV, about recognizing that Agulo is not just for the Moros themselves, but it's Agulo on both sides, three sides, and all of the sides. So we have our own story. They have their own narratives, which might be conflicting to one another, akin to the concept of what constitutes truth with a big T or truth with a small t. So and then I think in this case really the dialogue is very important, and listening to each side and conversation, and other than just forgetting about them. And number two, for the question about the transformative approach, this I am coming from my comment about the worldview, wherein especially for most of the time when we do research, especially from the academe. We do research, test theory, create concepts, or question a theory, and sometimes it doesn't make any sense to the community that we study. From a transformative worldview, what I am trying to say here is that our research, especially if it's about peace and conflict, should make sense to the community that we study. And by being transformative, it should be able to transform any issues, give solutions to the issues that we encounter rather than just describing them as most as academics usually do. So, like doing action agenda, specific action agenda that will benefit to the community rather than just benefiting journals, books, for purposes of creating knowledge. So beyond knowledge production, from a transformative worldview, I argue that we should gear our research towards, meaningful contribution to the community that we study, and not necessarily waiting for the policymakers to do it for us, but we doing it by ourselves. I hope I answer your questions. Thank you very
And
much.
before we go to the second presenters, there's a comment actually from Elfie Alastar from Osaka University. He said, Dr. Ragandang, I want to ask about hyper-negative peace. Is this more of expanding the concept of indirect structural violence and less of a departure from the concept of negative peace? And okay, and I also like to follow up also because you talk about hyper negative peace. You do realize that one avenue for healing is actually forgetting the past. And sometimes when you go back to past to try to heal the ones, you're actually not necessarily getting a closures, but more of a puzzle though, because you're trying to solve. A classic example is perhaps, for example, which the third speaker presented. The father was butchered, was murdered, and by going back to that past, trying to find who committed the crime, can create more trauma to the victim. So, do you would you recommend hyper negative peace as a way of healing yourself at all costs? So again, I would like to repeat. There are two things that was asked to you. Number one is from the Osaka University by Mr. Alastair. He said, hyper negative, is this more of expanding the concept of indirect structural violence and less of a departure from the concept of negative peace? The second one is it necessary? Does hyper negative apply to all when it comes to healing? Because other people's their way of moving forward is by forgetting the past rather than trying to living in the past. What is your comment on that or your answer?
Thank you so much, Dean. First, for the question of Alastair, I am happy to share the paper, but very briefly, my argument is that it's going beyond negative peace. So Galtong basically conceptualized negative peace as, presence of structural violence, right? But this one, I go beyond structural violence and really use it from the lens of memory. And that the politics of memory, if we forget about the things in the past, might be worse than negative peace, worse than having structural violence. So for me, if we tend to forget the ones in the past and not heal them, then it is a worst form of negative peace, thus calling it as a hyper negative peace. So it's like from the lens of memory. For the question, Geraldine, I think it's a very important, really, especially from the trauma that we don't want to, reminisce again. Something that, yes, I believe that sometimes we just, forget about them, especially when it hurts us every time the one is open. And in building on that, my main argument is that yes, it's sometimes painful, but if the pain is only happen once and will create a more peaceful future, then it is okay
Yeah.
to sacrifice of a small pain in exchange of a better peace. Thank you, Aldin.
I know that because the reason I'm saying this is because I have worked in conflicted areas, and oftentimes the victims would rather not to talk about in the past because it's too painful. So they have moved on. So, and I think this is one of the limitations of the studies that the papers that you have presented. Now we go to the next speakers, okay? And I think the questions is about you talked about the sorry, parang dami yata yung topic. What was forgive me, your your comment. You remember the question for the second presenter? Yes.
Me? Okay. I think I was wondering how does you I almost forgot a little bit, but I think it boils down to it boils down to their comments about the state-centric approach of peace
State-centric
building.
approach. Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So how does this argument situate with regards to a lot of the narratives or by
Oh
by
yeah.
a lot
Okay.
of the
Yeah.
researchers and think tanks and
Yes,
the
yes.
academics who work on the Bangsamoro peace process with regards to the idea of horizontal actors? Are they is that what they're saying, or is that something different? And then I was wondering also if they included in their written output the torrent system, especially
Yes.
in terms of the historical approach. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your question. For context na lang, no, before I actually answer your questions rather, um, we were advised, no, by our brilliant panelist. I'm sure his name is very familiar, Dr. Mansur Limba. He was the one who actually guided our direction from this state-centric questions about state-centrism and even the inclusion or exclusion of the NMIPs in the Bangsamoro peace process. Because originally we started by answering the question, asking the question rather, are they included or are they excluded? Then we were criticized by Dr. Mansur Limba na there actually are efforts because this was during our proposal stage. So we shifted the question from answering the question whether they are excluded or included to investigating their positionality. Now, this is where the idea of or the theory rather of decoloniality entered it became more relevant to the study. So really, yes, we are criticizing. If I'm also getting your the question you're formulating, no, if I'm getting it correctly on my end, we are questioning the state-centric, the modernist conceptions of certain institutions and even other actors involved and the way they are influencing the Bangsamoro peace process. Because we can't deny that I mean, we can't really, I don't know. Well, it's something that's not as talked about because, of course, like here we have Dr. Agandang, in offering this concept of hypernegative peace, while we also started with the concepts of Galtong, which are very Western, no, because Galtong himself is a Western academic. So we aim to tackle actually it's not whether the yung state centrism ganyan it's really asking whether or not our efforts are perpetuating ontological and epistemic violence which are under investigated or like they're underemphasized problems because we don't really it's not very mainstream to talk about ontological and epistemic violence, especially since as you mentioned, sir, decolonial approaches are not very mainstream, or at least they're not as used in peace building, especially here in the Philippines or in Mindanao, or it has just been recently like yung interested it's just been recently na interested ang scholars to this is a new lens, what if we try this one. So we started with kasi uh actually, because you also asked me, no, through the private message here in the Zoom na because Sir Gamas wanted us to investigate this na in a way na hindi good siya in a Bisaya term, no, hindi siya gas-gas ba? Because people always use a modern or Western theory, or even use hybrid peace building, which is instead of top down to bottom up approach. So instead, why not insert this new perspective, which might address the underemphasized problems of ontological violence, which risks delegitimizing or yung underemphasizing the knowledge systems and values of non more indigenous peoples po. And also thank you for pointing out the torrent system, sir. No, we didn't really have the chance to explore the torrent system, but we did tackle land conflict and land grabbing in our paper. It might have strayed good from the peace process, perhaps, or we just didn't have enough time, considering that this is an undergraduate thesis, and even our panelists commented na it might have been too much to tackle po in.
Thank you. There's another question also. I think similar. Di Castro, yes, Di Castro Marvin from UP Mindanao. Hello, are you still there? Oh,
Oh, hi. I wrote my question in the chat, and my concern
yes.
is why is there a distinction between indigenous and Moro and then modernity, as if the Moro and the indigenous are not affected by modernity, or that they don't have the adaptive capacity to utilize for themselves or to uh, the very aspects of modernity to further their agenda. At the most basic level, to provide a visual metaphor for this, let's say guns. Okay, we know that in the history of the Moro struggle, at some point they resorted to armed struggle, and they probably did away with the traditional knives or blades or the kris, and they embraced the gun. So I would argue the same. Why is there seemingly a branching of or distinction between modernity and indigenous peoples and Moro? Should it be state instead versus Moro and indigenous peoples?
Thank you for your question, sir. No, actually, your question is the very foundation of why we chose a decolonial theory. The reason why we separated three worlds, is because I already forwarded here the link to where we got our idea for our theory, no, of pluriversality in peace building. So the reason why we separated these three realities is because pluriversality in its sense is something if we already know, most of us know the concept of of being pluralist or like very inclusive in one reality. Pluriversality posits that we don't exist in the same reality. So that's why we separated three worlds. But despite this separation, it's kind of like the sentiment here is we don't exist in the same world, or we don't have the same realities because we don't have the same circumstances. And this is also compounded by we don't have the same social, or we don't have the same positionalities. I have different biases based on where I'm from, or which world I am situated in, or which world my positionality in is in. So the just to clarify, even though we separated these three worlds or these three existing realities, this does not mean that they are mutually exclusive. Because the very idea of pluriversality is that they are still connected, but like they influence each other. So the way we analyze this study is also the data for our study is juxtaposing other actors with among each other. We juxtapose them and then compare their positionalities. But just to clarify lang ha, just because we separated these three realities does not mean that they are mutually exclusive, that they don't influence each other. They do. This is why we have the peace process. But the only problem that we are pointing out here is that it's not as pluriversal as we want, because some actors do not have as much of a substantial uh or were not given enough of a substantial role in the peace process, rather than other actors. Also, on this note of why we chose to name it modern instead of state, is because it is parallel with the theory itself. Because the theory of pluriversality, which is a decolonial theory, challenges the modernist and the modernist or state-centric but state-centric would not be enough, because the very notion of decoloniality challenges modernity. So we had to choose the term modern to stay parallel with the theory, rather than just arbitrarily using state, which is what common, I believe, what is commonly used by a lot of political theorists. But we would like to use modern world here to it also furthers the advocacy of pluriversality. Although state could also be state could also fit the category or the discussion, but we believe, no, my colleagues and I believe that it's more parallel ba, or it fits the aesthetic of the theory. So, yun lang
Okay,
po.
so we will take one last questions. Okay, so we'd like to Nerissa Guillermo. What's your questions? Hello, are you still there? Okay, so wala siya. Okay, so in that case, okay, she's not around. Okay, so in that case, then we would like to thank everybody for attending sessions, and we will start again. Okay, she there? Hello, Miss Guillermo. Hello. Nakamute kasi yung Miss Guillermo. Okay. So, yes.
Umaga po yung lahat. Isang mapayapang umaga sa inyong lahat. And sa lahat ng participants, no? I am Dr. Nerissa M. Guillermo. I am a professor, program head department
Dr. Guillermo. Yeah. Dr. Guillermo, I think there's a problem with your line.
I hope I am audible.
Yeah, you know, your voice are not clear. It's not yet.
Hello? Am I
Yes,
audible?
yeah, that's better. Yes, go
Sir
ahead. What was
Alonto,
your...
am I audible?
Yes.
Everybody.
Hello.
Hello?
Yes, nawawala
Okay,
po kayo.
I am from the BA Broadcasting Department of the College.
Hello. Hello.
Hello, good afternoon. Good morning.
Oh,
Magandang
good
umaga,
afternoon.
isang mapayapang umaga sa ating lahat. I am Dr. Guillermo. I am the program head of the BA Broadcast. Is it better now?
Yes, this is better. Yes.
All now? Okay. Magandang umaga, isang mapayapang umaga sa ating lahat. I come from the Broadcasting Department of the College of Communication of the New Era University. Maraming salamat sa lahat ng speakers for this morning. It's a learning experience for all of us here in Quezon City. So I just like to make two salient points, no, more of a maybe suggestion and added value comment, no, if the speakers would take it openly. First, Dr. Garandang, maraming salamat because we are coming from the College of Communication. Thank you for the study on ballads, no? You were referring to memory. Siguro po, I would just like to suggest, because I'm doing a parallel study, for you to also look into collective memory. Kasi the problem po with memory is, while if you're looking at it from an individualistic point of view, is that sometimes memory does not wholly define our identity. But if you push it further to collective memory, especially with the discussions on the Bangsamoro, the BARM, no? And the Lumads and everybody else, the IPs, siguro po magandang tingnan natin because the ballads are constructed via collective memory as well. Tapos parallel to this is also the theory on nostalgia, no? Because we look at it, if you are looking the peace building process, and sabi niyo po, paghilom, I'm also the paghilom ng ating mga wounds would also be part of a nostalgic memory because it brings a peace tone or a peace an underlying to mediate the use of. And then to Sir Christian, maraming salamat because from the recommendations of your analysis paper, I was able to list down possible researches, like the use of social media to counter toxic narratives on Bangsamoro, on the IPs in Mindanao. So I think with the effort for peace building, for the peace process, the mediatization of narratives, of the Muslim narratives on social media would be better if they're geared towards the positive, the positive effect, the positive effort, to really hindi lang inclusion to really establish a positive identity through social media. So I think aside from lawyers of social media, the mediatization of Muslim narratives having caused a lot of negative conflict in the past would probably be a good seed, or the seed of the core of building positive narratives towards peace building. And to the undergraduates, to the undergraduates from the Ateneo, congratulations. It's quite rare that we hear of brilliant studies, in conferences like this. But thank you. Your efforts are truly lauded. But again, like my colleague from UP Mindanao, coming in from a graduate of UP Diliman, I would like to suggest that you also look, because you're talking about decolonizing theories, I think you should also use some of the theories or look into psikolohiyang Pilipino.
Yes.
Because marami sa psikolohiyang Pilipino ay gumagamit ng ganito, ng pagtingin sa identity, sa isang decolonized process, ang hindi paggamit ng Western lens, to analyze what is truly indigenously Filipino culture. Siguro magandang tingnan din natin yun. These are suggestions lang po, the paggamit ng psikolohiyang Pilipino to the undergraduates. Maybe you can look into that, as an adjunct to the suggestion of my colleague from UP Mindanao. So Sir Alonto, maraming salamat for this space.
Yes.
Mabuhay.
Thank you for your
Isang
contribution.
magandang at mabuting kapayapaan mula sa lungsod ng Quezon City. Thank you.
Thank you. You're very welcome. Again, we will start at 1:30, but just to remind you, we have a very interesting topic for the panel session. Number 2, we have peacekeeping and peace building in the Bangsamoro. Then we have also youth-led peace building efforts in the Anthropocene reflection from the Young Moro for Kalilintad Initiative. And of course, we have Beyond Camp Abu Bakar, an assessment of the President Strada's Moro policy and its impact on peace building in Bangsamoro. And of course, and I think all of us are waiting for this one. We have Rizal Buendia, Dr. Rizal Buendia, the dream that is yet to be realized. Our keynote speakers, and of course, we have Francisco Lara, the frightful inadequacy of most of these statistics, monitoring violent conflict in Bangsamoro, and the last one is Patria Vinales, of course, a well-known writer, recovering stories from below and rebuilding the Moro narrative in the afternoon. So please don't forget to join us after lunch. Again, thank you again for all the participants, our the presenters, and I hope you have a wonderful lunch. Thank you.
Timer screen on your screen. I think we are going to start in any minute now. Okay. All right. Assalamualaikum. Good afternoon po sa lahat. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests and valued participants, welcome again to the 2023 Bangsamoro Research Conference. I trust that you all had a wonderful lunch And I also hope that you are all energized and geared up for the insightful presentations ahead. Now, once again, it's a pleasure to have each and every one of you with us. I'm Khalil Bogabong, and I'm honored to be your MC for this remarkable event. Before we dive into the heart of the conference, a quick reminder for our participants. Please make sure to complete the attendance form and the feedback form on your screen. You can scan it. Those who complete both will be eligible to receive a certificate, so don't miss out on that part. Okay, so with that, at this juncture, can we proceed to the next one? Let's first look at the house rules again. At this juncture, let us look at the reminders for the rest of the session. For our presenters, again, you have 15 minutes. 15 minutes are allotted for your presentation. This will be followed by the synthesis, comments, reflection by our very own moderator, Sir Vincent. Afterwards, a Q&A session will follow. All right, so let us now look at the panel 2 presenters. The title of the panel 2, Peacekeeping and Peace Building in the Bangsamoro. For our very first presenter, we have Mr. Carlo Guevara with the title Peacekeeping and Public Safety at Sea, Creating and Maintaining a Fisheries and Rescue Fleet for the Bangsamoro in Pursuit of Local and National Security. For our second presenter, we have Ms. Alas Erfe, Youth-Led Peace-Building Efforts in the Anthropocene, Reflections from the Young Moros for Kalilintat Initiative. And for our last speaker, we have Ms. Naomi Ko with the title Beyond Camp Abubakar, an assessment of President Estrada's moral policy and its impact on peace building in the Bangsamoro. And with that, let me introduce to you our moderator for panel 2 on peacekeeping and peace building in the Bangsamoro. Sir Vincent Lubay Casil is a distinguished scholar from Malabon City, Philippines. He has a rich educational background, including a bachelor's in philosophy from Philippine Christian University and a master's from Ateneo de Manila University. His academic journey also includes a semester at Guangxi University, China, and he is currently pursuing a PhD in the Philippine Studies at the University of the Philippines. His research intersects political economy and democracy development in the Bangsamoro region. A recipient of the China ASEAN University Network Scholarship in 2020, Vincent has taught various philosophy and ethics courses at multiple universities and has supervised numerous policy-related studies. His scholarly work, focusing on topics like alienation, justice, and subjectivities in the Philippine society, includes notable publications on Bangsamoro studies, exploring themes like moral governance and political economy. With that, I would like to welcome Sir Vincent Casil. Sir.
Yes, thank you, Sir Bugabong, for that generous introduction. So without further ado, again, salam and a pleasant afternoon to everyone, and welcome to the very first Bangsamoro Research Online Conference. And for the panel 2, I'm here to be your chair, and we'll be discussing peace building and peacekeeping in the Bangsamoro. So we can start with the first presenter, who is Mr. Carlo Guevara, who will be presenting peacekeeping and public safety at sea, creating and maintaining a fisheries and rescue fleet for the Bangsamoro in pursuit of local and national security. Mr. Carlo Guevara is a student of creative writing at the University of the Philippines, Diliman. He wrote for literary publications both in the Philippines and abroad, and he is currently in the process of writing his master's thesis. His research interests include society, national security, and culture and the arts. Okay. Without further ado, let us welcome Mr. Carlo Guevara. May now start, sir.
Hello, good afternoon, everyone. It's cold morning here where I am right now, but since it's the afternoon for everyone else, so yeah, good afternoon, everyone. So I'm going to share my presentation. So now, the title of the presentation is Peacekeeping and Public Safety at Sea, Creating and Maintaining a Fisheries and Rescue Fleet for the Bangsamoro in Pursuit of Local National Security. So we're going to discuss the policy questions. So this is a policy paper, not your typical research paper. So it's directed both at the academic and non-academic audience, specifically the policymakers that have the practical means to implement these policies. So we'll start the policy questions. Why create a fleet? So the rationale behind it, the geopolitical benefit, and then the policy options, the salient points, the policy criteria, so the framework in which we are doing the analysis, and then the analysis of policy options, the practical steps to implement policy. After all, this has to be practical, the policy recommendation in general, the suggestions for further research and policy briefs on the matter, and of course, the sources for the things that have been used on the presentation. So let's start. Okay, policy question. So first, would the creation of a fisheries enforcement and sea rescue fleet by the farm help in securing the fishing grounds of the Bangsamoro and contribute to to overall security? So why is this important? Well, it's common knowledge among the people of the Bangsamoro that its waters are rich in fisheries resources such as tuna, sardines, and all other types of valuable fish that are both profitable in the local and international market. So this alone necessitates the creation of a fleet. Now, second, what are the possible policy options that are available for the creation of a fisheries enforcement and sea rescue fleet? So we go through 4 possible options, which will be later explained in detail in the later slides. So going on, now let's go to the rationale of why create a fleet. So now we know that the mandate of the Bangsamoro government in general is to provide livelihood and secure the livelihood of the people who live in the region. As for the for MAPAR, which is the Ministry of Agriculture and Fisheries and Agrarian Resources, so their mandate is to ensure that there is food security in the Bangsamoro. And one of the ways that people get their food in the Bangsamoro is through the sea, through the sea. So through the sea, people get both their livelihood and their food. So it's pretty important why we should, or why should policymakers create a fleet. Second, it's already said in the previous one, but I'll say it into detail. The maritime sector. So sure, you might say, where's the maritime sector? We don't have ships yet. But even as of this moment, the MV Prince Khalil has been launched from both Zamboanga to Bongao and from Bongao to Sandakan. And there's a ferry that has been launched from Cotabato to Sulu, if I'm not mistaken. So this just shows that shipping lanes are slowly being built up, which means that there should be support from the government in terms of securing the sea lanes and making sure that these sea lanes are both safe and help in case of any untoward incidents at sea. Number 3, display of capabilities both in the service of the region. Now, what does this mean? Okay, in the current context, we rely on the Coast Guard to help when there's disasters at sea, such as the recent burning of the ship off the coast of Sulu, for example. So many people died during that incident, despite the best efforts of the Coast Guard and the rest of the rescuers. So thing is, there should be more assets to enable a more speedy and more comprehensive set of rescue operations when there are disasters. So that's why a fleet is required. And then also to protect overall national interest. Now, as you may all know, the Philippine Coast Guard is in the lead in protecting our high seas, such as the West Philippine Sea, the Bashi Channel north of the Batanes, the Benham Rise, and all other hotspots. And they only have around 20 large ships to do this. 20 or 30 large ships. Now, what does this mean? The assets are rather limited. So, if the Bangsamoro government commits to having a fleet, a decent fleet, at least it would free up the assets of the Coast Guard to focus on protecting our national interests. Number 4, as we all know, the Mandanas ruling has devolutionalized the functions of the government as well as its finances. So the fleet will enable the Bangsamoro government to directly enforce maritime laws and order at sea. So not only does it keep the sea safe, but it also allows the Bangsamoro government to show its presence and ensure its citizens that, our government protects us not just on land, but at sea as well. And then number 5, already mentioned, respond to calamities at sea, but not just limited to the happenings at sea. For instance, some communities might be cut off by flash floods, by landslides, and all other natural disasters on land. So the roads might be closed, the highways might be broken, the bridges might go down, as what has happened in Zamboanga early in 2023, when when 2 highway bridges were broken, and it took weeks to repair them so that the connection between Zamboanga and the rest of the country are established again. So in case the land connections are broken, having a fleet will allow the Bangsamoro government to directly help to those who are at need. So let's continue. Number 6, protect the coastlines in the sea from illegal fishing and poaching. So this is already pretty obvious. Number 7, preserve the environment. So in both ways, the fleet will allow the Bangsamoro government to monitor its waters for biodiversity, to put artificial coral shelters, to monitor the state of the corals and other things. So pretty much straightforward. Number 8, empower MAPAR to take on a proactive role in protecting the waters of the jurisdiction. Number 9, upgrade technical know-how and produce more jobs. Number 10, leave a tangible legacy protecting the seas. Now, let's be frank here. As citizens, we are proud to see that there's infrastructure, that you know where your where your money goes, where the taxpayers' money goes. So this is why you should create the Bangsamoro government should create a fleet. Now, geopolitical benefit. The Bangsamoro fisheries fleet will focus on the BIM-IGA region, which is a rapidly growing economic region, leaving BPAR to maximize their presence in other parts of the Philippines, and the Coast Guard, as I've said, to enhance their focus on hotspots. So they're mentioned on the slide, and I mentioned before the West Philippine Sea, Scarborough Shoal, Bashi Channel, and Benham Rise. Now, so here's a graphic. So not included in the graphic is the port near Maguindanao. I believe it has to be updated soon. But here are the possible vertiges of the ships, which goes on now to policy options. So there are 4 policy options. The criteria that were used covered legal, financial, technical, and inclusivity aspects to tackle each of the policy options given. So there are 4 of them. First, maintain current arrangement. Second, build up a fleet without upgrade. So just the baseline boats, fast boats, without the divers and the RHID and the drones. Third, build up fleet with upgrades. Now, what do we mean by upgrades? Draw capabilities such as drones, diving equipment, RHIDs or inflatable boats to reach shallow waters, or build an expensive fleet of assets, which means not just simple 30-meter boats, but also the larger ones and everything in between. Now, what does it mean to have a fisheries enforcement and rescue fleet? You might think, what does it mean? What do we mean by this? So here's how we define it as per what's currently available in the Philippines. So ships with at least 30 meters in length have endurance that can allow them to patrol away from their vertiges and ports up to 2 weeks at a time, have space for further technological and situational upgrades. So example is the BRP.2 Caballo shown on the slide. This is 30 meters long, and it can serve as a research vessel, it can serve as a rescue vessel, it can serve as a resupply vessel, among many other things. And then ideally made of steel for sturdier construction, have the necessary power and speed to respond to events at sea, and ideally having 12 vessels berthed at 4 strategic points. So the rule of 3. So ideally, one vessel should be patrolling, the other should be ready in port, and the other should be ready for upgrades for each port. So that's why we say 12 vessels for 4 strategic points. Now, here are the possible locations of the port. So the one in Maguindanao will cover everything downwards. The one in Lamitan will cover everything up to Palawan. The one in Cebu will cover the waters around Sulu, Tawi-Tawi, and the one in Sitangkay will cover the waters near Malaysia. So this is one example of where the vertiges could be placed. Now, the policy criteria as follows. Let's start with legality. Is it legal? Availability of funds, cost effectiveness. You cannot just build a fleet and hoping that you can go up with the cost. It has to be cost effective. Logistics and availability of personnel. This is quite important. And then inclusiveness. Does the policy positively affect the broadest range of constituents and stakeholders possible? Does it develop and stimulate economic growth? Does it help develop shipbuilding capabilities within Bangsamoro or within the Philippines? Does it help national security? Does it cover all capabilities needed to cover the Bangsamoro government's and MAPAR's mandate? And does it represent a jump in know-how? As you all know, these are very technical things, which means it has to the jump in know-how has to be gradual. You cannot jump from one state to another rapidly. It has to be gradual, so the capabilities will be absorbed in an optimal way. Now, so here's the question. Here are the policy choices. Now, is it legal? Yes, it's legal according to both the Philippine laws and the Charter of the Bangsamoro. It's all legal. All the options are legal. Number 2, availability of funds. In the first one, not applicable because it's already the Coast Guard and the BPAR who's doing it. Now, for the second and third, it's doable. The fourth one, it's available, but there might be a need for other funding sources such as foreign loans and other financial instruments that might not be immediately available to the Bangsamoro. Cost effectiveness. Well, the first option says no cost at all. Yeah, because BPAR is already doing it, as I've said. Now, the next two, yes. The last one, there's a caveat. In the long run, it's a big yes. But in the short term, no, because it's not cost effective to build up a fleet immediately. It takes hundreds of millions of pesos, which, as I've said, might not be available. Logistics and availability of personnel. So let's focus on the second and third options. No, but the part where you get a minimum fleet, you don't need major upgrades. You just have to have basic navigation skills, which most fishermen and most people in the Bangsamoro already have. And to operate the most rudimentary of boats, it doesn't take that much in terms of technical capability. As for the third one, where you build up a fleet with upgrades, you need to train drone operators, you need to build up navigation personnel, you need to build up a rated seamen to operate these upgraded boats. But theoretically, it can be done within a space of 5 to 10 years. So it's theoretically doable. Next, inclusiveness. Okay, so no change, only limited to specific areas as far as the second fleet is concerned. The third one, yes, it fulfills everything in terms of the mission and vision of the MAPAR. Does it develop and stimulate economic growth? First option, definitely no, because all the assets belong to BPAR and the Coast Guard. Second, yes, at a relatively small scale, yes, impacting many industries. That now how? You need suppliers for the drones, you need suppliers for the seamen, training of seamen, you need suppliers for the food and the other stuff. So basically, you don't just build ships, you build an industry, both upstream and downstream, to help support those ships and helps overall, they'll contribute to the Bangsamoro economy through taxes. Now, number 7, does it help develop shipbuilding capabilities? Now, ang caveat, Cebu shipyard is an existing shipyard within the Bangsamoro. The only thing is that it only produces wooden and fiberglass reinforced wooden vessels. It doesn't have the capability yet to cut steel and to produce ships made of steel. So that's why that's where the context in terms of shipbuilding capabilities is. Now, the practical implication is that most probably the initial ships would be created in a shipyard somewhere in Cebu or in Josepa shipyards in either Manila or in Sual in Pangasinan, which both are local and have had proven designs. Now, does it help national security? So having a fleet definitely allows for the reinforcement of national security in most of the options. Does it cover all capabilities? The second one is basically pitted for but not with. What does it mean? You have to buy those later on. So it's not ideal, but at least you have the presence. The third one and the fourth one are obviously, yes, it immediately covers all the capabilities through added training and experience, of course. Finally, does it represent a jump in know-how? So as I've said in the previous criterion, any seafarer with enough experience should be able to operate large boats with the most basic functions of navigation. Now, but the third one, since it has additional capabilities such as research, search and rescue, you have to be rated. That's the technical term, or trained to operate those. So recommend, definitely the first one, no, we don't want, the policymakers the policymakers will probably say they want a fleet, assuming they want a fleet, so no. The second and third ones, yes. And the fourth one, due to the extensive capabilities involved and the time and funds needed, so no. Now, practical steps. Let's go to the practical steps. So first,
Sorry, Sir Carlo.
Yeah.
I think you have to wrap up the discussion.
Okay, I'll wrap up. It's just a few slide steps. So ships can be done with using proven designs. Preliminary training can be done with different stakeholders. Integrate both former fighters through the Coast Guard pipeline and make them, operators. So policy recommendation. While it may seem to be early for the Bangsamoro government to tackle this issue, it's clear that the current events and the interests of the local fishermen and shipping sector, as well as the security context in the region, should make its policymakers take a look at this issue in the Perides and consider at least the formation of fisheries fleet in the years to come. Now, okay, so here's the Cebu shipyard. Now, suggestions for further research, ideal composition, capability acquisition prioritization. So for further policy briefs and policy research, integration of the Cebu shipyard, infrastructure development such as ports, and here are the sources. Thank you for listening. Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Sir Earl, Carlo Guevara, for presenting your thoughts on the fisheries enforcement and sea fleet, showing the plausibility and the viability in its different aspects, right? And why Bangsamoro government should prioritize having such kind of strategic measures, right? Addressing, of course, the issues on economic, security, political, and even on how to address disaster in the region. So I think, although I have some questions as well, and I'll reserve that later, and for others as well, all you may pose the questions, but all the questions will be addressed after all the presentation. Okay, so moving forward, we will go next to our another presentation or presenter, with Miss Alastair Erfe. Okay, will be presenting youth-led peace-building efforts in the Anthropocene, reflections from the Young Moros for Kalilintad initiative. Before she begins, let me read her short bio note. Alastair Erfe is a doctoral student at Osaka University with research focused on critical peace education in conflict-affected and post-colonial societies. Before pursuing graduate studies in Japan, she worked in the Philippine development sector for 4 years on projects related to climate change, disaster risk reduction, humanitarian assistance, and education. So without further ado, let us all welcome Ms. Alastair Erfe.
Hello po, magandang hapon po sa inyong lahat, and thank you, Sir Vin. So today I will be presenting this project that we did some time back in 2016, and I just want to say a disclaimer here that today I present myself as a halfie. Now I'm a doctoral student, but in this presentation I would mostly talk about from the perspective of a practitioner, and I co-wrote this paper with Mr. Raymond de Peralta, who unfortunately cannot join us today, but his contributions and insights to the paper were equally important and enriched the research. So to start with, so the title of my paper is Youth-Led Peace-Building Efforts in the Anthropocene, Reflections from the Young Moros for Kalilintad Initiative. And just to give you a provisional agenda of what how my presentation would flow. So I'll first start with the new approaches to peace building and the concept of the Anthropocene, or at least the discourse in the Anthropocene, analyzing the local actors, as specifically zeroing in on youth and their contributions in peace building, of course, my research objective and methods. After that, I will be situating briefly Bangsamoro in the Anthropocene, which of course many of you might probably already know, and it's like me trying to re-echo what's already been said by other presenters, or what they will say in like the other panels. And then of course the meat of the discussion, which is the youth-led peace building, the Young Moros for Kalilintad initiative, which is based on narratives, and then reflections and ways forward, and of course references. So to start with, at least here in Japan, I'm currently based in Japan. I would say that the creation of the 2019 Bangsamoro Parliament is something that they celebrate in the peace building scholarship, or how like the Japanese scholars would write about the Bangsamoro Parliament. But as the word building in peace building implies, it's not just an event. It's a process that is sustained, that needs to be sustained by those who are on the ground. And this is something that you can see in the everyday experience of these people, based on their informal interactions. And other theories, such as Cedric de Koning, who advanced this adaptive peace building theory, that argues that people who are in conflict affected societies have the capacity to self-organize, and societies are not predictable, they're not linear, and they're also dynamic. Another discourse I think that is relevant to the peace building is the Anthropocene. It's originally conceived in the earth sciences field, from like geological sciences, by Paul Crutzen. It refers to the geological age when human activities dominate and influence the earth systems. And because we have humans there as the actors, as the dominant actors for all these changes, unequivocal changes happening, of course, there would be the engagement of your social sciences and humanities scholars in the field, and its manifestations are global warming, which is now, according to my latest update, has been changed to global boiling, of environmental degradation, armed conflicts, and other human-induced disasters. A layman's explanation for this, I think, is a movie title, Everything Everywhere All at Once. And the main drivers of this one, of course, is neoliberalism, extractivist practices, globalization, elite concentration of wealth, which, of course, as we all know, the midwife of all of this is colonialism. So what's common between this critical approaches to peace building and the Anthropocene? Well, they have three junctures that I have identified. First, it's they depart from the traditional notions of security, such as just conflicts, because in this critical approaches, they also consider climate change and other disasters as something that we consider as threats to peace. And also a departure from liberal peace building, which has its basis on individualistic freedom. Another emphasis here is that the need for collective action and a holistic approach, that we need to act together and not prioritize an individual over the other, as well as not to think beyond humans, as we are also as every being is part of this ecology, and they are also equally important in the sustenance of this planetary system. And of course, strengthening of local agencies and local actors in responding to peace threats, which has been iterated a couple times, especially the word local. And since we're talking about the locals, my next slide would be unpacking the local actors. So who are the locals? In many cases, locals, of course, especially in the peace building sense, like the top of mind awareness would be they are the people affected by conflict. But these people affected by conflict, they're also parts of their local governments. They're also part of their grassroots organizations. Some of them are part of and workers in NGOs, civil societies, educational institutions, faith-based institutions, women and youth groups. And among these groups, one of I would say, just from my perspective, one of the most underappreciated, or at least underexplored yet, is the contribution of young people. And there are barriers for that, such as they're always portrayed as easy targets of recruitment, of those that would be easily radicalized, especially for young men. And then for young women, they are portrayed as vulnerable targets. But I think in this IAYND working group on youth and peace building, it said that 86% of young people are actually not joining violent extremist groups. Another reason for it is that they are usually subjected to power over structures or dominations, and are rarely invited in closed door or highly political negotiations. But young people are dynamic and innovative actors of change, and you can see that elsewhere in this world. Like if I'm going to give some examples, climate strikes that are happening, and the activities of young people joining protests and then activism in light of the recent events in the Palestinian genocide by Israel. And of course, on the ground, like the volunteer and youth-led initiatives that are being organized by young people. And so we have this concept of youth-centered peace building by Abiola, this 2023, which places youth at the center rather than on the periphery of peace building. So for the methods of the study, it's very simple. Since I'm using our narratives, autoethnography, it's to provide an empirical account of the contributions of young people by discussing what we did in the project. And aside from ethnography, I also referred to literature review to support my claims here. And just to emphasize the importance of stories and narratives as a research method, I would like to borrow a quote from a book that I was reading. So it's from Women Who Run with the Wolves. Stories are medicine, They have such power, they do not require that we do, be, act, anything. We need only listen. Stories engender the excitement, sadness, questions, longings, and understandings that spontaneously bring the archetype back to the surface. And with that, I would like to first situate Bangsamoro in the Anthropocene briefly. So what are the past and present challenges of Bangsamoro? I thought I would be explaining vertical and horizontal conflicts, but I think the audience are very already knowledgeable about this one. Next one is like the structural problems, which is, poverty and high illiteracy rates, especially in many underserved Madari schools. And then, of course, there's this double brunt of climate change and environmental degradation. But of course, these challenges did not happen organically. It's something that I would like to emphasize. It's rooted on centuries long of socio-political historical injustices, extractivist practices by greedy corporations, and of course, policy implementation lacks teeth, or I would say like decorative policies and not operational in places or in times when they are most needed. Another one I think that I might probably want to add regarding climate change and environmental degradation is, of course, the issue of plastic pollution in some of like the schools that I have visited in Maguindanao. So with this one, I would like to talk about the Young Moros for Kililintad initiative, a youth-led peace-building effort. So we call our group the Volunteers for Kililintad. It's actually formed by former Madaris Volunteers Program volunteer teachers of the Ateneo de Davao University, together with a local teacher in Marcads, Al Huzaim in Maguindanao, and myself and another development practitioner. So the goal is to actually empower young people to contribute in holistic development through experiential learning and field trips. So how did we choose the schools here? My role in the project, which I will talk about later, is I was the one who wrote the proposal, but those who selected the students as well as the schools were done by my co-author who was not present in today's presentation. So the schools, we selected 5 students per each Marcads, Glassy, and then the Hajj Paganian School, Ikra Foundation Academy, and then Dar al-Ulum Wal Hikma, and 1 teacher representative per school who actually helped us in facilitating and who also acted as facilitators of the event. So like I said earlier, so our goal is to organize this as a learning event for the Madari students by conducting field trips and seminars for them, raise the awareness of young Moros about the environmental concerns, and then sustain the learning after the project by imparting intercultural dialogue, volunteerism, and environmental stewardship, and of course, improve waste management practices at the school level. And since we're talking about, reflexivity, identities, and positionalities, I would like to introduce how first we conceived this project. So again, this project was conceived from the ground by the MVP volunteers. I offered to write the project proposal, and at the time, I didn't know any peace building frameworks or the Anthropocene in general. I was a COS, contract of service government worker, working in this climate change portfolio, and of course, specifically in DRR, which is how I framed the project, because we categorize armed conflicts as part of DRR, and I thought this is like a good way to obtain funding from, like, by joining competitions such as the Young Southeast Asian Leaders Initiative at the time. So we get funded from the US Embassy to conduct this excursion for the seminar. And on the part of my co-author in this paper, who's actually in charge of everything, including the coordination, what he wanted to do, he started with asking the students what they do, since what they want to see. And the students initially wanted to go to the beach. And so he did some fundraising activity from his friends and asked for donations from his friends to first provide this opportunity to the students of Marcas. But then we realized that why benefit only Marcas? Why not the other neighbors of Marcas, such as like the 4 other schools that are in the list? And so we conceived this project. And it was also his advocacy to address the stereotypes and biases against the Moros and provide alternative learning systems in underserved schools based on his volunteer experience. And also, I would like to give credit to the other members of the team. The local teacher from Marcads, Bayra Dia, Jodem Torino, MVP volunteer who was designated in Cotabato at that time, and of course my other friend Jara, who was in charge of like the publication materials and the design of the project. And so here we provided first educational excursions. It's an unconventional way of learning. So we took the students to the Philippine Eagle Center for them to appreciate biodiversity and in a Gawad Kalinga Katigan community, where they met lots of women who were doing handcraft bags and ube jams. And of course, for the host city, which is Davao, we also provided them the opportunity to visit the Museo Dabawenyo to know about the local culture of Davao. And for the second day of the activity, we organized like a mangrove planting and coastal cleanup drive in Times Beach. Yep, thank you for the reminder. In Davao City. So this is kind of like relevant to the environmental concern that we want to address in the schools that they have, because of there's a prevalence of plastic pollution in their communities. And why did we choose mangroves? Also because there's also a flooding problem in Maguindanao. And based on like the technical knowledge that I learned while I was working, mangroves are good in flood mitigation and also good in carbon sequestration. And of course, the cleanup drive of like picking up plastic trashes, we hope to replicate this initiative in their communities once they go back after the excursion. And then on the third day, so we were processing the learning event. We talk about these things, but I just want to emphasize that on this day we also have there was like a reversal of the rules, because when it comes to the Mindanao issues, we became listeners and we let the teachers, especially like the one teacher from Bagani and of course like the teacher from Marcads, to talk about the Mora issues which we learned. So just to wrap up, I think this peace building initiative was executed through environmental stewardship, awareness raising, and intercultural dialogue, and promote volunteerism. And it advances a rethinking of peace beyond human interaction in the age of the Anthropocene. And for the ways forward, I would like to say that maybe we should synergize with young people to respond to intersecting threats through power with structures, embed environment in peace-building interventions, and retrieve stories and narratives as a way to decolonize knowledge production in academia. Thank you so much for listening, and thank you for bearing with me with the extended time. I'm sorry.
Thank you. Yes, Ma'am Erfe, thank you for those insightful presentation on peace building. I believe this type of peace building is not usually being highlighted in so far as peace building discourse is concerned, because it's always about addressing the conflict, uh, always about armed struggle issues. Okay, but in the perspective of Ma'am Erfe, I think she underscores on how we could conceptualize, peace building in a different light, underscoring the role of the youth. And of course, you could do peace building at the same time addressing environmental issues as well. Okay, so with that, again, thank you, ma'am, for that insightful presentation. Next, we move forward to our last presenter for our panel. Ms. Naomi Ko will be presenting Beyond Camp Abubakar, an assessment of President Estrada's moral policy and its impact on peace building in Bangsamoro. Before that, okay, let me read her bio note. Naomi Ko is a graduate of the University of Santo Tomas and holds the degrees of Bachelor of Arts in History and Master of Arts in History. Currently, she is pursuing her PhD in History at the University of the Philippines, Diliman. She taught history courses at the Colegio de San Juan de Letran and the University of Santo Tomas. At present, she is working as a lecturer at San Beda University in Manila. Again, let us all welcome Ms. Naomi Ko.
Okay, thank you so much for having me. So I'll just share the pre-recorded presentation. So just, sorry, I think I have to share it again. Just a disclaimer, wala po akong inside access sa Estrada government, so I can only make use of whatever statement the president and the reported in media, including government reports, using the descriptive analytical approach. So just these sources with my own perception, humble perception, and secondary sources on Bangsamoro, which will constitute the basis of this research. So I hope you can hear the audio. A pleasant afternoon to all of you. First, I'd like to thank the organizing committee, the Bangsamoro Research and Legal Network, for having me today. It's a true honor to contribute to this endeavor, and I am truly, truly thankful for the opportunity. So with only 15 minutes allocated for my paper presentation, I'll start immediately, opting for a narrative approach to engage our audience without causing any boredom. We can still remember the tragic incident, the Mama Sopano clash in 2015, which resulted in the deaths of 44 police commandos, 18 members of the Moro Islamic Liberation Front, and several civilians. It caused nationwide shock that it remains vivid in our memories. During an interview with Karen Davila, former President Estrada advocated that the only solution against the secessionist movement in Mindanao is an all-out war. And then later in 2017, he declared his support for the declaration of martial law in Mindanao, highlighting his belief that peace talks from his own experience are ineffective. So while scrolling through my news feed, I noticed a considerable number of Filipinos agreeing with and praising former President Estrada for his all-out war approach in Mindanao back in year 2000. And the overwhelming positive response on social media appears to canonize Estrada's moral policy as the best initiative to address the problem in Mindanao. So I think Estrada's all-out war campaign is truly a crucial episode in post-war Philippines that warrants closer examination, because as we have seen, it not only influenced the immediate conflict landscape, but also significantly shaped the long-term prospects and public perceptions regarding peace building in the Bangsamoro region. So this study is a humble attempt to evaluate the strategies and the outcomes inherent in Estrada's policy, focusing specifically on their implications for peace building efforts. So I think I have to point out first the three cultural processes at work in Mindanao because it's a crucial foundation for contextual understanding. So first we have the Lumad cultural tradition, which encompasses over 20 ethno-linguistic groups with distinct cultural values. The second cultural process is the Bangsamoro people, comprised of ethno-linguistic groups, also like the Sama in Tawi-Tawi, Iranon in parts of Cotabato and Lanao, Kalibugan in Zamboanga del Sur, etc. Compared to the Lumads, who have no unifying ideology, the Bangsamoro people are united by their adherence to the Islamic faith. They also have diverse and a vibrant ethnic tradition. It's a beautiful fusion of indigenous and Islamic elements. Still, when their Islamic way of life is threatened, pinaprioritize nila ito. And the third cultural process that we have in Mindanao is from the Christian settlers who brought the Christian traditions from Luzon and Visayas. So in the context of today's society, the political culture of Mindanao is shaped by these cultural processes. So for instance, although elected officials administer of regional and local governments in accordance with the legal frameworks of the Philippine government, it coexists with equally vital political institutions like the Sultanate and the Datoship and Muslim and Lumad communities. For instance, I have this acquaintance from the Higaonon group from Bukidnon. Sabi niya mas nire-respeto or mas influential ang kanilang datu kaysa sa barangay captain. And similar dynamics are observed among the Kalagan and Bagobo communities. Meanwhile, the Muslims have preserved the Sultanate despite its lack of official authority within the Philippine political system. For example, last September of this year, the Royal House of Sulu celebrated the 11th coronation anniversary of their Sultan. No, nakita ko sa kanilang Facebook page, which exemplifies the enduring value of the Sultanate. And in contrast of the Lumad and Muslim communities, the Christian community follow the political culture established by the law. So, makikita natin dito yung multicultural fabric in Mindanao. And somehow, over the years, there are forces that corroded this fabric. There are conflicts over the ancestral lands, economic disparities, representations in the national government, and the exploitation of natural resources. These conflicts culminated in the establishment of many social movements in Mindanao. One of them is the Moro Islamic Liberation Front, which will be the focal point of the Estrada's Moro policy. At hindi itinatanggi ng MILF na ang gusto nila ay isang independent Islamic faith. So when President Estrada decided to initiate a war against the Moro Islamic Liberation Front and also the Abu Sayyaf, he explained that it was an effort to protect the sovereignty of the Philippines and safeguard the territorial rights of the country. No? At yun naman talaga ang ginagawa ng presidente, being the steward of the nation. But the motivation or the motivation of Estrada's government for engaging in conflict were surrounded by criticism and skepticism. Some viewed his military actions in Mindanao as a strategy to divert attention from numerous scandals and corruption allegations plaguing his administration. Concurrently, there was also a declining trend in his approval rating at the time. So makikita natin yan sa SWS survey. which reflects the growing discontent of the public. But regardless, he first pledged to resolve the cessationism in Mindanao peacefully. So he maintained his stance on peaceful negotiation until his second SONA, July 1999. And he argued that the communist or cessationist movements to give he urged he urged the cessationist rebels to give peace a chance. And in his speech, he demanded the insurgents to put down their weapons, integrate into society, and engage in peaceful negotiations. But he gave them a warning. So sabi niya, hindi ko bibibihin ang rebellion. So when the MILF forces boldly attacked military outposts in Lanao del Norte and took control of the Kauswagan Municipal Hall, and then the Abu Sayyaf also aggravated this in their abduction of around 80 students and a Catholic priest in Basilan. There were also an instance when MILFs took control of the Narciso Ramos Highway, where they charged drive toll fees. So these are some incidents that served as the final, I call it final straw, compelling the Estrada government to take firm action by declaring an all-out war against the MILF as a counteroffensive, according to Honasan. So in preparation for the AFP's counteroffensive, Southern Command or the Southcom Division were strategically deployed in Basilan, Lanao del Sur, Maguindanao, Sulu, and Tawi-Tawi. And in early 2000, several AFP units were placed under the operational control of the Southcom, including the Philippine Army's 1st, 4th, and 6th Infantry Divisions, backed up with Scout Rangers, engineers, special forces, the Philippine Navy and Marine Corps with the Marine Brigades and multiple battalions to support land campaign. Philippine Air Force consisted of 4 composite tactical groups, and the Citizens Armed Forces Geographical Unit composed of over 24,000 civilian volunteers stationed across Southcom headquarters. So in short, makikita natin yung gravity, no? Because an estimated 70% of AFP's strength was committed to this mission. So the aftermath of President Estrada's Moro policy in March 2000, when he declared an all-out war against the MILF and its more radical faction, the Abu Sayyaf, led to the capture of 46 military camps of the MILF, including its main base, Camp Abu Bakar. Many Filipinos, including President Estrada himself, were proud of this so-called historic and unprecedented military successes. I think it's important to note that the all-out war campaign is not something unique or it's not an isolated case. No? In fact, since the late 19th century, Mindanao has been plagued by numerous instances of attempts to enforce sovereignty by the ruling powers. No, we have the Spanish forces led by key figures like Colonel Juan Arolas. No, and the Spaniards would even use the exonym Moros, referring to them, but they embraced the term like how Rizal embraced the term Indio. Similarly, during the American period from around 1900s, there were relentless military campaigns, no, targeted hundreds of quotas across Muslim Mindanao, in Lanao, Cotabato, Basilan, you name it. And even during the Commonwealth, we have figures like Amay Milon and De Makiling who sought to establish separate states. And of course, let us not forget the Kamlon Uprising in 1953. So, hindi siya natitigil. So, this brings the question, after Estrada's all-out war, nagkaroon ba ng sustainable peace after the destructions of MILF camps? Or after, no, the supposed wipe out, sinabi niya yan sa national television, of MILFs? Well, Ang sagot siya ay wala. Because evident to this claim is, evident to this claim are the hostilities that persisted, like the Dos Palmas killings, numerous bombings reported in Zamboanga City, Davao, and Cotabato by suspected MILF rebels, hostage situations in Lanao del Norte, to name a few. So, insights from history are consistent. These are not mere acts of crime, but ideologically motivated. And the ideology that I was referring to is an ideology that has survived centuries of colonization and indoctrination. It is deeply entrenched that no amount of military weapons, machine guns, or howitzers may yield a sustainable resolution. So this calls for a more nuanced strategy that goes beyond military interventions. We can perhaps start accepting the fact that you can kill all of them, but you cannot kill their idea. And then we decolonize Philippine curriculum, specifically history, economics, and other social science and humanity subject. The government may also consider the previous suggested federal status for Muslim Mindanao, first proposed by Mabini and Aguinaldo in 1899, because, well, the region has always been prepared for this, as evident in the more than 40 military camps equipped not solely for defense but also for self-sustaining communities as the resources would allow. The design of their camps, particularly Abubakar, is intricately linked to their aspirations for independence, or at least a genuine autonomy. So, thank you very much. And I hope the insights I shared today somehow contribute towards the enduring peace we all aspire to achieve. Thank you so much po.
Yes, thank you, Miss Naomi. Indeed, Alhamdulillah. We're done with the three presenters, right? So it was an insightful narrative from Miss Naomi, looking at, of course, the viability and the violence at the same time committed by an all-out war strategy. Okay, it is a constant, reminder to us, perhaps, that I don't think anyone will be victorious when we wage war, right? And was constantly being taught to us by our history, and yet seems that our policymakers, leaders are not tuned, okay, with that kind of idea. Noting, of course, the still numerous existing conflicts, not only happening locally but internationally. Okay, so again, thank you to all our presenters. With that, I think we are now ready for Q&A. So the floor is now open for your questions. You may write your questions in our chat box, or perhaps since we have still time, you can raise your hand and we could address you. Begin by stating your name and organization, and clearly state the name of the presenter you're directing your question, and keep your question brief, focused. Make sure your question is relevant to the presentation's topic or presenter's expertise. So anyone from our audience, you are now welcome to raise your concerns, raise your issues. So let us wait for some time. Seems okay. So si Sir Lopez, Ricardo, Liro, I think that is Liro. Hello. You're
Hello.
now recognized.
Right. Thank you for those very wonderful presentations. They're all very insightful. My question is actually directed to Miss Naomi. Um, I think because you mentioned the Karen Davila interview, I'm not sure if this is the same interview, but there was an interview wherein ERAP claimed that the all-out war in Mindanao is actually popular in the sense that he won, or that he was making the argument that because he won majority of the votes in Mindanao during the 2010 elections. For context, here in Davao, where I am based, ERAP Estrada actually won despite the fact that Duterte at the time was supporting the Liberal Party. So, I was wondering, how do you address this kind of narrative that, I mean, of course, we know that ERAP is a bit malicious when he makes that claim that he won in Mindanao, and therefore there is now a support for the war, all-out war. So I was wondering, how do you make sense of this kind of narrative that he was putting out at the time? Yeah, thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, Sir Lopez. Actually, I was very happy with the question because I could definitely put that in the paper to enhance it. Actually, let us not forget the personality of Joseph Estrada, no? Because before he became a politician, he was an actor, right? And who is this Erap Estrada? He's the Ashong Salonga, right? So, siguro makikita natin yan as a factor sa kanyang malaking boto na nakuha, no, in some parts of that. And also, I'm not really sure if this might be sensitive, pero what was this election? That was 1992.
No,
Against
sorry, that was 2010. That was when he
okay,
was up
when
against Noynoy
that
Aquino, when he placed second. Yeah. Sorry.
so I think it's still in a popular narrative. No, it's still in a popular narrative of the people that Erap's charisma, especially and as his personality, would allow. There are movies that where he presented himself as as a taxi driver, as as a Ashong Salonga. So charisma in politics is very popular. So I think that's a big factor in that. Thank you so much.
All right. So thank you, Miss Naomi and Sir Iro, for that question. Let us recognize Sir Dato Ali P. Abdullah. Sir, you're now recognized. Please unmute yourself, sir.
Okay. So thank you so much, sir. I am Dato Ali Abdullah from Mindanao State University, Maguindanao. So actually, with my group, we are very interested listening the speaker number one, the yes, about the maritime development, particularly in the Bangsamoro region, which really invite our attention that this proposal really might be a good implication in terms of development. However, we are very seriously looking up on the other side of the coin. My point is the security reason, because I do not know if you are with me, that this might invite the attention, especially nowadays that we are in a very crucial situation with China. No, as we look at we look at the presentation that again with my group, now we observe that some suggestions lalagay natin doon sa may Palawan, wherein we understand that there is a threat, on that part. So basically, if we note doon sa suggestion that the Bangsamoro fighters or the Bangsamoro warriors will be some, sabihin natin na being part of the proposal, baka magkakaroon ng magkakaroon tayo ng mas I'm saying that the negative part of the possible negative implication ng suggestion. But however, in general, we are very thankful that the initiative, the proposal is very good. Anyway, I would like to hear some comments from the presenter. Thank you so much and good luck. Okay.
Hi, sir. Hello.
Hello po, sir.
Salam, magandang
Salam.
hapon.
Okay,
So,
magandang-
yung sa actually, sir, yung ships won't be deployed in Palawan. The Bangsamoro Fisheries Fleet will only cover the waters of the Bangsamoro region. In fact, the focus is more on the south. Kasi, di ba, currently, Coast Guard yung nagbabantay dyan, tsaka Navy. So, actually, maganda siya pa sa Bangsamoro kasi naging civilian administration yung since under MAPAR, di ba, civilian administration yan. So, yung Bangsamoro waters will be under, makikita ng tao na under civilian administration. And so, as for sa China, actually, it's much better kasi wala nang, hindi na Coast Guard yung mag-enforce. There will be no, well, the Coast Guard can enforce if they want in collaboration with the MAPAR. Pero yung maging leading agency is MAPAR na, civilian administration na siya. So, mas maganda actually in terms of, well, that's the tawag dito. As for the risk na magkahalo yung China, I think in terms of the strategic picture na hindi ganon ka as far as the surface goes, the sea surface of the sea goes, China's priority is not in the Cebutu Channel, but in the Bashi Channel and the surrounding West Philippine Sea. So I believe that the risk na mix up yung China sa waters ng Bangsamoro currently is very minimal as far as the surface of the sea goes. Of course, under the water, well, that's a completely different issue. But since we're mostly talking about the surface waters of the Bangsamoro, so I believe na minimal naman yung tungkol sa China, sir, at the moment. So yun lang sa akin, sir. Thank you for your comment and thank you for your insight, sir. Maraming salamat.
Okay. Thank you, Sir Dato Ali, for that question. I think we can still entertain up to 2 or more questions. So are there anyone from our audience who would like to comment or share their thoughts? Okay, so let us look at the chat. Okay. Okay, so siguro just to a follow-up question while we are waiting for someone to raise a question. Again, a question directed to Sir Earl Carlo. When you presented the paper, I believe it was a very viable proposal, and it seems that it would really benefit, of course, the Bangsamoro if such proposal is realized. However, I'm wondering, what do you think is the main reason why the Bangsamoro, perhaps government, lacks such effort, to realize the fisheries enforcement and seafood measures? And then perhaps, what are the possible ways wherein we could fasten the process, okay, to make that suggestion put into reality.
Yes, sir. Thank you for your wonderful question, Sir Vincent. I'm looking at it from the perspective of a Samwangueño who lives in the periphery of the Bangsamoro and who is in fact connected to the Bangsamoro in terms of familial ties. So it's still pretty much an outside perspective. So I would like to start with that. So my take on this matter, as your first question, the reason is that it's probably about the institutionalization of MAPAR as an civilian authority. Remember, even the Bangsamoro government hasn't existed it's still in the first decade of its existence. Correct me if I'm wrong. We're still in the first decade. So which means it's still young, still faces challenges in terms of institutionalizing, in terms of realizing the needs and the capabilities needed to undertake such measures. So still young, and maybe it's all also about the exposure, about the realities of having enforcing fisheries in the Bangsamoro in terms of the Mandanas ruling. So I believe that the NAS ruling has just been promulgated a couple of years ago. So it's in terms of the political calendar, we're still pretty, how should I say, young. It's not that old yet. So that's why I believe that it's a matter of institutionalization, exposure to best practices, and exposure to the reality that it is necessary. Now, going to the second one, how do we hasten this process? So, probably at the top level, the macro level, let the policymakers have a look at the programs of the Bureau of Fisheries and Aquatic Resources, and not just have a look at the best practice, but see how they fund it, who funds it, what are the capabilities needed, how does it synergize with the national government's goals and the national government's capabilities. And then on the micro level, the level of the individual will operate the ship. So as I've mentioned in one of the slides earlier, make linkages with places like the UP Marine Science Institute for marine biologists. Make linkages with the Philippine Merchant Maritime Academy to train captains who will command those ships. The same academy could also have linkages for the engineers. For the Sibuto shipyard, let's say, have linkages with the Josepa shipyard. They have proven experience over the last 5 years creating ships of all sizes for both the Philippine Coast Guard, BPAR, and the other sectors of the Philippine government. And in fact, they're also making tugboats for the Philippine Navy now. So that experience will cascade down to the Bangsamoro, and hopefully in the foreseeable future, we could see at least even a watered down version would be good in the current circumstances. At least consider the creation of such assets and resources. So thank you for your question, Sir Vincent. I hope that answers it.
Yes, thank you, sir. And I believe Mafar will really play a great role in speeding up the process. But although still have some question to Ms. Erfe as well, but I'll suspend that a bit and I'll recognize Sir Mauna Muhammad. Hello, sir.
Yeah. Yes. Thank you po, and let me first thank also the keynote speakers for their wonderful presentation. Actually, my question is addressed to Miss Naomi. Yes. I was amazed that the idea of granting a federal form of government to the Bangsamoro was dated back in 1980s, and I am just wondering why this idea did not progress, giving the amount of time. And I'm assuming, is it because that most of the presidents during those times are coming from Luzon, and it just took President Duterte coming from Mindanao to fully give us this type of this freedom, or the self the idea of self determination for the Bangsamoro people. And I just want to solicit your opinions or technical analysis on this part. Yeah, thank you po.
Thank you, sir. Actually, the federal state, no, for the Bangsamoro region has been proposed for the longest time, since 1899, during the time of Mabini and Aguinaldo. So I think you were right. Perhaps because of our history in general is very Luzon centric. That's why a part of my recommendations would be to institutionalize, especially the idea of nationalism. But I think the simplest answer to your question is that it will hurt Philippine sovereignty, because that is what Arab keeps on saying. Just the fact that they have their own Sharia law, that they have their own Islamic bank, they have their own military arm in Bangsamoro, it hurt Philippine sovereignty. It hurt, kumbaga, it hurts the Philippine sovereignty. Kaya ang daming sabi na no to Bangsamoro law. Even today, it's a popular comment. So yeah, I think so. I think the good thing about it is that we already had the president based in Mindanao. That's why, and the vice president right now. That's why we are having this, perspective that especially right now, a president from the north and a vice president from the south, it somehow uh, gives a good impression. So yeah, I hope it answers the question.
Can I have an additional inputs lang sana? And I'm just wondering if is it because of the superiority mindset from the Luzon that I remember a comment from this senator saying that bakit mo sila bibigyan ng government kahit yung paggawa ng pandesal hindi nila alam. So if you notice if you remember that kind of issue, it's sparked in social media that about the discrimination of the capability of if the Bangsamoro to to have its own government. So I think this also rooted also sa yung disparity of the between the people from Luzon and Mindanao. There is some kind of parang yung in agreement, parang yun nga hindi even most of the local people from Luzon will not go in Mindanao because of that they're thinking na hindi safe sa Mindanao. So from that simple logic itself, parang there is a parang not united, although we are one as a country, but yun nga, Mindanao is and Luzon is not united in that sense. So yeah, thank you for that wonderful analysis. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Sir Mona and Ms. Naomi. For the interest of time, I believe we can only entertain no more questions because we're coming from, will be leading to our health break. But before we end, I think I need to hear this from Ms. Erfe for the final point because our discussions is all about peace building, peace building in the perspective of maritime issues and also noting the strategic measures being done by the national government. But the perspective of peace building of Ms. Erfe is coming from a different light, right? From the NGOs perhaps or from the volunteer groups. And you have mentioned a while ago that there could be some tendencies for decorative policies, just for the sake of perhaps compliance or just for the sake of creating a program. And I could observe some programs and policies are in that similar thread. So I'm wondering if perhaps, what kind of peace building should be conceptualized perhaps to prevent that kind of, tendency that the efforts that are conducted just for decoration. And as a result, perhaps people in the Bangsamoro, instead of benefiting from it, is just actually being used, for perhaps funding or for certain recognitions and so on and so forth. Yeah. Yes, Ms. Erfa.
Yep. Yeah, thank you po for the question. So I think I would relate the answer based on like how we should also rethink methodologies in policy making as well as in academia. That's why we need stories from below, which I think will be further emphasized by like the plenary speakers. I mean, I believe their expertise are more valuable than what I have to say right now. But in my case, because what I realized from government practice before is that I thought we had good policies, which now as an academic, now wearing a hat of an academic, I was like thinking that no, it's not about having good policies or not. It's actually whether they are operational in spaces where they are needed the most. I mean, I worked before in depth and this is just a disclaimer, this is my personal opinion and I no longer represent the governments that I work for or like the agencies that I work for. Say for example, we had these policies of like schools as zones of peace, but it's only operational in DepEd accredited schools. And now I'm posting the problem of the integrated madaris, which I think is still prevalent. And according to a 2019 study by the the Bangsamoro, there's a study of Bangsamoro research that there's like about 1,800 madaris that are yet to be accredited, including the adjacent regions. So we question whether these policies are actually operational in these schools when you have these restrictions that are based on state-centric approaches. So what I learned is that they're trying to bend it in other ways. So say, for example, when they cannot retrieve data from DepEd, what would they do is to retrieve data from the SWD based on age of the people, and that's how they decide on things. But I think the more we talk to people, the more people are engaged on the ground, the more we understand what are the real struggles of the people and what do they actually need. Because I think the expression, they express their needs in very simple ways. That's how I understood it. But in my interpretation, it's how they convey to us the everyday ideal that they want for their life, and that's how probably we should define peace. It's probably like the everyday experience of having a normal life, learning math and science without the context of conflict, without being marginalized or having 3 meals a day. So that's all I have to say. Thank you.
All right. So thank you, Miss Lester, for those thoughts. I think for the interest of time, despite that perhaps there are other questions that are being raised, so unfortunately we could no longer recognize that, but can still address the questions directly to our presenters. So, and with that, thank you very much to all the presenters and to the audiences that shared their thoughts and raised questions as well. I hand it over to Sir Bugabo for some announcements.
Okay, thank you very much, Sir Vincent, for the synthesis, reflection, and comments on the presentations of our presenters. Very insightful presentations indeed on peacekeeping and peace building in the Bangsamoro context. So with that, alam po namin na maraming katanungan, and we would like to extend our appreciation sa atin mga participants, as what Sir Vincent said. You can direct the questions to the presenters. If not, then you can also write it down, or you can type it down sa chat so that we can collect the questions and we can address the questions to our presenters. So with that, we're going to have a 10-minute health break. And after that, we're going to proceed with the afternoon plenary session. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, so let's start po. Again, maaari lang po na buksan natin yun. Maaari lang po na maaari lang po na wag nating kalimutan na i-scan po no yun sa feedback form natin and attendance form. The attendance form is the same attendance form that was sent to you in the morning session. All right? So ayan po, let's keep the momentum alive, and for the afternoon plenary session, I would like to call the Bangsamoro Research and Legal Network founder, Doc Nasef Adyong.
Hi everyone. Can everyone hear me? So hopefully I'm audible enough. Hello?
Yes po, Doc. You're audible po.
Thank you, Mac. Now it is time for the presentation of our plenary and keynote presentations from distinguished and esteemed presenters. Our first presenter cannot be here with us physically, who is residing in UK, in England, but he gave us an audio recording of his presentation, so everyone can also hear what he has to say. But before that, let me introduce Dr. Rizal G. Buendia. Dr. Buendia is a prominent independent political analyst and researcher specializing in Southeast Asian politics and international development based in Wales and UK. As you can see, he has numerous that talks about the Bangsamoro community. He serves as the Philippine country expert for the Global VDEM Institute at the University of Gothenburg and is a honorary institutions, School of Oriental and African Studies, University of London, Dela University in Manila, and the University of the Philippines in Diliman. He earned his PhD in Political Science of Public Administration with highest distinction from UP Diliman. He's going to talk about, which is entitled, The Dream That Is Yet to Be Realized. So let us hear this audio recording of his presentation.
Ladies and gentlemen, colleagues, campaigners, and scholars on Bangsamoro affairs, good afternoon to all. First, I wish to thank Dr. Nasef Adyong for the invitation to this Bangsamoro Research Online Conference. It is an honor to speak before you today and deliver one of the keynote addresses on the Bangsamoro, a region rich in culture, history, and resilience. A region with tapestry of diverse ethnicities, languages, and religions. A place where vibrant traditions intersect, where stories of struggle and resistance intertwine. It is this diversity that forms the foundation of the Bangsamoro identity, a fusion of cultures that celebrates unity in the face of adversity and difficulty. The ratification of the Republic Act 11054, otherwise known as the Organic Law for the Bangsamoro Autonomous Region in Muslim Mindanao, or simply the Bangsamoro Organic Law, nearly 5 years ago, signifies the cessation of armed conflict between the Moro Islamic Liberation Front and the armed forces of the government of the Republic of the Philippines. The creation of the Bangsamoro Autonomous Region in Muslim Mindanao suggests a collective commitment to address the historical injustices and conflicts that have plagued the region for decades. After more than 4 decades of engagement in war and peace with the Philippine state, negotiating with 6 presidents, the Bangsamoro Transition Authority temporarily governs BARM until members of BARM's parliamentary government are duly elected in May 2025. The BARM represents a new era of governance, one that is rooted in the principles of inclusivity, transparency, and accountability. It provides an opportunity to empower the Bangsamoro people, ensuring that their voices are heard and their aspirations are translated into tangible actions. However, the journey towards genuine autonomy and self-governance is not without challenges. We must recognize and address these challenges head-on to pave the way for a sustainable and prosperous future for the Bangsamoro region. In August 2022, the U.S. Institute of Peace published a short paper by Attorney Arnado, where she identified the most pressing needs of the Bangsamoro constituents. Allow me to reiterate some which I consider as strategic and more long-term, and I limit this to three, namely, one, adopting moral governance policies, ethics and practices in all farm, ministries, offices, bureaus, and local government units through the establishment of anti-corruption office. Second, promoting substantial and meaningful participation of women as leaders in parliament, the cabinet, and normalization mechanisms, as well as the provision in the electoral code of a mandatory quota for the nomination of female party candidates. And third, enhancing the participation of CSOs and community-based organizations in the implementation of plans and programs under the normalization track of the GPH-MILF peace agreement. Relatedly, my esteemed colleagues Datu Mike Bastura and Abud Linga shared their views on the issue of moral governance in Bangsamoro and the challenges in the Bangsamoro government respectively in their keynote addresses in this forum. Acknowledging the importance of the issues and questions raised by my respected colleagues, I wish to touch on other challenges we face. One, Bangsamoro identity and unity. One is the need to foster trust and unity among diverse communities within the Bangsamoro. Building bridges of understanding and dialogue is paramount to overcome the historical divide that have hindered progress. By embracing the principles of inclusivity and respect for all, we can create society where every Bangsamoro individual feels valued, empowered, and united. The collective term Bangsamoro, as defined by the Bangsamoro Organic Law in Article 2, Section 1, applies to at least 13 Islamized ethno-linguistic groups as well as non-Muslim indigenous peoples, estimated to be more than 25 distinct ethnic groups, and Christians who have identified themselves as Bangsamoro living in Mindanao, parts of Palawan, Sulu Archipelago, and other geographical areas as defined in Article 3 of the BOL. The diversity of the region, nevertheless, is not squarely divided between ethnic groups. It is dominated by three major ethnic groups, Maranao, Tausug, and Maguindanao. Together, they comprise over 70% of the Bangsamoros. Moros' sense of oneness and belongingness as a people had to be intensified and heightened by the regional government as the inalienable right to rule a self-governing political entity in a piece of land which they claim as their homeland, irrespective of ethnic, cultural affinities and differences, and ideologies embodied with the right to self-determination. The quest of Bangsamoros to exercise the right to self-rule is hinged on the continued definition and redefinition of their identity as people by virtue of history, culture, religion, and way of life. Achieving unity is a decision and effort that must be made by the Bangsamoro themselves. However, this does not mean that the state will simply pull back as the Bangsamoros build their nation. Concerted efforts have to be rendered by the state by way of policies, measures, and enactments of or courses of action, not only to ensure the unification of the Bangsamoros, but also refrain from undermining their efforts to attain sense of oneness. The BARM must continue to forge strong partnership with national government agencies, civil society organizations, and international community. Collaboration and cooperation are key to leveraging resources, sharing knowledge, and supporting the sustainable development goals of the Bangsamoro region. Two, sustainable development is another imperative for the Bangsamoro region. We must harness the vast potential of the region's natural resources, promote inclusive economic growth, and uplift the quality of life of all Bangsamoro residents. This requires strategic investments in sectors such as agriculture, fisheries, tourism, and infrastructure, while prioritizing the preservation of the environment for future generations. In spite of the rich natural and human resources of the region, people remain poor and destitute. The socioeconomic, health, and educational conditions of the population are distressing, with all indicators way below the national average. These realities do not only undermine the capacity of the BARM to govern, but also pose extreme limitation on the regional government to exercise the powers bestowed to it by the central government. Tackling issues of poverty, inequalities, and injustices, sociocultural conflicts, and whole range of development concerns in the region necessitates a broad and systematic functioning of governmental and non-governmental organizations and institutions, private sector, the academe, and other stakeholders. It is a collective responsibility. Three, education plays a vital role in shaping the Bangsamoro future. We must prioritize access to quality education for all, ensuring that children and youth have the tools they need to succeed and contribute meaningfully to society. Empowering women and promoting gender equality in education and beyond is equally crucial. Education can serve as a catalyst for progress, fostering critical thinking, tolerance, and understanding among the Bangsamoro youth. Four is the endeavor to draw proficiency from a vast reservoir of capabilities coming from the enormous source of diverse professions. It would be more cost-effective and time-efficient for BARM to draw expertise, knowledge, skills, talents, and technology available in the private sector, business, academe, CSOs and NGOs, banking and finance, and other segments of society, either within the country or overseas, to co-manage the region's bureaucracy and exercise authorities over the 55 devolved powers under the BOL, apart from the continuous training of current bureaucrats and political leaders. The transition period could be used to gradually transfer the technologies and train local personnel in the fields of management, finance, administration, education, health, social welfare, and related areas of governance, consequently safeguarding the continuity of the practice of good governance. Five, as already mentioned earlier, is governance. Governance needs to be interactive, collaborative patterns that emerge from governing socioeconomic, political, and administrative activities with non-state actors are sine qua non in safeguarding civil society's sovereignty, people's power, and authority of the governed over their elected officials. This cooperating and shared process does not only broaden institutional pluralism but also strengthen the centrifugal forces of social pluralism. Inasmuch as participation is one of the fundamental issues of good governance, the regional government faces a huge challenge to enjoining the maximum contribution of the key actors in the Bangsamoro movement, especially the Moro National Liberation Front and other splintered groups, which advance the political autonomy movement in different forms. Aside from the major Muslim organizations, the BARM has the task to unite and draw the involvement of the 13 ethno-linguistic Muslim communities in the region. Given the diversity of the region, the upcoming parliamentary government has to be prepared in addressing the multifaceted issues and concerns and problems not only of the Muslim population, but also of the non-Muslim, non-Christian indigenous groups, commonly referred to as the Lumads, as well as Christian communities in the region. Compared to the national government's presidential form of government, the BARM adopts a parliamentary form, yet remains under the unitary state. Unlike the former, where there is a clear division of powers between the executive, legislative, and judicial branches of government, in the latter, there is a fusion of powers between the executive and the legislative branches, or the parliament. Executive powers are democratically derived from the parliament. Thus, executive officials are accountable to the parliament. Article 7 of the BOL defines broadly the powers, functions, and responsibilities of the Bangsamoro government, the parliament, executive officers, and administrative organizations. Under a parliamentary system of regional government, the party system becomes a paramount vehicle in articulating the fundamental interests, aspirations, and hopes of the constituents. Political parties are expected to be defined by their platform of government and policy agenda rather than bank simply on candidates' personalities. Likewise, Article 7, Section 7 of the BOL stipulates the systems of election. For regional party representatives, it shall be through the proportional representation system, which tend to lead to the proliferation of smaller parties and consequently improve the representation of minority groups. On the other hand, district representatives shall be elected by plurality, which tend to lead to the creation of fewer parties. The effectiveness of the combined PR, or proportional representation, and plural electoral or plurality of electoral systems at the regional and district levels respectively is contingent primarily, among others, on how the BTA creates the legislative districts and the criteria adopted for such creation. Moreover, the hybrid electoral system needs to satiate the requisites of ethnic autonomy of major ethnic groups which have some relatively well-defined physical jurisdiction on one hand and self-governance interests of other minority ethnic and indigenous peoples which have smaller homelands on the other hand. Whether or not such rudiments are satisfied would depend on the identification or representativeness of the political party to its constituents, a form of social identity, and voting behavior of the district's electorates. Inasmuch as the PR system encourages the participation of more electoral parties representing ethnic or sectoral interests, while the plurality system fosters cross-ethnic conciliation and limits political parties, the determination of the balance between two electoral systems is significant in adapting it to the changing demographic and ethnic profile of the region, and in inhibiting dominant groups from unduly tilting the balance towards their favor. Given that ethnic groups are territorially defined, the three major ones, Maranao in Lanao del Sur, Maguindanaoans in Maguindanao, and Tausug in Sulu and Basilan may likely be the foremost regional contenders in BARM politics, while the non-Islamized IPs and Christian communities may be perpetually marginalized as they will never become the majority. Apparently, this threatens plural democracy and may instead tend to institutionalize the so-called tyranny of the majority. The peculiarities of the region in terms of ethnicity, culture, religion, and voting behavior, electoral parties have to be politically astute in advancing parliamentary democracy. The mode of electing local government officials has to conform with the idiosyncrasies of the local population. We must seize every opportunity to learn from successful models of governance and peace building, adapting them to our unique contexts and needs. The prospect provided to the region with newfound power and financial resources, BARM has increased its degree of autonomy that will enable Bangsamoros to represent and defend their interests, acting on their own authority in a responsible and self-determined way. Its capacity to exercise power, even so, lies on its competence to employ the necessary skills, knowledge, resources, and technology in answering the multidimensional developmental issues of the Bangsamoros. Finally, transcending this constraint requires a strong political will on the part of regional leaders to carry out the tasks expected from them in order to transform the socio-cultural and politico-economic milieu towards holistic social advancement. Politicians have to reflect, ascertain, and pursue the things that need changes in policies to produce the desired outcomes. Bureaucrats, on the other hand, must make every effort to persuade politicians for the significant, relevant, and appropriate reforms that serve identified ends. The BARM must have the firm intention and commitment to carry through a policy, especially one that is not immediately successful or popular but results in a long-term and tedious process, structural issues and concerns that affect the region. Every positive advance of public policy rests upon this strong political will. What is required, though, to create such political will is the shaping of broad coalition, rallying behind stakeholders and sectors following a defined Bangsamoro vision. While there will be always the opposition to policies and conflict on whatever desires the government proposes or intends to do as powerful interests exist. Leaders are not to be dismayed or annoyed as the socio-economic and political system still carries the diseases and ailments of the past. As Frederick Douglass once said, change always requires struggle because power concedes nothing without a demand. New leaders of the BARM need to express their scorn or outrage over the way the political system works. People who actually want to effect change need to learn how to use that system. In conclusion, the challenges of nation building and national unity through the BOL is difficult to surmise at this point, although the socio-economic and political initiatives in reconstructing the war-ravaged region have been moving in the right direction through its parliamentary government. There will be no quick fixes and no shortcuts. Wounds that have been festered for a long time cannot be healed overnight, nor can confidence be built or dialogue develop while fresh wounds are being inflicted. It is a process that requires special and extra effort on the part of the state to guarantee human rights and uphold the rights of people to their own development. Hopes are high that the Bangsamoro succeeds in its endeavor to rebuild its Bangsa that stands proud within Philippine nation state. The Bangsamoro region stands at a critical juncture, a juncture of hope, opportunity, and transformation. The BARM represents a new chapter in the history of the Bangsamoro people, one that is defined by autonomy, self-governance, and a commitment to peace and prosperity. As we move forward, let us uphold the principles of inclusivity, transparency, and accountability in our governance structures. Let us embrace the power of education, unity, and sustainable development to shape a brighter future for the Bangsamoro. Together, we can turn the challenges we face into opportunities for growth, understanding, progress. Together, we can build a Bangsamoro that is a beacon of peace, harmony, and resilience, a shining path, example for the world to behold. Thank you, and may the spirit of the Bangsamoro guide us to this remarkable journey.
Thank you so much for the audio presentation that was given to us by Dr. Rizal Buendia. And as our token, I'd like to present our certificate of participation and recognition to one of our plenary and keynote speakers at this year's conference. That this certificate of appreciation is presented to Dr. Rizal Buendia for his invaluable and exemplary contributions as keynote speaker during the Bangsamoro Research Online Conference conducted by the BRLN on December 2 and 3, given on the third day of December, and signed by the President and yours truly. We're very grateful that you have graced our invitation positively. Now we're going to move ahead, so apologies to everyone as we will be having no Q&A session. But if you have any questions, you can submit the Q&A, the questions to BRLN, and we'll transmit Dr. Bindui's responses to your questions. Thank you. Now, on the onset, our second keynote presenter is none other than Francisco J. Lara Jr., or he is also called as Professor Pancho Lara, who is a professor at the University of the Philippines and Senior Peace and Conflict Advisor, Asia to International Alert UK. He holds an undergraduate degree from the University of the Philippines and both an Master of Science and a PhD in International Development from the London School of Economics and Political Science, or LSE. He was a research associate at the LSE Crisis State Research Center, taught classes at the LSE Development Studies Institute, and wrote on political economy issues in Indonesia and the Philippines for the LSE Ideas Emerging Markets Bulletin from 2017 to 2009. He authored the book Insurgents, Clans and States, Political Legitimacy and Resurgent Conflict in Muslim Mindanao, published by Ateneo de Manila Press in 2014. He also co-edited and wrote the research methodology chapter of the book on Mindanao's shadow economies and their links to violent conflict, entitled Out of the Shadows, Violent Conflict and the Real Economy of Mindanao in 2016, that won the Philippines National Book Award for the Social Sciences in the same year. In 2021, he co-wrote the chapter on qualitative methodologies in researching smuggling and illicit cross-border trade, entitled Lorries and Ledgers, describing and mapping smuggling in the field, in the volume The Routledge Handbook of Smuggling 2021. The title of Professor Lara's presentation is called The Frightful Inadequacy of Most of the Statistics, Monitoring Violent Conflict in the Bangsamoro. So it's our honor and privilege to have Professor Pancho Lara as our next keynote speaker for today's afternoon plenary session. Over to you, Professor Pancho. Yeah, okay, go ahead.
First of all, I'd like to thank Professor Nasef for this gracious invitation. It's always a pleasure to be able to talk to our colleagues, both in the academe and in the field, working on development and peace building. Secondly, I'd like to congratulate all of you for the launch of this Bangsamoro Research Online Conference. Hope that there will be more of this in the future, probably more regularly for people who work on development and peace. I have prepared some slides here, a few slides, from which I will try to read some of the points I'm going to raise. Before I begin, I explain the notion, or rather the quote about the frightful inadequacy of most of the statistics. The insufficiency of data in times of conflict once provoked an eminent development economist to lament the frightful inadequacy of most of the statistics amidst the need for economic data during the interwar period. Another scholar lamented the fact that many people used cross-national statistical data to assess the causes and predict the outcomes of civil wars without trying to ascertain the causes of civil wars and without studying civil wars themselves. Many attempt to determine the motives of rebels, referring to them as basically either greedy or grieving, without studying rebels and rebellions. Now, these quotes do not come from me. They come from renowned scholars in the field of conflict studies. And we faced the same circumstances when we started monitoring subnational violence in Muslim Mindanao. Can I control now the... Okay, first slide, please. Okay, data is often unavailable when you need it most, especially in conditions of crisis and conflict. And an initial scan of the available conflict data disclosed few sources of empirical evidence about the scale of wars in Muslim Mindanao, much less across all of Mindanao, and worse across the Philippines. No organization, we discovered, local, national, or international, were gathering time series data on conflict incidents particular to Mindanao. Others did at the global level, but their databases were not robust at all. No one looked at conflict incidents, conflict causes, and conflict cost in a systematic manner, and none in a comprehensive manner as well. Scant information was available from the secondary data in national and subnational peace process monitoring bodies. If you're talking about OPAP, the International Monitoring Team, that was also the case. Next slide, please. Blotter or incident reports on violent conflicts scattered across the country was available. They were within the Philippine National Police, but they were not organized and structured in a way that they could be used for analytical purposes and operational use. Global databases neither offered much relief. In fact, the databases were not global at all. They were selective and limited in scope, mostly reliant on media and anecdotal reports alone, and utilized rather crude and unhelpful categories of violence. And I will explain that later on. Next slide, please. Key challenges that we found in the data that was available were the following. A lot of the databases were limited in scope. There were databases that focused only on incidents relevant to the ceasefire, such as the IMT report, or an election, such as the election monitoring report, or the geographic location of places, or like a report specific to a particular area like Mamasapano, or data in relation to Zamboanga, or data in relation to the cross-border trade, but nothing of the sort that covered the entire region. We also found out that a lot of the data overlapped with incidents such as identity and resource state conflict that were seldom recorded, and their effects on the focus issues generally ignored. Secondly, the opaqueness of the data and the aversion to actual granular data. There were many opaque cases where incidents related to land, illicit economies, and or environmental issues were compressed into singular categories, such as all of these are political violence. The opaqueness incapacitated the use of conflict data in the creation and design of more inclusive and effective development and peace-building interventions that were targeted at the local level. Finally, the aversion to data created a problem. It neglected the phenomenon of conflict strings, or conflict that came in twos, in threes, in fours. They were not single incidents of violent conflict. Next slide, please. Third limitation were an almost total reliance on media reports. Now, our own experience revealed at the outset how reliance on news reports can produce a methodological but also a reputational handicap, a risk that can disable the usefulness and credibility of the system. Relying on media, we should understand in the first place, distracts and distorts conflict analysis by focusing on flashpoint issues without tackling their knock-on effects on other causes and triggers of violence. Reliance on media reports also meant that people with authority can brush them aside. That was a problem in an initial iteration of the conflict database that was presented by colleagues in the World Bank to the chief PNP, who said, this is coming all from newspapers. I'm sorry, we do not recognize that data as credible. So you needed to be able to go beyond just looking at media reports. The sad thing, of course, is I'm going to tell you now, almost all the international databases are based on media reports. Number four, the use of really flawed proxy indicators and crude categories. There are flawed proxy variables and crude conflict categories that arise from a lack of understanding of the dynamics of conflict at the individual, community, and local level. An example is the use of homicides, counting homicides as the basis for counting incidents. We all know that in the Philippines, homicides includes reckless homicide, which includes accidents that have nothing to do with violent conflict. So if one looks at homicides, you're also counting those kinds of homicide. Another type of variable was given to us by the previous developer of the conflict monitoring was the term administrative violence. And this meant attacks on peoples of authority because of the role they played in government, and removing them from the political aspects of violence. Next page. Based on our analysis on just these few points, we saw that flawed proxies can lead to quality control issues as well. It evaded understanding and recognizing multi-causality, and it was actually not immune to double counting of incidents, and the failure to see the interplay between vertical and horizontal violence. So to summarize, existing data sets made it clear that none captured the scale of violent conflict at the local, subnational, and national level in the Philippines and Mindanao. Without filling this gap, we would not know the real scale of violence, conflict, distinguish or interrelate their issues, and measure or weigh the costs of violence. Next slide, please. So, based on the assessment of these weaknesses and needs, certain reforms were undertaken when we developed the conflict alert database. Data was needed that could inform the peace panels about the scale, nature, and cost of violence. And that happened from the years 2014, no, when the agreement was signed. Before that, 2013, we were able to get data already. It was useful for the negotiations that led to the BOL because data on violent conflict lubricated the discussions about the urgency of coming up with a law that would already institutionalize the gains from the Bangsamoro comprehensive agreement. Data was also needed to inform peace building and development strategies and measure or assess their effects, outcomes, and impacts. Third, data was needed to spot newly emerging types of violence, especially in the peace and in the conflict to peace transition. Next slide. So based on this, we looked at certain qualities of the database that we sought, we would seek, and which we achieved over the period of development. First, we aimed for a conflict database that had a broader scope and a wider source of data. We redefined violent conflict and enabled a more specific categorization of conflict causes. 6 major causes, beneath them 57 different sub-causes of violent conflict and triggers, and demonstrate how violence begins and evolves by looking at systems of conflict strings and the multi-causality of violence. Second, we aim for an interoperable and user-friendly platform. So we put all the data in comma-separated values or CSVs so that they can be handily used by academics, peace builders, development workers, and correlate them. Ibangga siya sa mga usapin ng kalusugan, sa edukasyon at iba pa, at ang kaugnayan ng karahasan sa mga usaping iyon. We sought also, finally, the full cooperation of the security sector, especially the Philippine National Police, because they were the mandated institution in charge of gathering data on crime and conflict. Local governments especially, and the academia, and important civil society groups working on peace building and development on the ground. Based on this, we developed a new conflict database. The next slide, please. So this is an example of the new source of data. We got blotter reports from the police. If you look at these blotter reports, can you please, this is a moving slide. So you will see there the incident type. You will see there the date and time of the incident, the place of the incident, actors involved, manifestation, and finally the cause of the incident. All of the incidents in our database are covered by the back end by a photograph of the actor blotter report, copies of the media report, which we still got, and then copies of community reports of incidents of violence that were not in both incidents, or were able to establish the causes of conflicts that were not noted in the blotter reports or in the media reports. Next slide, please. You will see since that time we've developed 2 internal databases. One is the Bangsamoro conflict monitoring system on the left. Second, we also have the Southern and Eastern Mindanao conflict data set. So these 2 data sets, one is longer, of course, the Bangsamoro. Now we already have data up to 2022 already on the BCMS. SEMCD is a shorter time frame. We developed this to look at violence in relation to the other conflict in Mindanao, the insurgency and other types of conflict related to mining, plantations, agribusiness, and energy. Next slide, please. So we unbound ourselves from the traditional thinking on conflict monitoring, and we set the rules. To create and build this robust, reliable, credible, and sound database, we had to unbound ourselves from the thinking that one, that relying on media reports and focus group discussions was adequate. That's why we looked at a more broader source. Number 2, that granular data was a luxury rather than a necessity. You will note how granular the data is from municipality, city, up to the village level. We have data on violence. 3, that everything was about homicides. This was a particular feature of the UNODC database, that everything was about political violence or worse, vertical violence. This is particular feature of some of the reports of ACLED, which is another international conflict monitoring body. That violence came only from one source. We saw different types of violence, including those that pertain to conflict strings of episodes of violence, that saw violence sometimes start from land, move to political, and move to gender even along the way. So that's multi-causality. That human rights violations should be counted as a form of structural violence. And we argued here the same problem we raised in relation to homicides. Not all human rights violations were in relation to conflict, though most of them are, actually, most of them are. But that would mean the same problem, we would be falling into a trap if we counted all homicides as part of violence. Finally, the quality control was significant but not vital. We put emphasis on quality control. We made sure that we were not double counting and that conflict data is costly and poor. We put in the resources necessary, and we are probably one of the few organizations that receive constant support from the World Bank for a period of about 8 years since the start of this database up to the last gathering that we did for the 2020-2021 data. Next slide, please. Now, there are a lot of us that see the data, and we saw this, but ignore the facts. Many development and civil society groups, we are afraid, were anxious about how this new database could empirically and vividly demonstrate if development efforts had brought about peace in their own project sites or not. That was one of the side issues here, because you could see it. If you're working in, let's say, barangay A, B, and C in this municipality, and you started 3 years ago, we could look at conflict incidents and costs from 3 years ago and see whether there's shifted. Has it gone up? Has it gone down? Or has the nature of violence changed? And a lot of our colleagues were actually a bit reluctant to subject themselves with that data. So that started that problem, that aversion to look at, frankly, the truth about violence. Others were motivated to just ignore the facts or to scrub the data because it reflected poorly on governance. For example, various peace-building actors at the subnational level did not act on the conflict data because the information exposed the case of worsening violence between former rebels. And secondly, that much of the violence came also from attacks on indigenous peoples groups. Third, others saw the need to construct new databases that would probably yield acceptable results. The recent barangay election is one of those cases. No? We were scored by COMELEC saying that, it wasn't the bloodiest election at all because we came out immediately with our analysis. By the time was COMELEC was talking about only 11 fatalities in the entire bar. We said that there were already 17 on our count. And when we ended, we went above 40 fatalities over that entire period. And we're still counting up to now because there are still election-related violence. Later on, we were proven right when the chief PNP came out with a report saying that the recent barangay elections turned around the level of violence related to elections in the barn. So it rebounded. And secondly, they said it was the most violent election since 2010. So being vindicated, is good on the one hand, but on the other hand, we did not have to go through that process if one just looked at the data as honestly as possible. Next slide. So you see here the downward pattern in the conflict to peace transition from 2016 to 2020. It approximates what we call an inverted U, which is common in studies of inequality, for example, the Kuznets curve. Violence is going to go up before it goes down. Next slide. The number of violent conflicts as identified by COSP from 2011 to 2020, you will notice this was done by Professor Toby Monsod using the data of the School of Econometrics at the UP, and she showed how the increase in identity-related violence has been very notable. And then third slide. Okay, this is very important because in this slide, Professor Monsod connects vertical and horizontal violence. And our conclusion is if you see that meeting, that both vertical and horizontal violence are converging. And that is not a welcome development when it comes to conflict. Finally, I'd like to say that, this process does not end. There are lessons to be learned. Today, however, the conflict alert database is the single most powerful accounting of the state of conflict and violence in the Bangsamoro. It is the product of the evolution of rules and the thinking behind the subnational database. But two lessons I'd like to impart. Number one, ensure that in the data gathering process, in the analysis of data, that process, is autonomous, independent, honest, and transparent. We found out, and it's something that guides us when we think about to whom do we hand over the task of conflict monitoring after the current iteration. And we've seen that actually the best group to give it to is an academic institution rather than the government, rather than the municipality, rather than business groups. Finally, lesson 2, we have to perpetually study, gradually also expand monitoring to newly emerging threats, including processes of polarization. Thank you. The quest continues.
Thank you so much, Professor Pancho. And also thank you as well to your contributions to the study on conflict, peace, and the importance of data as we analyze these, events. I'd like to open the floor to questions that the audience member might want to ask to Professor Pancho. If you have any questions you want to speak, please raise your hand, or you might also type in your questions on the chat box. So this is your opportunity to ask questions to Professor Dr. Pancho. Anyone? Looking at. Go ahead, Marvin, from UP Mindanao, right?
Good afternoon, sir. My question is, since there's difficulty in taking a good snapshot of the count of violent incidents in the Bangsamoro region, and it seems very difficult to go back in the past and have an accounting of the violent incidents which transpired, would a fair, reasonable estimate still be arrivable at, just to settle the question of how many violent incidents happened way back then, or are we still urging to really uncover through documentary inspection or interviews with persons involved in violent incidents? Because it seems, it would be a very tiring and difficult undertaking. Um, but at some point, maybe we can get a fair estimate and leave it at that, or would you really still prefer to have take the longer view and really determine on the granular level an accurate representation of the violent incidents in the Bangsamoro?
Can I answer now? Okay.
Yes, go ahead, Pancho.
Yeah. This is Marvin, right? De Castro. Okay. It's not difficult at all. I'll give you the story. No? When we were handed the database by the World Bank, who had been at it for more than 5 years, spending lots of money on it, they had 500 incidents of violent conflict that were handed down to us. In the first year of our work, we gathered data from entire 2011, 2012, and 2013 in 6 months. So that means that simply required going to the regional office and the provincial offices of the PNP. That's only one source. The other source is still looking at conflict data from the newspapers. But you will notice this. You needed to go there because that was the robust source of data. The data in media is 1:10. If you go to media reports, you'll get 20. Immediately, when you go to the police, you will get 200. Secondly, we found out that 96% of media reports came from police reports. So if someone is thinking that, it might be doubtful to use police reports, actually, they were more, you saw that what I gave you, what I showed you, the example of a blotter report. No? It's not detailed. So what we do is, as a rule, we just redact all the names, etc. No? And then we put them in as a comma separated values. No? So it can be done. It isn't really costly, and it is not really that amount of time is required. The problem is there seems to be this myth that is so difficult to get, precisely because that was what was promoted by early people who did it. Okay. Secondly, you needed to do it because if you wanted a moving picture, that's where you get data. How do we get strings? No? First, we noticed the notion, the phenomenon of morphing identities. No? If you only look at the snapshot, you will see a group of people as perpetrators, or rather as victims of a particular conflict in a region. But it changes, no? The same people identified, for example, in the morning as perpetrators in a massacre, in the afternoon become victims of another massacre. Or those who are victims in the morning become perpetrators in the afternoon. That is what we mean by conflict strings. And to be able to do that, you need to be able to look at the conflict incidents over time. Now, there is another system that we use that is more what we call the 72-hour critical events monitoring system, where we look and we use SMS already. Okay, so in this conflict database, we already have about 60,000 discrete incidents of violent conflict. Can you imagine panel data amounting to about, in the Bangsamoro, you already have more than 30,000 discrete incidents. For any statistician, for anyone who's looking at connecting, associating violence with different, that should be a gold mine. My big question is why it isn't being used more by the people who should be using it. It's being used by academics. It's being used by international consulting firms. Harvard University downloads the data on a quarterly basis. Yet I do not see any mention of the conflict alert. Recently, I'll tell you this just to end the set. No? I saw a big journal article in an international journal written by people that you know, very scholars in the know. And you know what they use? It says that there's data on Mindanao. Then we looked at the background, the data on Mindanao, which is supposed to speak about the trends in violent conflict. You know how many it used? It used 7 incidents of violent conflict. No? In Dato Odin since what? How is that possible? You know, so it's a resource that should really be used, and it's not difficult. That's why we're thinking already, how do we transmit this? How do we plan for training other people to use it? Huh?
Thank you, Petra. And we have a question at the chat box by Ivan Ray Amadio from Notre Dame of Marble University. The question is, one of the problems of violence in Muslim Mindanao is because of the condition where warlordism and bossism exists. How do you think this thing would end?
Well, yeah, we see that in the database all the time under political violence. You talk about political contestation, warlords, etc. It is always there. I suppose it will end if the system of provision, of protection, and welfare is transferred away from the clans to the state. But my thinking is so long as the clans play a major role in the provision of welfare and in protecting their own members, people will naturally depend on the clans and other groups, self-help groups, to be able to deal with their protection. It's a big challenge for the Bangsamoro. They will have to gain that trust. And by the way, thank you. You're from Marbel, Notre Dame. Notre Dame is our front line